This is the tutorial that will teach you the skills that most of the companies today are looking for by building this full-stack doctor's appointment app called MediMeet, with features like one-on-one consultation with doctors from anywhere in the world, authentication and user onboarding system where users can join as either a patient or doctor with role-based access controls, browse with specialty to find right doctor for your specific needs. Ran out of credits? Purchase one of our monthly subscription plans to continue booking appointments with your preferred doctor. Book a slot using doctor's availability with a simple booking flow that shows real-time available slots. Appointments page to cancel or join video calls when it's time for your consultation. During the video call, users can turn video on or off, mute, unmute audio, or hang up the call as well. As a doctor, you get a dashboard where you can set your availability, join calls with patient, check earnings, and initiate withdrawal request for earned credits. Admins have a dashboard to approve doctors' application and verify their medical credentials before they can start practicing on the platform, and also process withdrawal requests for timely payments. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. Alright, so open VS Code over here and let's quickly go to our terminal and initialize a brand new Next.js app. Now to do this, you will say npx create -next at latest so that it creates our app in the very latest version of Next.js and press enter. Proceed, yes. And now it's going to ask us some questions like what's your project name. So if you enter some name over here, it will create a new folder, but I want to create my project inside this folder only. So I'm going to just press dot and press enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? No, because it's just a syntax. Logic remains the same. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind? Yes. RC directory? No. App router? Yes. TurboPack? Yes. Customize the import alias? No, we don't want. We just want everything to be default. Right? You can see it is installing all of these dependencies right here. There we go. It is done. Now, how do you run a new Next.js app? Just say npm run dev and you will see. It is running on this port. If you click on it, like press Control and click on it. If you're on Windows, if you're on Mac, obviously you need to press Command and click. There we go. It is open. So this is our local host and it tells us get started by editing app/page.js, and that is the place where the actual code exists. Right? So inside this app folder is where we will be building our app. And this is the page.js that you see right here. This Next.js logo and everything, right? So what I'll do, let me just shrink this terminal, and in this return, I'll remove everything and I'm just gonna put a div over here which will say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. So let's see if this is rendered. Yes, it is rendered. Now we have one more file called layout.js where this page is being used right here. So layout basically wraps whole of our app, and we can, add different things over here. Like for example, when we go on to configure our authentication or our database, we might need to configure a few things over here, right? Or maybe if you want to switch our app from light mode to dark mode, we also can make those changes right here. And I'll show you everything one by one. So first of all, you can see we have this metadata of title and description for our app. Let's just change it. I want to keep the title as doctor's appointment app and description to be this. We can just say MediMeet or MediCall, like MediCall, something like this, right? Whatever you feel that you want to keep over here. Now over here, you can see we are setting some default fonts for our app. So generally what I like to use over here is the Inter font from the same package, next/font/Google. So I'm just gonna import this Inter font, and this is a one-time thing. You don't need to configure it again and again. So don't worry about it. And instead of these classes right here in the body, I'm just gonna say inter.classname, that is this font. Okay. Now inside of this, if you want to add a header which wraps whole of your app in different pages, you can add a header component over here, which we will be adding very soon. We can also add a footer, let's say below this children. So I'll say footer, and we can wrap these children inside of a main tag, and we can provide some styling to this as well. Like for example, I'm going to say class name, minimum height to be screen, so that it has at least 100 viewport height over here, right? It spans to the whole viewport. Now when it comes to footer, let's just say footer. Inside this, I'm just gonna have a div, and I'm gonna have a p tag which says made with love by Roadside Coder. So let's see. So enter is not defined. It is defined. So yeah, now it's working. So if you scroll down, yes, you can see this footer. Let's just style this footer a little bit. And you might have noticed I have installed Tailwind CSS inside this project. So I'm going to say class name to be container. So container basically provides some max width according to the screen size that we are currently in. You can see it adds some breakpoints over here so that our app becomes more responsive. I'm going to say MX auto so that everything is pushed into the middle. Some padding horizontal to be 4, which in this case 4 means 1 rem or 16 pixels, right? You can install Tailwind CSS extensions or extension so that you will also get these suggestions right here. I'm going to say text center and text gray to be 200. Let's see how this looks. Yep, something like this. Let's give this footer some class name as well. I'm going to say background muted 50, so it's 50% opacity, and padding Y to be 12. So that we have some top and bottom gap over here, something like this. For building our UI, we will be using something called as Shadcn UI, which will help us create our components. Like for example, in our deployed app, you can see we have these buttons, we have these card components, right? And a bunch of different things that we'll be building. So all of this will be made possible using Shadcn UI. So just open ui.shadcn.com. And this is actually not a component library, but a set of beautifully designed components which you can copy and paste inside of your app. Let me show you. So if I click on get started, you will see over here, they have a bunch of different components. Like for example, this accordion right here, here's this button component, right? And every component has some different variants as well. Like this is the primary variant, secondary variant, destructive variant, outline, right? So these things make building our app so much more easier, right? So that we can focus on logic and not worry much about the UI part. So let's see how we can install it. So I'm going to click on get started, introduction or installation, and click on Next.js. So you basically have to run this command in your terminal. So I'm going to open a new terminal over here and paste it. Let's press enter. And you will notice that it will ask us a few questions. What style would you like? I'm just going to keep default for everything. And it's also going to ask this question because we are using React 19. So we're going to have to use legacy peer depth so that everything is compatible. All right, let's wait for it to get installed. There we go. It is done. Now, how do we use it? So something like this, npx shadcn at latest, and then we can name the component. Like for example, over here, we are installing the button. And again, it's going to ask us the question. Just click on use legacy peer depths, and let's go inside of our page.js and let's install or, add that button component. So how do we do this? This is the only code that we will be needing, right? Like for example, over here, I'm just going to add, let's say a BR tag, and below it, I'm going to paste this button and make sure to import this button from right here, add component /UI. So notice we have this component folder created. Inside of this component, we have this UI folder created where all of the Shadcn UI's component will exist. We can create our own components over here as well, but we will create it outside of this UI folder because this is just, we will keep it reserved for, Shadcn UI. So you can see we are importing this button from over here. And if you click on it, you will see it's defined right here. All of the custom code for Tailwind CSS is defined over here. You can customize it according to you as well, but we're not going to touch it. We're going to keep it as it is, right? So now if I go back and see inside of our app, yep, you can see click me. This looks awesome. Now, one thing that I want to do over here is I want my app in dark mode, right? You can see our app is in dark mode completely. So it looks more professional and is easy on our eyes. So I'm going to click on this dark mode button over here and click on Next.js because that is what we're using. And we need to install this npm install next-themes, right? So install it. And after this, we need to create this theme provider.tsx. Don't worry, this is just a one-time configuration. You will not have to, come back to this. So I'm just going to copy it, and inside the component, we'll create theme provider.tsx or JSX in our case. So I'll say theme-provider.jsx and paste this code right here. Let's remove all of these types because we are not using TypeScript. Okay. The next step is to wrap our app with this theme provider. Okay. Let's go and do this. So inside of layout.js over here, I'm going to wrap whole of this app with this theme provider. Let's import this theme provider from over here. And also they have added this suppress hydration warnings over here. Okay, now inside of this is where we will keep all of this code. So I'll just copy this code and paste it right here. Now, hopefully our app is in the dark mode. Doesn't look like. Probably we need to change something like this, dark, and like now check. Yes, now it is in the dark mode and our footer is also properly visible. Amazing. Now you might have noticed the color got inverted. Before it was black, right? But now it is white. So all of these components are adapting to this dark mode. Cool then. Now what I want to do, let's just install all of the remaining Shadcn UI components that we will be using inside of our doctor's appointment app, right? Because I don't want to go on and again install it. Like for example, I'll show you what types of components that we'll be installing. Like for example, this badge right here, you can see for the showcasing our credits and all, we'll be using badge, or this card component that I showed you earlier, this dialog component which will show this modal, or this input component which will help us in building our forms, right? Awesome, let's do this. So again, I'm gonna bring back that command npx shadcn at latest add. We already added button, so I'm gonna say, let's say alert, badge, card, dialog, input. We will need the label for inputs, select, separator, it's like a BR tag, sonar is basically for displaying the toasts, tabs, and text area. If there's something other than this, we will install it later on. Okay, let's click on use legacy peer depths, and this should be done in just a moment, just like this. Awesome. Now over here, instead of our layout.js, we have to create a header as well, right? So header, just like this. Obviously this does not exist, so I'm gonna create this header component instead of our component. So header.jsx, RAFCE, header, and over here, let's just say header tag. Inside this, we can display our logo for the app and other buttons like sign in or whatever, credits and all of those things, right? So we will be adding it along the way. We will have a nav tag over here as well, inside of which we can show a link tag. Now link tag in Next.js is like the A tag, right? It will, when you click on it, it will take you to a certain link. So it also has the href over here. So if I show my logo over here, let's just take it to slash, right, to homepage. Inside this, I can display my logo. So if you want, you can use your own logo, or you can click the link in description down below to this GitHub repository for this project, and inside this public folder right here, I've added a couple of logos for you guys, the banners and everything, right? So just quickly download them and add them inside this public folder. So let me just do that real quick. There we go, something like this. So I've added a couple of banners, or you can say hero image over here, and this logo over here, and a longer version of this logo, right? So whatever you feel like, you can use over here, right? So let me just use this logo single PNG. And by the way, to render the images in Next.js, we have to use this image tag so that it optimizes all of the images out of the box in Next.js. So similarly, I'm gonna say src/logo-single.png. I'm gonna say all text to be MediMeet logo or Medicall, whatever the name of your app is. Some width and height, and some Tailwind classes like height 10, width to be auto, and object to be contained, so that we can see the whole image. So let's see, let me just import this header right here in the layout.js and check out inside of our app. There we go, something like that. This is what we wanted. Let's fix our header on the top of our app. So I'm gonna say class name to be fixed, top to be 0, width to be full, border, some border bottom, and some background to be background, but we're going to give it some opacity. So this background color that I'm using over here is defined inside of our globals.css. You can check that. And I'm going to say 80%. We will have some blur background, like blurry background. So I'll say backdrop blur to be medium, some z index to be 10, so it's on the top. And I'm going to say it supports backdrop filter. So backdrop filter with the background of 60% opacity. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. This is what we wanted. So you can see the things are behind it now with the blurry effect. So if I go back to the page.jsx, let me just, for now, I'm just going to keep padding y to be 12 so that we have some, spacing over here, just like this. Let's give this some nav, some class names like container, and margin horizontal to be auto, some padding horizontal to be 4, and height to be 16. Then I'm going to say it will have display flex, items to be center, and justify to be between, so that they are on the far ends, like whatever that is inside of this header right here. You can see we have some gap, and again it's hidden behind it. Let me just keep it 32 instead of 12. Yes, something like this. So yeah, our header looks good, and we will display a sign in button right over here, right? So for that, we need to configure our user authentication first. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. And this is the most comprehensive user management platform. I use Clerk in all of my projects for user authentication. It makes our job super easy. So click on sign in over here. and I'm gonna quickly sign in using Google. There we go, we are in. Now it's asking us to create our sign in component, right? The sign in that we want inside of our app. So we want Google sign in, yes. If you want, you can add email sign in over here as well, or like sign in using Facebook, Apple, LinkedIn. They have bunch of different authentication providers over here. Let's give our app name MediMeet, create application. Now all we have to do is install Clerk inside of our application, like Next.js application. You can see they have given step-by-step process. So let's just do that. So I'm gonna go to my terminal again, and I'm gonna paste this right here. npm install add clerk/next.js. Okay. Then after this, we have to set our environment variables. Yes, that's very important for it to work. Okay, so it failed. You can see it's because we are using React 19, right? So we have to use --legacy-peer-deps and press enter. Now, meanwhile that's going on, I'm gonna create a new .env file. So .env is basically to store our secrets of what happened. Let me just create it again, .env, and paste both of these secret keys right here, right? Okay, let's see the next step. Next, we have to add this middleware code. So basically this is the code that will run before our app runs, so that Clerk can configure our application and it can skip the Next.js internal and static files, right? So let's see, and you will see how we will be using this file very soon to add the protected routes as well. So over here, I'm going to say middleware.js and paste this code right here, right? And this is where we will be writing the code, which will only allow user to go inside of our app if they are authenticated. So you can see we are exporting Clerk middleware over here. Then after this, simply we can just go on and add the Clerk inside of our application. So we're going to use this Clerk provider. So I'm going to wrap whole of my app in this Clerk provider right here. So let's take the closing tag and put it right over here, and make sure to import it. Clerk provider will come from @clerk/next.js. And if you check their documentation, they also provide dark theme out of the box. So you can see we have different themes over here, right? So we will use the dark theme. So over here, I'm going to say appearance, and inside of this, I'll say base theme, which will be dark. Now we need to import this dark from this package right here @clerk/themes. So make sure to install npm install @clerk/themes. Let's wait for it to install. I need to add legacy peer deps. There we go. It is done. Now we can just import it from right over here @clerk/themes. Okay. Now, how do we add the authentication inside of our application? Let's go to our header.jsx, and right here, what I'll do, right below this link, I'm gonna have a div where I'm gonna show the other buttons, right? Like sign in, credits, pricing, etc., etc. And if you go back to Clerk, you will see that they have given an example over here. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this example, just this part, and paste it right here. Now, what does this mean? It's saying that when the user is signed out, we're going to show sign in button and sign up button. When the user is signed in, we will show the user button, right? Okay, let's just import all of these things from @clerk/next.js. So sign up button, sign in, user button, and that's all. Let's go back and see inside of our app what changed. And there we go. We can see a sign in and sign up option over here. If I click on sign in, it takes us to this sign in page. We did not work on this, right? This comes out of the box from Clerk. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, that this is a weird URL right here. Don't worry, we will integrate this sign in component inside of our application, and I'll show you how easy it is to do that. Right, so I'm going to click on continue with Google, and I'm logging in with my account right here. And there we go. I am in. You can see we have this user button right here. We had written this code, right? If the user is signed in, show the user button. And if I click on it, you can see we have the sign out option and this manage account. So all of this comes inbuilt from Clerk. Click on this manage account. You can see you can manage your complete profile from over here. Like if you want, you can change your profile pic. Like if you want to change your username over here as well, you can just go to this configure tab right here, and you can add, like, turn this on, first and last name, right? And you can save this, and now you will see you can configure your first name, last name as well. Amazing, right? So it was super easy to add the authentication inside of our app using Clerk. Let's just make it a little bit more beautiful. So I'm just gonna sign out right now. And right here inside of our header, what I'll do, it's saying when user is signed out, I'm gonna show just the sign in button. And what I'll do, I'll just make it a tag just like this. And inside this, I'll add a Shadcn UI button component, which will say sign in, and the variant will be secondary. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. If the user is signed in, we can show this user button. Now this user button is also configurable. Let me just show you a quick example. It also has this appearance tag. Inside this, there's this elements tag, and you can individually style all of these elements. If you want, you just remove this, right? It's not very important, but if you want to do it, you can configure it step by step. And I would highly recommend you guys to check Clerk's documentation for more information about this, right? So let me try to go and sign in now. Continue with Google. There we go. You might have noticed this is a little bit bigger in size now. And let me just do one thing for this div right here. I'm going to give it some class name of display flex, items to be center, and some space X to be 2 between them. Right, so they will have some space, and you can see this is center aligned now. All right, then now let's go on and build our custom authentication pages, right? I want to go to /sign in to sign in, right? Not some random URL. So inside of our app folder, to create new pages in Next.js, we just have to say new folder and just the name of that folder. So I'll say sign-in. Let's get another folder. Let's say sign-up. If you want to group both of these routes together, you can create a new folder and just use parenthesis and let's say auth. And this will create a folder called auth, but it will not create a new route. And you can safely put both of them inside of this. So this helps us organize our Next.js app. And also, if you want to provide some common styles to both of them, we can also provide a layout file over here, which I'll show you in just a moment. But first of all, let's just add a page.jsx over here, RAFCE. I'm going to say sign in page. Let's just save it. And if I try to go to this page now, sign in, and I'm going to press enter. So it's basically hidden behind this header. So let me just show you. If I add a new layout.jsx file, whatever you write inside of it will be applied to both of these pages right here. So I'll say auth layout, and here in the class name, I'm just going to say display flex, justify to be center, and padding top to be 40, let's say. Inside of this, I'm going to provide the children, that is our children routes, right? So it will be coming from over here from the props. Let's see now. Yes, something like this, sign in page. Right, you can also take this and paste it in sign up page as well, right? It will work exactly the same. Now, how do you build these pages? How do you show the sign in component? It's super easy. All you have to do is import sign in component from Clerk. Just like that. I'm just going to do the same for sign up page as well. So instead of sign in, I'm going to say sign up, import this component. Let's rename this to sign up page, and let's save this. And we have some error over here. It's because we have to configure this page properly, and the proper way to do it is inside this sign in page, we need to add one more folder over here with double square brackets. Inside this, we have to say ... sign-in, right? So basically this is an optional catch all route in Next.js. This means that we can write sign in /something /something, whatever, right? So this is an optional route, and the reason for adding this is Clerk might add some search params or some route of their own, right? So they need this route, and I will discuss about this route and other types of routing in Next.js very soon in this video, right? So let's just add this page inside of it. And similarly for sign up as well, we need to add ... sign-up, and we need to paste it inside of right here, right? So page should be inside of that. Also, one more thing, inside .env, we need to tell Clerk what's the route of our sign in and sign out page. So we're going to say next public Clerk sign in URL to be sign in, and for sign up it will be /sign-up. Now we can also set the route where it goes, like where user goes after sign in or sign up. So next public Clerk after sign in URL, and after sign up URL, I'm just going to keep /onboarding, right? So now this should work, hopefully. So we are on the home page, and let me just log out or sign out and click on sign in. So you will notice it will take us to this sign in page just like this, right? Awesome. Let's click on continue with Google, and this has logged me in successfully. Amazing. Configuring authentication inside of our app using Clerk is absolutely breeze, right? Great then. Now what I want to do, I want to configure our backend or set up our backend, our database and everything. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Neon. And Neon is a PostgreSQL database which we can use to build reliable and scalable applications faster. And you have already seen, I've built a lot of apps using Neon, and we will be using it alongside Prisma ORM to build the models for our database, and query our database as well, right? So let's quickly go on and click on login. Let's log in with Google again. And there we go. We are in. Let's click on create project. Let's name our project MediMeet. Apart from that, you can just keep things as they are. Click on create. And now over here, this is our project dashboard. Now, one thing that we need to do over here is we need to create a database, right? So I'm going to go to this overview right here. First of all, I'm going to create an admin role, like role for me. So go to this roles and databases. So I'm going to click on add role and I'll just say roadside coder. And there we go. The role has been created. Close it. And over here in the database, we need to add a database. So let's just say MediMeet. And I'm going to choose the owner to be roadside coder and create it. Now, how do we connect to this database? And by the way, you can notice we have this tables tab over here as well. And this is where you will see the actual data. So let's choose MediMeet over here. And this is the place where all of our tables will be rendered, right? Now to connect it to our app, click on this connect button right here in the dashboard. Let's choose the database and the role, right? And we can copy this. So click on copy snippet. And this is the string that we will be storing inside of our .env file. So I'll say database underscore URL, sorry, it's database equals and this string right here, right? This will help us to query our database and perform everything related to our database inside of our app. And again, the database that this uses is PostgreSQL database. You guys might have worked on SQL database before, but we will be using Prisma, so it will make our job super easy. All right, so we will come back to this very soon when we go on to configure or create the tables for our database. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Vonage. And Vonage offers us a numerous amount of communications APIs, like if you want to send messages, voice, video, and so much more. But what we are specifically interested in is their Vonage Video API, right? This is something that will be helpful for us inside of our application to connect our patients with the doctors, right? So just click on login over here. And we are interested in this communications APIs, right? So just click on over here. And there we go. Now, if you have an account on Vonage, you can go on and log in. If not, click on sign up over here. So let me just go on and sign up real quick. Fill out the email, first name, last name, password, confirm password, and also enter your phone number over here so that it verifies the authenticity. And you can see this does not require you to enter any credit card. It offers you a lot of free credits to get started. Like for our application, we get more than 2000 minutes for free to get started. And also they have a really good documentation as well. So, okay, let me just go on and quickly fill this out. All right, so I am in. It might ask you to, verify your email or phone number before getting started. And yeah, over here we are on onboarding. Let's answer the questions. Are you a developer? Yes. Which programming language? Node.js. Which product do you need to use? I want to use the video one, right? So it's creating my account now. And there we go. We are in. And you can see we get 2000 video test minutes out of the box, right? This is amazing. Now, what are we supposed to do over here? We're supposed to create a new application. So I'm going to go on over here, create a new application. Let's name our app MediMeet. And you need to generate public and private key over here. Just click on over here. And it would have given you this private key. We will come back to this later on. And also this private key as well, right? Let's see. I don't think we need to do anything else over here. So generate new application. Just keep that private key file safe for now. Now we need to take this application ID right here, which is going to be very important for us, and go to your .env file and paste it. We're going to name it next underscore public underscore Vonage application underscore ID equals this. The other thing is going to be Vonage underscore private underscore key. And for now, for development, we can keep it probably over here in the lib. So let me just do that. I'm going to take this private key and put it in this lib folder over here. And I'm going to say lib/private.key. When we will go on to, deploy our app on Vercel, we will take this private key, the content inside this private key, and just, paste it right there in the environment variables so that it's more secure instead of keeping it open over here. Let me just add it in the over here. And git ignore. So lib/private key, just like this, so that it's out of, being pushed to GitHub. Okay. I think this looks good. This is good enough to set up Vonage for now. We will come back to it very soon when we go on to implement our video call feature inside of our application. And if you're someone who's preparing for front-end interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck, and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. Alright, now finally go on and build our landing page. This landing page right here. This looks super beautiful and professional, and it looks like an actual platform that you see in the real world, right? So we have a hero section over here, how it works, our pricing packages, and I'll show you how you can add the subscriptions or pricing inside of your app as well. And some testimonials along with this CTA at the end, right? Okay, then let's start one by one. All right, so I'm gonna open my page.js and let me just say page.jsx. That's better. And let's remove all of these things from over here. And instead of the class name, we can just say bg to be background to accommodate our natural theme. Now let's start working on our hero section. So I'll take the section tag over here. Inside this, I'm gonna have our div, and this will have two parts. First, the left part for the text and the right part for the picture, right? So I'm gonna take another div which will contain just this part, and it will also have two parts. First this, and then these buttons right here, right? So I'll take two divs. No, actually inside of this, I'll take two divs. So first div and the second one. All right, so let's start working on the first one. So first, I want to add a badge over here. So you can see this badge that looks something like this. So I'm gonna go to Shadcn UI's documentation, and I'll take this badge component from over here, right? So we already installed it earlier. I can just copy this code and paste it. And if I import this badge, make sure to import from /components. And I'm gonna simply say healthcare made simple. And also let me just class name to be relative, overflow to be hidden for the picture that we'll be adding, and some padding y to be 32 so that we have some top and bottom gap over here. So now let's see. Yes, something like this, healthcare made simple. But we want to provide it some custom styles. So apart from this variant, I'm gonna say class name to be background, and our app is in actually Emerald theme, right? So Emerald, and I'm gonna say 900, and I'm gonna provide it some opacity, 30%. I'm gonna also provide it some border. So I'm gonna say border emerald and 700 intensity with 30% opacity. Let's provide it some padding. That is padding horizontal to be 4, padding y to be 2. Text is also going to be in the emerald color, but a lighter color, so 400. Text to be small and font to be medium, right? So now if we see, yes, something like this. Now let's add some container over here so that this appears in the middle. So for this div, I'll just say class name to be container, margin horizontal to be auto, and padding horizontal to be 4, something like this. Below this badge, I'm gonna have an h1 tag which will say connect with doctors, and after this I'm gonna break the line, so br tag, and I'm gonna have a span tag which will say anytime, anywhere. So something like this. Let's see. Yes. So we need to style this a little bit. We need to make the text bigger, and we also want to add this gradient over here, right? So for this h1, I'm going to say class name to be text, and I'm going to give this some size. So 4 XLs. For the smaller screens, I'm going to say 4 XL. For the bigger screens, that is screens more than medium size, which is around 768 pixel, I'm going to say text to be 5 XL. And in the larger screens, I'll say text to be 6 XL. Font is going to be bold. Text is going to be white. Oops, white, and leading to be tight. So there's some less gap between over here. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Now for these texts over here, I'm going to give it some gradient style, right? And this is something that we will be using throughout of our app, this style. So let's create a common style inside of our globals.css. So Tailwind has this feature where you can define custom classes. So I'll say utility, oops, and I'm going to say gradient. This is the name of my class. And simply I can say apply, and then apply the styles that I want to have over here. So background gradient to bottom, that way, that is from top to bottom. I'm saying from emerald 500 to teal 400, right? Now this is just a gradient. What I want to do, I want to create a gradient title class as well for adding this to a text. So let me just copy and paste it over here. So I'll say gradient dash title. This will first take the gradient class, font to be bold, text is going to be transparent so that we can apply this gradients by doing background clip text, padding bottom to be 1 and padding right to be 2, so that there's some padding on right side and the bottom. We're getting some error over here. Okay. And yeah, I think actually the reason for that is after Tailwind version 4, this no longer works, this at utility. You have to write dot gradient and then you can simply apply the styles inside of it, right? So something like this. It makes it easier, right? So okay then, I'm gonna go back to the span. I'm gonna say class name and I'll provide gradient title. Let's check it out. Yes, something like this, right? It looks awesome. Let's provide some spacing between these, between badge and the h1. So for this div, I'm going to say class name to be space y to be 4. That is vertical spacing between these. And for this div, I'm going to say class name to be grid because I want these to be in the grid, right? This and this section right here. So I'll say grid column 1 in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, that is LG, I'll say grid columns to be 2. Some gap of 12 between them and items are going to be in the center. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Now below this, let's display those buttons of get started and find doctors. We actually also need to add a paragraph tag. So I'm going to say p tag. You can add whatever text according to you. I'm just going to say book appointments, consult via video, blah, blah, blah. And we can give class name over here, text muted foreground. So that this text will have lighter color. In the smaller screens, I'll say text to be large. In the bigger screens, I'll say text to be XL. And max width is going to be medium. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Below this p tag, I'm going to have a div which will contain 2 buttons. First one is going to be for get started, and I'm going to show an icon over here, arrow right. So icons also come inbuilt inside of Shadcn UI with the help of Lucid React package. So I'll say arrow right, and you can see all of the Lucid React suggestions over here, and you can see the arrow preview here as well. So arrow right, and I'm going to give this the class name of margin left to be 2, height to be 4, and width to be 4. Button is going to be as child so that they are on one single line. Size is going to be large. I'm going to give this some class name of background emerald to be 600, text to be white. On hover, we're going to say background emerald to be 700. So what's going on? Oh yeah, I need to wrap it inside of a link. So let's import this link from next/link and href to be /onboarding. Yep, something like this. Let's have one more button. So I'll just copy this button and paste it right here. By the way, let's give this div some class name of display flex. So they are one single line flex column. For the smaller screens, they will be they'll be rendered from top to bottom. And in these screens bigger than smaller screens, it will be flex row and some gap of 4 between them. Right now for this next button, this will simply say find doctors and it will take us to doctors/doctors page. And instead of this style right here, I'm going to say background emerald to be 700 with 30% opacity. On hover, background muted to be 80. Let's see. Also, I'm going to give us the variant of outline. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Awesome. Let's render our image right here. So inside of this div over here, I'm going to have an image tag, import from next/image. I'll say src to be banner2.png, which we have already kept over here in the public, right? If you want, you can keep this banner, or if you want to give it more playful vibe, you can give this banner.png of, like 3D character banner. I'm going to say fill this, and this will be on high priority since this is our hero image, right? And then I'm going to have this some class name for object cover. In the medium screens, we're going to give it some padding top to be 14 so that it does not get cut off from the top, and rounded to be XL. Let's see. This is too large. Let's just provide this div some class name of relative. Some height of, let's say 400 pixels in the smaller screens. And in the bigger screens, let's just say 500 pixels. So I'll just say large screens, it will be 500 pixels. Then for the corners, I can just say rounded to be XL and overflow to be hidden. So you will see rounded are anyways not visible, so no worries. But yeah, this looks very professional. All right, let's work on the next section, which is for how it works with all of these cards over here, right? So obviously these are the features of our app. If you want, you can change them according to yourself. And obviously we're not going to be, writing each and every one of them separately inside of a div. We want our app to be scalable, right? So let's just create an object for it. And I've already created it right here in the lib folder. If you go to my GitHub repository, this data.js file, right? So just copy this file and I'll show you what this is. Don't worry about it. So inside of lib, I'm going to create a new file, data.js, and paste it. So basically it contains all the different static data that we will be having inside of our app, like for example, features, all of these features like title, description, icon that we'll be showing, testimonials, initials, name, role, quote, and our credit benefits, right? This one before will be for the pricing section, right? So just ignore that for now. So first of all, the features, right? So let's just go back to our page.jsx. Below this section, I'm gonna say section. This will just have a class name of padding y to be 20 and background to be muted with 30% opacity. Inside of this, we're gonna have a div, which will contain two divs. First one will be for our title, like the how it works and the description. So let's have two divs over here. Inside this div, I'll have an h2, which will say how it works, and a paragraph tag, which will say our platform makes healthcare accessible with just a few clicks. For this first div, for the parent div, I'm going to say container, margin, horizontal auto, padding, horizontal to be 4, just like we've done for the previous section as well. And for this one, I'm going to say class name to be text center, right? We want to show the heading in the center, and margin bottom to be 16. For how it works, I'm going to say class name to be text 3XL. The medium screens, I'm going to say text to be 4XL. Font is going to be bold, text to be white, and margin bottom to be 4. Similarly, for our paragraph tag, just like before, we're going to give this some text muted foreground, text large, max width is going to be 2XL, and margin horizontal is going to be auto. So if you see, yes, something like this. Right, this heading is going to be sort of consistent for all of our sections. Now below it, let's render our features inside of this div right here. So I'll take our features and make sure to import it from this data file that we've created, and .map. Right, inside this, we're going to have a callback function, which will take each and every feature and the index. And inside this, I'll say return. And now we're going to return a card component over here. So let's go to Shadcn UI docs, and I'm going to take this card component. Let's just copy this up and paste it right here. Now we're not going to be needing the card footer. For the card header, let's see, we're not going to be needing the card description, and let's import everything else. So card header, card content. First of all, for the key, I'm just going to say index, and I'll take this feature. And if you notice, we have an icon over here as well, right? So let's just render this icon first. So above it, I'll have our div. Inside this, I'll render feature.icon. You can see something like this. This is being rendered. Okay, let's just align them in a grid. So I'll say grid. In the smaller screens, grid columns will be 1. Medium screens, grid columns will be 2. And in the larger screens, grid columns will be 3. And some gap of 8 between them. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's add the title and the card content and all. First of all, for this icon, I'm going to say class name, background emerald 900 with 20% opacity, padding 3, rounded large, width is going to be fit, and margin bottom to be 4. Let's give our card some styling as well. Similar to this, I'm going to have background emerald to be 900 with 20% opacity. On hover, I'll say 800. Transition all and duration is going to be 300 whenever we hover on it, right? So let's see. Yes, something like that. You can see there's some border around it. For the card title, I'm going to say feature.title. And for the card content over here, I'll just say feature description. Like for the paragraph, I'll just give it some class name, text muted foreground. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's make title look a little bit better. So I'll say class name, and this will simply be text XL, font to be semi-bold, and text to be white. For the card header, let's give this some class name of padding bottom to be 2. Oops, something like this. Let's check it out. Yes, this looks good. So after this, we're gonna be having the pricing section over here, and obviously we have not configured our app for the pricing table yet, right? So let's just do one thing. I'll just create this title and this description over here. We will come back for this very soon. So I'll go back to my code. Below this, let's just copy and paste this section right here. It's going to be similar to this, and I'll remove this features.map div from over here. Instead of this, I'm going to be saying consultation packages and choose the perfect consultation package that fits your healthcare needs. And I'll just remove this background muted so that it looks different. Let's also have a badge component over here. So I'll import, badge is already over here. So I'll say affordable healthcare. And let's just give it the similar styling, just like we've been doing up until now. The badge that we have created. If you want, you can, rather create a separate component for this badge since we're using this in multiple places. So background emerald 900, background emerald 700 with the opacity 30. And you already know, right? I've already explained this. Then after this div, we're going to be having another div which will contain the pricing table, right? So for now, I'll just comment it. Just add pricing table. And then let's just render what we will be showing over here. So if you see in our deployed app, this tells how it exactly works. That is, 2 credits are what's needed for a consultation. Credits don't expire, monthly subscription, cancel or change your subscription, right? Whatever. So for that, we have taken this in the data.js right here. So this is already done, testimonials, and yeah, there it is, credit benefits. So let's just use the card component from Shadcn UI to render this. So yeah, this card component, I'll just copy and paste it right here. For the card title, I'm going to say how our credit system works. Let's remove this description and the card footer from over here. And in the card title, I'll just keep an icon over here of stethoscope, imported from Lucid React with some height width, margin right, and some text emerald of 400. Let's see. Yep, something like this. Let's style this more. For this card tag, I'm going to say margin top to be 12, background muted with 20 opacity, background emerald 900 with 30 opacity, something like this. Our title will have styles of text Excel, font semi-bold, text white, and flex items to be center, right? Something like this, so it's on one single line. Now inside of the card content is where we'll be rendering that content. So I'll take the credit benefits, and actually this will be rendered in a point, right? So I'll take a UL tag. Inside of this, I'll put this, and I'll say dot map over here. Let's take out the benefit and the index. For the UL tag, I'll give this class name of space y to be 3. Now inside of this, let's keep a li tag for the lists. So li, and then I'm gonna have a div, and then I'm gonna have a tick mark icon. So let's just say tick probably, or check, something like this. Okay, so it gives us the error of like we have not added key. So just add key to be index, class name to be flex, and items to be start. For this check, I'm gonna give the class name of height 4, width 4, text emerald 400, and then below it, I'm gonna be rendering the these benefits. So if you notice, we have this strong tag for when we want a word to be in bold, right? So to render this, we're just gonna say in the p tag, class name text muted foreground, and dangerously set inner HTML so that this converts this data in the HTML, this strong tag and all, right? So something like this, you see. Let's just add some styling. So over here in this div, I'm gonna say class name, margin right to be 3, margin top to be 1, background emerald 900, padding 1, and rounded to be full. Also, let's give it display flex. You know what? I think I should keep this outside of over here. Yes, something like this. So this has some circle around it, right? Okay. Now, yeah, we have already, left the space for the pricing table over here. Now, after this section, let's just have the testimonials section. And again, I have the data for it right here. So let me just, copy this section again, this section over here, how it works. So I'll just copy and paste it right here. And let's see, before the heading, I'm going to have a badge called success stories with variant outline. And I'm going to give the same class that we've been giving up until now. Over here, instead of the title, I'll say what our users say. And instead of description, I'm going to say hear from patients and doctors who use our platform. So let's see. Yes, something like this. So we need to change this obviously. So instead of features, I'm going to say testimonials. Let's take each and every testimonial over here. And let me remove this card header. Inside this card content is where we'll be writing all of our stuff. So first of all, I'll have a div, which will contain another div and a span tag, which will contain the initials of the user, right? So testimonial dot initials. Then we will have another div over here, which will contain the h4 with the name of the user. So testimonial dot name. Then I'll render the role. This is all static stuff, right? So you can model your landing page according to you. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. Then after this, we can render the quote, what they're saying about our platform. So under these quotes, testimonial dot quote, something like this. Yeah, let's style these things a little bit. For this first div, I'm going to say display flex, items to be center, margin bottom to be 4. And the inner div, for the initials, I'm just going to give it a rounded circle like appearance. So width 12, height 12, rounded full, background emerald 900, display flex, items to be center, justify center, and margin right to be 4. So there's some gap between them. And let's just make this text as green, right? So text emerald 400 and font bold. So if you see, yes, some circle around it and font bold with text emerald 400. Then this h4 is going to be font semi bold and text to be white. And paragraph can be muted a little bit. So text small and text muted foreground for the role, right? So something like this. Okay, I think I need to provide it some padding. So I'll say class name, padding top to be 6 because it will be missing since we have removed the header, right? So yeah, something like this. Then I guess the only thing remaining is this CTA, this beautiful CTA right here, right? So okay, let's build this as well. I'll just again take this section from here and duplicate it. The only thing that I'll change is this background muted 30. This will remain the same. I'll just remove the heading since we don't need it. We will be needing a card component over here. So let's remove this map that we are doing from here as well. Let's remove everything inside of the card content. And let's see what else do we need to change. Yeah, this class name. Let's remove this div from over here. Now for this card, let's remove the key. And for the class name, I'm going to be saying background gradient to right. That is from left to right. So it will go from emerald 900 to emerald 950. So that will feel very subtle. And we will have some border emerald 800 as well. Then inside of the card content, let's have a div where we will be rendering a h2, which will say ready to take control of your healthcare with text 3XL. In the bigger screens, it will be 4XL, font bold and text white with margin bottom to be 2. Then we will render a paragraph tag over here, join thousands of users, blah, blah, blah. Again, this is highly customizable according to you. And I would recommend you guys to, customize it according to you because, your project should not look similar to other people. Probably use ChatGPT to, generate some unique content for yourself. Let's have another div where we'll be rendering the sign up now and view pricing button. So here I'll have a button tag from Shadcn UI, which we have already imported as child so that they appear on one single line. And inside this, I'll have a link tag, which will take us to the sign up page. So href equals /sign dash. This button will have size large and class name to be background emerald 600, text white, and on hover, background emerald 700. Similarly, we're going to have another button for our pricing. So this will be variant outline with class name border emerald 700 with 30 opacity, and on hover will show background muted. So it will take us to /pricing. For this div, I'm going to give it some class names of display flex, flex column in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, that is screens bigger than smaller screens, I'll say flex row, and gap to be 4. Let's see, for the card content, let's first see how it looks like. Okay, it looks weird. What happened to this one? Oh, we haven't added the text, so sign up now. Now for the card content, let's just provide some padding of 8. And in the bigger screens, padding can be 12, large screens, padding can be 16, relative and overflow to be hidden, right? Something like this, so that we don't see any overflow over here. And yeah, I think this looks good. Our landing page is done. We just need to add this consultation packages over here later on. We will come back to this very soon. Now, let's go back to continuing setting up our backend. And I've already showed you we will be using NeonDB for this. But to connect our project with NeonDB, we will be using Prisma. So Prisma is an ORM which allows you to write simplified queries and create models. So if I show you, yes, something like this, scale faster, build smarter. So if I go to their docs right here, let me choose Next.js, and yeah, it will give you, it will tell you exactly how it works. So notice, this is how we define the tables inside of our database by writing model and the name of the table, and then all of these things inside of it, right? Whatever the keys are. This is an example of how you create something inside of your database. So if you have worked with SQL before or SQL before, it's like the code gets very long, right? If you want to perform something like select star from blah, blah, blah. But this makes our job super easy. Prisma.post.create, and that is all we need to do to create something inside of our database. And don't worry, I'll tell you each and everything as we move forward in this video. So first of all, what we need to do, we need to add Prisma inside of our app, right? So I'll say npm install -t Prisma and press enter. Again, it will give us error because we have to use legacy peer deps over here. So -- legacy peer deps. All right, now after this, I'll say npx Prisma init and press enter. So what this will do, it will initialize Prisma inside of our project, and you'll see it has created this Prisma folder over here with this like schema.prisma, right? This is where we will be writing our models. So let's first understand how our database is actually going to be looking like. So here it is. These are the four major tables that we are going to be having. So first of all is obviously the user, right? Now, obviously we're using Clerk inside of our app, but we will be keeping the user's data backup inside of our database as well. So I'm going to have an ID, Clerk user ID, email, name, image URL. From all of these are going to be coming from Clerk, right? Obviously ID will be generated here in Neon, but these things will be coming from Clerk. Role basically means if user is patient, doctor, admin, or currently unassigned, that is user has not been onboarded yet, right? Created and updated are obviously the current credits in user's account, whether they are doctor, they have earned it, or if they're patient, they might have purchased it, right? Specialty, if they are a doctor. So all of these are basically for the doctor: specialty, experience, credential URL, and the description, and also the verification status of the doctor, that is if it's pending, verified, or rejected, right? So these things are for the doctor, but above things are for the patient as well. Okay, so let's see what else do we have. So if the user is a doctor, right? So they would have an availability, that is the start time of their shift, the end time of their shift, the status, if it's available, booked or blocked, and the ID of the doctor, right? Now, there's going to be a like table for credit transaction. And this one will contain all of the transaction that has happened in the user account. Like whether user buys a credit, it will create a new field inside of credit transaction that user has added credits, right? So if you see over here in the amount, this will be plus amount, right? If it's like removed, like if they have purchased some service, they've removed some credits from their account, so it will show the removed credits, right? So all of this we will keep the tab. So later on, if we need this data for whatever reasons, we can use it, right? And then obviously there's going to be an appointment table, which contains both the parties, patient ID and the doctor ID, start time, end time of that call, status of that call, that is scheduled, completed, or cancelled, notes with which the doctor will write after the session is finished, patient description, video session ID. So both of these will be for Vonage, right? So that we can join our video call and obviously created that and updated that as well. Cool then. So this is like how our database is going to be looking like. Let's go on and create the models inside of our schema.prisma file. So as I showed you earlier in their docs, to create a new table or model, I'll say model, let's say user first of all. And as I showed you in the database design, we are going to be having an ID, which is going to be a string. It will be a type of ID, and by default, it will be generating a UUID over here. Clerk user ID, this will be coming from Clerk, obviously. Email, name, image URL, all of these will be coming from Clerk. Now, role, as I told you, this will be unassigned or either of these three, like patient, doctor, or admin. So since this is going to have only 4 values, I'm going to create an enum over here of these 4 values. That it can only be either of these 4. So I've kept this custom type, you can say, over here, and by default it will be unassigned, and created it, updated it as well. Now after this, for like specific to a patient, we will have credits, right? So I'll say patient specific fields. Credits is going to be type of int, obviously it's going to be a number, and by default when user creates an account, they get 2 free credits. This is our freemium plan. Then for specific to doctors, we will have specialty, the experience that doctor has, credential URL like a link to their degree or whatever, right? Description about the doctor, and verification status. Again, this is also an enum. So let me create the enum as well for this. It can be either pending, verified, or rejected. By default, it will be pending when the doctor is created, right? And then we will have some relations with the other tables. So with the appointment, you already saw we have patient ID and doctor ID. These are the foreign keys in the appointment table, right? So we are going to define these just like this, and don't worry, I'll be creating the appointment table very soon so that you'll better understand this. In the availability table as well, right? This doctor ID, it is connected to this. And in the credit transaction table, we have this user ID, which is connected to this. So all of these are connected to this user table, right? So it can be easily query these. You can see availability and the transaction. Okay, let's create the other tables. Let's create the availability table. So it will have ID, obviously, just like before. Doctor ID, what it's going to be, that is this doctor ID, the user. So we are defining the relations that this doctor ID field, doctor ID, references the ID inside of the user table, right? This is what this is saying. Start time and end time of that doctor's availability and the slot status. That is, it can be available, booked, or blocked. And then we are indexing the doctor ID with the start time, right? So this is easier to query our database. Okay. After that, we're going to be having the appointment model. So let me just bring it in real quick and then I'll explain you. So appointment, as I already told you, it will have the ID, patient ID, doctor ID. And again, we are connecting this to our user table, just like I showed you earlier over here, right? So patient ID, like fields, patient field, references the ID inside of user table. Same for doctor ID, and then start time and time of the call. Status, so appointment status, it will be by default scheduled, but it can be completed and cancelled as well, right? So this is an enum. Then we're gonna have notes, the notes that doctor will add, and we're putting question mark over here because this is optional. Patient description, this is also optional if patient wants to add it. Again, you can ignore these for now. These are for Vonage to take care of. Video session ID and video session token. I will explain you this in depth when we go on and create that functionality later on. Created at, updated at, and some indexes to query our database faster. So with this status and start time and doctor ID and start time. Now, next comes our credit transaction table. For each and every transaction, we will keep the tab of it, right? So user ID, again, the relation to user ID, like user table, the amount. So again, as I showed you, if it's addition, then it will be positive, else it will be negative. Type, so transaction type can be credit purchase, appointment deduction, or the adjustment by admin, manual adjustment by admin. Package ID, so what package was purchased, like this is optional. If you want, you can add it. So we have 3 packages inside of our app, right? If you see basic, standard, and premium. If standard or premium is purchased, we will add it right here. Cool then. So yeah, this is how our Prisma schema is going to be looking like. If there's any change in the future, we will make it over here. We will come back to this, but let's push it and we will see it reflect right over here in the tables. Currently it will be empty, right? So you can see it's empty. So I'm going to say npx prisma generate, press enter, and it should generate all of this locally. You can see it is loading the schema.prisma file. Oh, looks like it failed. I think we need to install this. Okay, add prisma/client. Let me do that. Let's press enter. I think we need to add legacy peer deps. Yes, -- legacy peer deps and press enter. Okay, that's done. Now we have to push the changes. So I'll say npx prisma migrate dev, press enter. Now sometimes it happens. I've seen some comments on the channel that this fails sometimes. And to tackle this, what generally works for me is I would switch my Wi-Fi to mobile network. I don't know why it works, but might be some sort of reason. If you're on Wi-Fi, try to switch to your mobile hotspot or something like that. It works. Not sure why. So you can see it is pushing it to this schema for our NeonDB. Okay, so it's asking us the name for this migration. Let's just say create models, create dash models, press enter, and looks like it's done. Yes, it is done. Awesome. Now you can see we have this migrations folder over here. Now you don't need to understand this, but just have a quick look. It has created this migration.sql file. So what's happening over here is we have written this Prisma models over here, right? Now it is converting it into the SQL code, just like this create type. This is creating all of the enums, and then it's creating the table. So all of this is SQL. This is too much code, right? Prisma makes our job super easy. So it has written this code and then it has manually pushed it to our database. And again, you don't need to worry about all of these things. Let's go back to our NeonDB and let's just refresh this page. And there we go. We have all of our tables right here. Amazing. So now we have configured our authentication, user authentication inside of our app. We have connected our database to our app. Let's go on and push our user inside of our database now. So what I'll do, first of all, I'll write inside of this lib folder. I'll create a new file, prisma.js. And over here, I'm going to say export const db. Now notice what I'm doing. So we need to create a new instance of Prisma over here so that we can query our database, right? So I'll say global this, don't worry about it, I'll explain it very soon, dot Prisma or new Prisma client. So this will be imported from right here. So what it's doing is it's creating a new Prisma client over here. Yeah, that's fine. But what is this? Global this dot Prisma. So what we are doing over here is Next.js has something called as hot reloading. Whenever we save our code, it reloads our application, right? And it will create a new instance of our Prisma instance. So what I'll do, I'll store it in this global this keyword right here. So I'm gonna say after this, I'll say if process.env.node.env is not equals to production, then store this in this global this. If it's in the production, if it's already hosted, then we don't need to do this, right? Then it will just pick it up directly. Let me just add some explanation for you guys over here. Something like this. You can read it. Okay, then let's make use of this DB variable. So inside of this lib, I'm going to create a new file called checkuser.js. And this is where it will check if the current user that has logged in using Clerk is inside of our database or not. So export const check user equals async, and inside of this function, asynchronous function, I'll first of all get the current user. To get the current user from Clerk, we use current user. So it will be coming from clerk/next.js/server, and we will get the user info right here. So if I show you, I'll say const user equals this, and I'll just simply console log this user right here, and I'll take this and I'll call this over here in our header. So header is something that is visible throughout our app, right? So let me just call it right here. So I'll say await, and let's make this an asynchronous function that is a server component. And now if I go back to my app and let's have a look at it, the inspect. Okay, it's not defined, so we have not imported it. Let's import it, something like this. Go to console. Yep, check it out. We have the complete information about the user, the ID, image URL, last name, first name, blah, 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 everything. So let's go back inside of the check user, and over here, I'm going to check if user is logged in or not. So I'll say if we are not getting this user object, just return that, right? But if we are getting it, I'm going to do try catch over here, and I'm going to make an API call to our database. The very first API call to our database, right? So const logged in user equals await DB. So import this DB from the Prisma file that we just created, dot user. Now this is for the table db dot user table dot find unique. So there are a bunch of different queries, and one thing that you can do is either you can go on Prisma's documentation and you can read more about it. But in this tutorial as well, I will tell you about a lot of them. So find unique is basically to find one single item from our database. That is, user cannot be duplicate, right? Cannot have duplicate email or the ID, right? So with respect to the ID, we'll find the unique object. So I'll give the condition over here. So where inside this, I'll say clerk user ID is equals to user.id. And by the way, this will be inside of an object. So just like this. Now, if the user exists inside of our database, so I'll check if you logged in user exists, then simply return it, no worries. But if they do not exist inside of our database, right? Let's add them. So first of all, I'll make their name. So name equals user.firstname, user.lastname, and then I'll create it inside of our database, right? So I'll say const new user equals await db.user.create, and then inside of it, I'll say data, and I'll add clerk user ID is going to be the user ID, the name, the image URL of the user, right? So image URL will be user.image URL. The email is going to be user.email addresses of 0th index and the email address. And then when the user is created, we need to, add some credits, right? So I'm going to say transactions in the transactions table. So you already know we have the relations over here of the user with the transactions table. So I'm saying the transactions, create a new transaction. It will be of type credit purchase, package ID to be free user, and amount. Actually, this will be 2, right? So by default, they are provided 2 credits for free, and then simply return this new user. If there's any error, I'm gonna console log the error.message. All right, now this should do it. Let's go on and see inside of our app. What do we have? Let's refresh it. It's saying run Prisma generate. Okay, let's try to run it. Oh, sorry, it should be npx Prisma generate. What do we have now? Okay, so I actually fixed that error. I'm not sure what that was, but I removed this global this and tried running my app again. So just, I refreshed it. You can see it appeared again, right? So you can do either this, or the other thing that you can do is just remove it and import it from .generated/Prisma. And you can see it works. So I guess this is the proper solution. We can just get that global this.prisma back over here. If it doesn't work, just import it and remove it once and refresh your app and then bring this back, right? I think there's some like generation problem over here with this Prisma schema. But yeah, anyways, it's working now, and you can see it has been added inside of my database. Just try to refresh this table and you will see in the users table, we have the data just like this, right? Currently, obviously it's empty, and the credits are 2 by default as we set it. Role is unassigned. And with respect to the role that is over here, we will display the different things inside of our header. Like if I try to sign in my deployed app, you can see I'm getting this doctor dashboard over here because this is the doctor that has been signed in, right? Like, okay, then in the header, we will get the user. So I'll say const user equals await check user. And now over here, with respect to the role of the user, so let me just, okay, let's first take care of the unassigned user. So over here, before this sign in button is where we'll be showing it. Right, so I'm gonna say signed in. Inside this tag, if the user role is unassigned, we want to show the complete profile button, right? Which will take them to the onboarding page. So let me just bring that code over here real quick. So something like this is very simple, right? That's why I'm bringing in this code. I'm pretty sure you guys must have gotten a good information about how you can create these elements in your app. So I'm just having a link tag over here with it, which will take us to the onboarding page, and a button which says complete profile along with the user icon over here. So let me just import it, and let's see. You can see something like this, complete profile with this user icon over here. So if I make this screen smaller, you will see that this button shows up. So if I click on inspect and make it small, yes, this button shows up now, right? So yeah, we have made it responsive as well. But if the user role is patient, let's say, so I'm going to manually change it in my database right now. Later on, obviously, we will add the onboarding functionality. So I'll just change it to patient. And now if I go back, if the user role is patient, I'm going to add this code. If user role is equals to patient, I will take them to the appointments page. We have a button called my appointments. Let's import this calendar icon over here. Same for smaller screens, just the calendar icon. Or you can also, make this optional when the screen is smaller. So both of them works. You can see if they are patient, it will show my appointments. Let's make them doctor. And again, similar for doctor as well. Over here, I'm gonna be adding user.role. If it's equal to doctor, they will be taken to doctor page, and the button will be doctor dashboard, and we will be showing a stethoscope icon. So let's see. Yes, doctor dashboard. And now in the end, if the user is admin, then we should show the button for the admin dashboard, right? So right here, I'll say if user role is equals to admin, then a link tag with this shield check icon and the admin dashboard button. Let's see again. Yes, something like this. Awesome. Now let's go back and finally work on adding the subscriptions inside of our app, right? How user is going to be making the payment, because that is the core functionality of our app. After user has selected any plan, only then we can go on and book appointment with the doctor, and credits will be deducted. So this is one of the most important feature of our app, and I'll show you how easy it is to implement. So just go back to the Clerk's dashboard. So Clerk actually has introduced something called as subscription. This is a very recent feature that has been released by Clerk, and I absolutely love it. It makes super easy to set up billing inside of our app. You don't have to integrate Stripe or anything manually. If you want, you can do that as well. But we'll be using Clerk billing because it makes our job super easy. And you can see, you just have to click on this get started button right here, and then go on and set up your billing. So let's see how we can set it up. And notice, Clerk billing just costs 0.7% per transaction. That is amazing compared to other companies who offer billing, right? So let's click on create a plan. And by the way, before moving forward, I want to mention one thing. If you notice in my app, this deployed app or the app that we are going to be building, we have this subscription-based credit system, right? And this is actually a custom implementation of what is called as a usage-based credits or usage-based deduction of the credits, right? So this feature is actually one of the most requested features the Clerk team has been asked for, and I actually reached out to them for this app that if they could, create this feature. So they said that they are working on this, and it will be very soon be released. Probably when you're watching this video is already released. But for now, we just have the subscription-based feature, right? So we are going to be using this feature for now to add the credits. But later on, there might be some feature where you can purchase any amount of credits that you want, like beyond these 24 credits or 10 credits as well, right? Currently, we just have to, click on subscribe and subscribe, take the monthly subscription, right? So yeah, I would highly recommend you guys try to go on and explore it if they have released that feature right now. Okay, anyways, let's go on and add some plans for the user. So first of all, obviously we are having a freemium model, right? So for the free plan, let's just call it basic plan. We can add some description over here. Like this will give us 2 credits, right? So I'm going to say 1 free consultation using 2 free credits. This is a publicly available plan. And let's add a feature. So feature is basically going to be 2 credits that user will get. So I'm going to name it 2 credits, and description is going to be 1 free consultation. Let's click on create feature and let's save it. Cool. Let's go back to the plans, and I'm going to add another plan. And this one will be standard. This will have description like user getting 10 credits, right? So get 10 credits for up to 5 consultation with our doctors. Monthly base fee, you can keep whatever that is suitable for you. I'm going to keep $100. If you also want, you can give them some annual discount, like provide some annual plan. Like if it's monthly, you can consider it's going to be $1,200, right? You can probably give them annual plan in $1,100. So this is some of the tactics that company use to sell the annual packages as well. So I'm going to keep it off for now. Let's add feature. I'm going to add a new feature for 10 credits. Let's just say 5 appointments worth of credits and create feature. And let's save this as well. Let's go back. Let's add another plan and our last plan, which is premium, where user will get 24 credits for up to 12 consultation with the doctors, right? Base fee, let's keep it $200, let's say. This is like more beneficial for the user because they're getting 24 instead of 20 credits. Let's add a feature, new feature. This will have 24 credits and 12 appointments worth of credits. Create feature, and we're gonna save it. And this is how we have successfully configured this inside of our app. Let's click on enable billing, and yeah, successfully enabled. All we have to do now is add this pricing table inside of your app. Let me show you, it's magical. So if I go back to my code, we had to add it in the home page, right? So I'll go to app page.jsx. So we had to add it right here in the pricing table section. So let's just create a new component for this. I'm going to create a new component called pricing.jsx, RAFCE, pricing. Inside of this, let's take a card component. Instead of that, I'm going to take the card content, just like we've been doing. Make sure to import this card. And then I'm going to be pasting that pricing table. And this will be coming from @clerk/next.js. And let's take this pricing and I'm going to render it right here. Let's make sure to import it. And now you will see how easy it is to render the pricing inside of our app. Where did it go? Here we are in our homepage, and we scroll down, you will see this looks amazing. Let's style this a little bit more and then we'll come back again. So instead of pricing, I'm going to say card content and class name. Let's have padding 6 in these smaller screens and the bigger screens padding 8. For the card, I'm going to give class name of signature color. So border emerald 900 with 30 opacity, shadow large, background gradient to be to bottom, that is from top to bottom, from emerald 950 to transparent. Now you'll notice, see, we have some tint of that over here. And if you click on subscribe right here, you will see the whole checkout flow. Okay, so it's being hidden behind the header. So you know what, let me just customize it. So if you want to customize it, they have provided a lot of props over here. Like for example, checkout props. We want to update this appearance. So appearance, inside of the appearance, I want to choose the elements. Which element do we want? We want to choose the drawer. So you can see there are a bunch of different things that you can customize over here. So I'm going to customize the drawer root, and I'll say Z index to be, 200. Let's save this and check it out. So now if I click on subscribe, yes, now it's above the header. You can, use obviously your real card over here, but for testing, I would recommend use the development mode. If you just click on it, it will simply pay it and provide you with the plan. Let's just first make sure that our user is patient, right? So I'll just say patient. And now if I click on subscribe and let's click on pay with test mode, you will notice, okay, payment was successful, continue. It took us to onboarding page, but that's fine. But let's go back to our Clerk dashboard and click on subscriptions right here. Let's refresh the page. There we go. We have received the $100 in our account. And we can see the paying users right here. Amazing. And by the way, I've also gotten an email. If you will, pay it, you will notice that whatever the email that you've connected to your Clerk account, you will receive an email as well, right? So they've built this whole flow over here. Awesome. So our user currently has this subscription, right? This logged in user over here has that subscription. But we want to add this detail inside of our database as well, right here, right? So we need to check every single time to see what plan that user is in, right? And we don't accidentally assign them double credits or they do not receive credits at all, something like that, right? So let's add that logic. So now we're going to be going on and writing our very first server action. So server action in Next.js are like APIs, which makes Next.js a full stack framework, right? If you want to write the backend code, make the call to your database and all, server actions are the way to go, right? So I'm going to get a new folder over here called actions. And inside of this, I'm going to create a new file called credits.js. And here, I'm going to be writing a server action. First of all, you have to do use server over here because these will be running on the server. Now say export async function, let's call it check and allocate credits. And this will receive the user object over here. So basically this user object will be provided from our header. So if I go to header.jsx, this is where we'll be calling this as well. And since we already have the data of user right here, we're going to be providing it over here. Wait, and actually there's more data that we need. So instead of check user, when we are checking for logged in user, you can see we are creating the very first transaction over here, right? So over here, let's say if user is already logged in, we need to get the details of their these transactions for the current month, right? So after this where I'm going to say include from the transactions table where the type is credit, what was it? Credit purchase. So whatever the current plan of user is, we are getting the details of that. And I'll say created at, and created at should be in this very month. So I'm going to say inside this object greater than or equals to new date. And I'm going to say this year, this month after the first date, right? It should be greater than that. After this, I'm going to say order by created at descending, like whatever the current plan is. And we just need to take one, whatever the latest one, right? Okay, so we have the details. Let's import it as well. Let's go back inside of it and let's start writing it. I'm going to say try catch block over here. And by the way, one more thing, this will not happen for every single user. This will only happen if user is a patient. So user.role, if it's equals to patient, then only this will work. Okay, now in the try block, first of all, we're going to check if user is logged in or not. So I'll say if user is not present, then return null. All right. And by the way, like couple of static objects that we need to take over here is the plan credits that free user gets 0. Like now they will get 0, right? Because they've already gotten 2 credits. Standard gets 10, premium gets 24 credits, right? This we will use very soon in this function. I'll show you. And per appointment, the cost is going to be 2. So we'll writing a function to deduct the credits as well when the call is booked. So these variables will be useful then. So after this, we're checking if user is logged in or not. We also need to check if user is patient or not. So I'll check if user.role is not equals to patient, then return the user. And then finally, we need to check what subscription the user is on. So I'm going to say await auth, and auth will be coming from clerk. So clerk/next/server. And this will have this has function to check the current subscription. Like for example, if the user is on basic, so I'm going to say if has and plan is free tier, then this will return true over here, right? Same for standard and premium as well. So I'm going to take all of these 3 variables. Whatever this true is, it will be inside of that value. Now we need to populate 2 more variables. One is current plan. We will check what current plan is and we will add it to this. And the credits that user needs to receive in the end, if there's any credits pending to be added. Like for example, we are currently on the standard plan, right? But the credits have not been added. So we will check that over here. So this is basically the check so that user makes the payment and they do not receive the credits, right? So this is basically fail check. If, for example, user loses the internet connection or whatever for some reason, right? So we are implementing such robust techniques over here in this project. So first of all, I'm going to check like if user has the premium plan, then current plan is going to be premium and credits to allocate will be the premium credits, which are 20. Okay. And by the way, we have not added one thing over here in the header. So, and that is the credit button. So right over here below this sign in, I need to add one more thing. I'm going to say, so hold on. I'm going to say if user is not logged in or user role is equals to patient, right? Then we will show this link tag with a badge inside of it, which will have this credit icon here and a span tag. Now, inside of this span tag, I'm going to say if user is logged in and user role is patient, then we'll show their credits. Else, we will show pricing if they are not logged in, right? So if I save this and just quickly show you, make sure to import badge and everything like from ./UI, this credit card icon over here. Yep, we will show this. So currently you can see we have 2 credits in our account, but we will be writing this function over here, after which user will get the remaining 20 credits, right? I think it was 10 credits. So I'm gonna say else if it is a standard plan, current plan standard, credits to allocate the standard credits. If basic, we will add basic. Okay. But if user is not inside of any plan, like over here, I'm going to say if no current plan, then return the user, right? Simply. Also, we need to check if the credits are already allocated for like any of these plans this month. So first of all, let me just take the current month. So format, this will be coming from date-fns library. So make sure to import it. I'm going to say npm install date-fns. Press enter. It's a very powerful library for working with dates. So over here, we're just taking the new date and formatting it in this format right here. Let's wait for it to install. Oh, okay. I forgot to enter legacy-peer-deps and press enter again. There we go. It is done. So make sure to import it from date-fns, just like this. Okay. So we have the current month now. And I'm going to check if there's any transaction this month. So if user.transaction.length is more than 0. So this is a transaction that we took from that create user function, right? In the header. So if user has any transaction, let's get the latest transaction. So latest transaction will be user.transaction of 0th index. Let's check the month of this transaction. So I'm going to say transaction month, and I'll format you again, user format function will take the date, that is latest transaction dot created at, and again formatted in this format similar to this. Let's also take the plan of this transaction. So I'll say transaction plan equals latest transaction dot package ID, and then we will compare, right? So I'm going to say if transaction month is equals to current month and transaction plan is equals to current plan, then we don't need to do anything, right? We will simply return the user. But after that, if that is not the case, we will create the transaction in the user's account. So I'll say const updated user equals await db, and over here we need to perform multiple API calls, you can say. So there's something called as this $transaction. This is like, by the way, inbuilt keyword of Prisma for performing multiple transaction or API calls. But if any one of those fails, the whole operation will fail. So I'll take one single transaction and then we will create it inside of our DB. So await tx dot credit transaction. So this is basically the table, credit transaction table dot create. Inside of this, we will create it. I'm going to take the current user ID, amount, whatever it is, what's the type of the transaction, and the package ID, the current plan. Then after this, we will update the credit balance inside of user's account, right? So over here, I'm going to say const updated user equals await transaction.user.update. We will use this update function, and I'll say where ID is this user ID and data, we will increment whatever the credits user already has, that they had 2 credits, right? So we'll update it by 10 credits, which will bring our total to be 12, right? So that, and then in the end, I'm going to say return the updated user. That's all. And then we can just refetch the data in these pages, like in the doctor's page and the appointments page for the patient. And then we will return the updated user from right here, right? Awesome. I think, yeah, that looks good. Let's just do one thing. Let's just show the error in case it fails. And let's check our app now. What do we have? We have some error. DB is not defined. Okay. So make sure to import this DB from lib/prisma and refresh the page. Another error. So invalid prisma.createTransaction.create. Okay. Unknown argument user ID. I think it should be user.id. This is fine. This is user ID. They should be over here. Oh, okay. So over here, this needs to be in data, not directly like this. So now it should work. Let's go back and see. Okay, there we go. We have 12 credits now. If I go back to my database and check the credit transaction table, we have the first transaction where they were assigned 2 credits and then the 10 credits for the standard plan, right? So you see how robust our app is, even though we did not consider the transaction right away, but now our app does consider it. And again, you might be thinking, what if we switch to this plan? Then it will consider that plan again. But notice you cannot switch back to that plan in the same month, like this plan right here. It won't provide you additional credits. All right, so now that we have sort of completed the basic functionality of our homepage and adding the credits inside of our app, let's go on and first understand how routing works in Next.js. So I'm gonna search routing in Next.js. Here we are in the documentation. So just click on this project structure right here and notice. So yeah, our app has a page file, a layout file, right? Similarly, we have a bunch of different files like not found file. If the page is not found, you can show a custom not found route over there as well for error, for loading and all, right? Then if you want to create a new route, we have like when you create a folder over here, just like I showed you in this, when you create a new folder, it consider it as a new route inside of your app. And similarly for the internal routes, let me just create a main folder over here wrapped in parentheses so that it does not consider this as a route. So this is actually also one of the practices. So if you see, notice group routes without affecting the routing, right? And then we have this underscore folder over here as well, where we will be creating our components so that it does not consider this folder at all. So the difference is it considers all of the routes inside of this, but for this one, it completely ignores this folder for routing, right? So, okay, for example, if we create a folder called doctors, right? Inside of this doctors page, we will be having a folder called specialty. So, and that folder is going to be a dynamic route. So if I show you inside of our app, here inside of our app, if I click on any of these specialty, this right here is dynamic, right? So how do we define a dynamic route? We have to say something like new folder, and inside of these square brackets, specialty, and this is mentioned in the docs as well. Over here you can see this is how you create dynamic routes. This catch-all route and this is the optional catch-all route. I've already explained you how this works, right? If it has multiple routes after it, it will use this optional catch-all route, and this is the compulsory catch-all route. Don't need to worry about all of these things. We're not going to be needing this inside of this project, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me show you how this dynamic page works. Like for example, if I create a page.js file over here, let's say JSX, and I'm going to say RAFCE, let's say specialty page, and this will take the params over here, and we can say await. Make sure this is an asynchronous page if you're using it like this, but you know what, let me just use hooks over here. So I'm going to say await use params. Make sure to import it. And if you're using a hook inside of a component in Next.js, make sure you have written use client over here, right? There are two types of component in Next.js, server component and client component. So use params, the const params equals use params. And inside of this is where you can find whatever that you've written inside of over here. Like for example, if I say doctors / specialty, I'm gonna enter whatever, right? A, B, C, D, and press enter. Currently nothing will happen, but notice if I take this params, and actually if I take out specialty and just render it over here, colon, this is specialty, and go back. We cannot see it because it's hidden behind it. So actually what I'll do, I'll add a new file over here called layout.js, where we will add a layout for all of the routes that will be over here. So it will be very straightforward. Let me just bring it in, something like this. So it will have a container, margin horizontal auto, and margin vertical to be 20, and we will render all the children's inside of over here. I think I misspelled it. It should be specialty. Okay, now we should see it. Yes, there we go. If it was a server component, we would have taken the params over here, and we would have said like params await, and this will be an asynchronous component. So let's see. Yes, same thing, right? So something like this is how you can work with dynamic routes. Let's just close it for now. What I want to do is when I click on this credits button right here, it should take me to that /pricing page. Let's just create this /pricing page first. It'll be very simple. We'll just render the same thing that we've rendered on the home page. So I'm going to say new folder pricing. If you don't want to create this pricing page, again, this is optional for you. So page.jsx. So I'm going to say RAFCE. Let's call it pricing page. And I'm going to quickly create it because it's pretty simple. We are just going to be needing that pricing component over here. First of all, I'm going to be showing that go back button. So I'm going to have a link tag. Oops, make sure to import from next/link, and it will take us to the home page. We will have an arrow left icon with back to home text. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. Then I'm gonna have another div over here, and actually for this div I'll have class name of container, margin horizontal auto, some padding horizontal and padding vertical. Okay, now inside of this div, first of all we will have a badge, similar badge that we have been using up until now, affordable healthcare. Let's import this badge from the components folder. Then I'm gonna have an h1 tag which will have our gradient title class that we have created, so simple transparent pricing. And then we will have a paragraph tag over here with text large, text muted foreground, max width to be 2xl and mx auto. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's style this div a little bit. So I'll say class name to be max, width to be full, mx auto, margin bottom to be 12, and text is going to be center. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Looks very professional. Then we can just simply display our pricing table after it. So after this div, I'm going to say pricing table, pricing component that we have created. Let's see. Yes, something like this. And then below it, we can just probably add something like contact our support or similar. So I'm going to say questions. We're here to help. Contact our support team at support at whatever the name of your app is. So something like this, right? Looks very professional. Again, if you don't want to create this page, it's optional because we already have it inside of our homepage, but having a separate pricing page looks good, right? Well then, I think now is the time to go on and work on our onboarding page, right? If the user is unassigned, like the user role is unassigned, let me just do that first. So in the user table, I'll take the role and put it on unassigned, save one change. And now it should show us to select patient or apply as a doctor, right? So let's go back to VS Code. And here, I'm going to be creating a new folder for onboarding. So basically, onboarding works something like this. When you log in with a new user, like over here, I've created this new user called Jade. So it asks, like it gives you two options. You can join in as a patient or you can join as a doctor. When you click on this doctor button, it will give you this onboarding form, which you can fill and submit, and then admin needs to, approve your application. But if you click on join as patient or continue as patient, it will just onboard you onto your platform instantly and then send you to the doctor's page for booking a new appointment, right? So let's go back and actually let's create the server actions first. So I'm going to create a new file called onboarding.js. And the server action that we will be creating over here is to set the user role, right? We will get some form data, and this function will help us to set the role of the user as patient or as doctor. If they are doctor, then they will obviously require more information like specialty, experience, etc., etc. So, okay, let's first of all check if user is logged in or not. And this is something that we will do in most of the server actions. So I'm gonna take the await auth from clerk. So make sure to remove these. It should be clerk /next/server, and it should be use server since it's a server action, right? So await auth, I'll say const, and I'll take out the user ID from inside of it. And I'll check if user ID is not there, then the user is obviously unauthorized. But if it is there, then let's find the user inside of our database. And for that, we're gonna say const user equals await db.user.find unique, and we'll find the user inside of our database. If the user is not found, we're gonna throw the error user not found inside of our database. Okay, fine. Then let's get the role which will be provided to us inside this form data. So I'm going to say form data dot get, and we need to get the role field from inside of it. Let's store this inside of this role variable. Now let's check if this role is not patient or even doctor, right? So I'm gonna say if role is not present, and we're taking this array with patient and doctor, and I'm gonna check if role is included inside of both of these, right? If this array includes any one of these values that is present in the role, and I've put not over here. That means if not present, then we're gonna throw the error invalid role selection. Okay. And then we will make our API call to our database, right? So first of all, let's check for the patient, right? So if role is equals to patient, then we're gonna update our user, right? So I'll say await db, let me make sure to import db.user.update. And then inside of it, I'm gonna say where clerk user ID is this user ID right here. And then what we need to update? We need to update the role, right? So inside of data, I'm gonna say role, and role is going to be patient. That's all. Simply, we will refresh our homepage as well to reflect it. So after this, I'm going to say revalidate path, make sure to import it from next/cache and return success true with redirect to doctor's page. All right, cool. Now after this, if the role is equals to doctor, then we need to get all of these things that are being sent from this form data, right? Like specialty, experience, credential, URL, and description. These 4 things are the one that we will be requiring over here. So let me just take them out. So first of all, specialty, then I'm going to get the experience and I'm going to convert it into the integer from string. Then I'm going to get the credential URL, whatever link to their degree or something, and the description, right? So we have all of these 4 things. Now we need to store them inside of our database, but first we need to check if any of these is not present. So I'll say if not for all 4 of these, if these are not present, then all fields are required. We are going to give this error, right? And after this, simply I'm going to say await db dot user dot update. I'm going to update the user with this data. So I'll say where again, I'll find the user. So clerk user ID is going to be user ID. And then after it, we're going to say data. Inside the data, we're going to add all of this. So role to be doctor, all 4 of these things, and verification status is now going to be pending, right? After admin approves it to be either rejected or approved, only then the verification status will change, right? And then we can do this again. I'm going to add the revalidation. So after this, I'll say revalidate path, success true, and this will go to actually doctor/verification. If it's not verified, it will show that, it's pending. If it's like rejected, then it will show that the application has been rejected. Okay. Then in the end, in the error, I'm going to show the error, right? Console log, like console error, and throw new error. All right. And by the way, we're going to need one more server action to get the user. And it's going to be very similar to that check user that we have created, but this one is going to be a server action, right? So it's going to be needed whenever, we need to get some information about the user, like very minimal information. We don't need the transaction, and also we won't need to make that function call, like API call. So export async function, and I'll say get current user. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to check if user is logged in or not. So I'll just take the same thing and I'll paste it right here. And then I'm going to do a try catch block where I'll say db.user.find unique. Actually, we already have done this here. I'm just going to copy this up and I'll paste it right here. I'll take this and then I'll return the user, and then I'll invoke the console error if there's any. Right, so yeah, we're just going to be needing both of these server actions for now. And let's go back to this onboarding component and let's create the layout.jsx file. RAFCE onboarding layout. Now over here, we need to write some logic for redirecting the user with respect to if they're they are patient or doctor or admin. We will redirect them to the appropriate page. Right, but one more thing, we only need to give them the access to this page if the user is logged in. And let's just define our protected routes first inside of this middleware.js file. So to do that, what I'm going to do over here on the top, I'm going to say const is protected route. And over here, we need to define all the protected routes. So I'll take the create route matcher. So this comes from Clerk. And inside of this, we're going to be taking an array. And here we need to write all of the path that we need to keep as protected, right? So doctor's page, onboarding page, doctor, admin, our video call page, the appointments page, all these things, right? So now we need to make use of it inside of this Clerk middleware so that if the user is not logged in, it will stop the user right there. So I'll say async and I'll take the callback right here. I'll take the auth and request object. Inside of this, I'll take the current logged in user ID from this auth. So make sure, auth is coming from over here. We don't need to import it. And I'm going to say if not user ID, if user is not logged in, and if they are like on any of these routes, like both of these things are true. If they are not logged in and they're trying to access this, and this should be if. So over here, we're going to provide the request object. Then what are we going to do inside of this? We're going to get something called as redirect to sign in function from this auth. And then I'm going to say return redirect to sign in. So basically this will push them to the sign in page if they are not logged in right now. And then if they are logged in, then simply we're going to let them continue with their app. So next response dot next. This basically means that this will continue. The flow of the app will continue. All right, that is all. Let me just show you how this works. So let's just open an incognito window. And if I try to go to localhost onboarding, notice it will just push us to the sign in page. There we go, just like this. It has pushed us to this sign in page. Okay, let's close this. Now, first of all, let's define the metadata for this page. So I'm going to say export const metadata. Title will be onboarding -medimeet and description, whatever you want to keep it over here. So if I go to my app right here, onboarding, currently it says page not found because we have not created any page .jsx right here. Let's say RAFCE onboarding page, right? And in the layout, let's just say over here, the children, right? And I'm gonna be taking them from the props right here so that this will render the page right here. So let's see. Yes, onboarding layout. Now, with respect to the current situation of the user, we need to redirect them. So I'm gonna take this get current user that we just created server action, and this should be an asynchronous component. And first of all, I'm gonna check if user is logged in, if user is there, and then I'm gonna check if user role is patient, if user.role is equals to patient, right? Then we're just going to be redirecting them to /doctors, right? And oh, sorry, it should be right here. And keep in mind, this is when the user has selected their role, right? So I'm going to say else if user role is doctor, then I'm going to check two things, like if they're verified or if they are, still in verification state, like pending state, right? So I'm going to say if user.verification status equals verified, then redirect to the /doctors page, else just redirect them to /verification page, and then it will tell them if they have been rejected or they are still in the pending state, right? Otherwise, else, if none of this is true, if user is admin, user.role admin, then redirect them to the admin dashboard. Yeah, that's all. Let's see inside of our app. Now, our user is like unassigned, right? You can see the complete profile right here. So we won't see any of these affect our user because our role is not selected yet. So let's work on that. Okay. So over here above the children, I'm going to have another div. Let's keep these children over here. And then above this, I'll have a div which will contain the heading and the p tag. So I'll have the h1 over here, which will say welcome to MEDIMeet. Then I'll have a p tag, which will say tell us how you want to use the platform. Let's style this. I'm going to say class name to be container, margin horizontal to be auto so that everything is in the middle, padding horizontal to be 4, and padding y to be 12. For this div, let's just give it some fixed width. So I'll say max width to be 3xl, so it doesn't go beyond that. We want it to be displayed at the very middle, right? MX auto so that it's in the very middle. So, and for this one, I'll say class name to be text center again, so the text is in the very center, and margin bottom to be 10, like above these children, right? Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. Let's style this h1. So I'll say class name to be text 3xl, font bold, text is going to be white, margin bottom to be 2. Now, if you want, you can keep that gradient title that we have created earlier, the gradient title class, like something like this. If I say gradient title, notice it will look something like this, but I just want it to be white over here. Then for the paragraph, let's keep it a little subtle. So I'll say class name to be text muted foreground and text large. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Probably we can keep it, in gradient title. So let's just do that. Gradient title, probably text 4xl. Yeah, I think this looks good. If we remove this text white and font bold, nothing changes. All right, let's just do for the medium screen text 4xl and the smaller screens text 3xl. Now inside of this page.jsx is where we are going to be writing the logic for selecting the role. So first of all, this is going to be a client component, right? So I'm gonna write use client over here because we're going to be using hooks and stuff. Now, first thing first, we're going to be needing a state to store the current step, right? So there are going to be two steps over here. Notice first is this screen where we need to select the role. This is just single action, but in this we require two steps, right? If I click on it, this is the step 2 where it shows the doctor's profile. So I'm going to be taking use state over here. So use state is obviously like a variable in React, right? Here you store the value and you use set step or this second function over here to change the value. So currently we are on this choose role step. All right. And by the way, as I mentioned in the beginning of this video, that we're going to be using React Hook Form and Zod to create forms inside of our application. So let's go on and install it, and I'll show you what this is. So basically React Hook Form and Zod will help us manage the form without writing a lot of things. So I'll say npm install React Hook Form. It will help us to manage the data and stuff inside of our app, and Zod will help us create the schema of our app, the structure of our app, and basically writing the validations and providing the error inside of our app, right? And we also need at hook form /resolvers to basically connect React Hook Form with Zod. And I think this will fail because we have to also say --legacy -peer -deps and press enter now. So properly it will install. All right, there we go. So let's see how we can use these. First of all, to use React Hook Form, we have a hook called use form, which comes from React Hook Form. Oops, use form. Yes. Notice it's imported just like this. And this will return us a few things. But first, inside of this use form, we have to write resolver over here, which will take the Zod resolver, which will be imported from at hook form /resolver /Zod. And this is where we will put the schema or the structure of our app. So let's call it doctor form schema. So right over here, I'm going to say const doctor form schema. And notice I'm going to import Z from Zod or Z from Zod, and I'm going to say object. So basically inside of this is where we will be writing all the different things that are inside of our form. So let's see, if I go to my deployed app, we have like the ability to select the specialty, years of experience, link to the credentials, and description of the services. Okay, so first of all, specialty, and inside of this we can say Z dot the type, right? So it's going to be string. Then we can provide more information or add the validations. So I'm going to say minimum going to be 1 length required, right? So if that is not provided to us, I'm going to give the error specialty is required. Then I'm going to say experience. I'll say Z dot, so experience is going to be number. So I'll say number, and then we can provide the minimum and maximum value that this can have. So I'll say minimum 1 and maximum can be 70, right? If you want, you can change this as well according to you. Otherwise, we will give this error if it's less than this or if it's more than this. Then after that, credential URL, and it should be a URL, right? So I'll say credential URL Z dot string, and I'll say it should be a URL. Else we will give the error, please enter a valid URL. And if it's a URL, but it's less than 1 character, which I don't know if it's possible or not, then we'll give this error, credential URL is required. So we're covering both of these cases. And notice how easy it is to write these things using, Zod. If we were to write this, all of these things custom inside of our app, it would have been a nightmare, right? And then it's going to be description, minimum 20, maximum 1000 characters. Okay, then. Now after this, you can also provide the default values over here. Like for example, I'm going to say specialty empty, experience undefined, credential URL, and description. Now, what does this return to us? You can see there are a bunch of different fields over here, but the most important ones are register, which will connect us with the input field, connect hook form or React hook form with the input field, and the handle submit, which will help us to submit our form and will trigger this. Apart from that, we have something called as form state. Inside of this, we have a bunch of different things like while form is loading, like if it's submitted, is valid, right? But what we need over here is the errors. It will show us the field-wise errors, and I'll show you how we're going to be using it. Then there's set value if you want to set a custom value for any field. Then there's watch, which can monitor a particular field and perform actions accordingly. Like for example, if I want to monitor the specialty field, I'm going to put it inside a specialty value, and then we will change the value accordingly. Okay. You know what? Let's just first go on and create the first step, which is choosing the role. So I'll say if step is equals to choose dash role, right? Then we'll perform some action. But if there's another step, which we can call as doctor form, we will perform something else, right? So for now, I'm going to return empty fragments over here, or let's just say doctor form for now, right? And over here, I'm going to return a card component. So card component, make sure to import it. Let's just take it from Shadcn UI's docs. So this card component is very important. You might have realized we're using this in so many places. Let's remove the card footer. We are not going to be needing this. make sure to import all of these other things from our components folder. Now, actually, there are going to be two cards over here, right? So instead of putting these title and description over here, I'm just going to take them, remove this card header, and I'll put them inside of card content. It will make sense in just a moment. Let me just write it out. And let me wrap this with a div. I'll put this right here so that we can add one more card below it. Now this div is going to be having class of grid, obviously, since we're going to be showing two cards over here. And smaller screens, it will be one column, and the bigger screens, it will be two columns. Gap is going to be 6 between them. Okay, let's give this title of join as a patient, and the description can be book appointments, consult with doctors, and manage your healthcare journey. Okay, and then we can also have a button component from Shadcn UI over here, which will say continue as a patient. Let's see how this looks currently. Okay, something like this. Let's just style this a little bit. First of all, for our card, I'm going to say border emerald 900. And when we hover on it, border emerald is going to be 700. Some cursor pointer and transition all when we hover on it. So yeah, something like this. For our card content, let's just give it the padding top of 6, padding bottom of 6, and display flex column, so that we see them from top to bottom. Item center and text to be center so that they appear in the very middle, just like this. Let's just have a user icon over here as well. So just like before, we will provide a circle around it, circle around the icon. So I'm going to say a user icon imported from user React, height and width of 8 and text emerald 400. But we will show a circle around it. So I'm going to say padding 4, background emerald 900, rounded full, and margin bottom to be 4. Something like this. We did it in our home page as well. Similarly, we styled our button something like this, width full, margin top to be 2, background emerald 600, and on hover, it will be 700. So it looks something like this. Okay, now when it comes to the card and description, like title and description, let's style this a little bit more. So we're going to say text Excel, font to be semi-bold, text white, and margin bottom to be 2. And for the description, we can just simply give margin bottom to be 4. And let's see. Yes, something like this. Similarly, I'm just going to copy this card over here and paste it again for the doctor. For doctor, we can say stethoscope icon. So let's import it from Lucid React. I'll say join as a doctor. And over here, I'm going to say create your professional profile, set your availability, and provide consultations. In the end, I'll say continue as a doctor. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Now, before adding the functionality to these, what I want to do is I want to configure my APIs that I've created, like this, specifically this set user role API. How are we going to be calling them right here? When we click on, like, for example, patient, we need to make the API call, right? And if you have built a React application before, you know, it's sort of a pain. We have to create like a data state. We have to create error state. We have to manage loading state, a bunch of different things, right? Instead of doing those things again and again, let's just go and create a custom hook over here, right? So I'm going to create a new new folder called hooks. And inside this, I'm going to be creating a use fetch.jsx. And creating custom hooks is a very important skill as a React developer. So make sure that you practice this a lot. And I've again covered a lot of these in my front-end interview preparation course as well. So you can check that out from the link in the description down below. So let's say for this one, I'll say const use fetch equals whatever this is, right? This is basically a normal function, and I'm going to take a callback inside of it, which is going to be basically a API call, in this case, our create project call. So what will this contain? It will contain the 3 states that I just discussed: data, loading, and error, right? All of these 3 states, which we create again and again when we have to do an API call. Let's create a fn function over here, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, which is the only thing that we would be needing to call in the end when we have to trigger an API call. And we will write all of our logic inside of it, which we are going to reuse again and again, right? And in the end, I'm going to return data, loading, error, and this function right here. And also, if we want to, manipulate this data from outside, I'm just going to send this set data as well. And I'll say export default use fetch. What's going on over here? Let me just import use state, just like this. Okay. Now inside of this function over here, first of all, before fetching our API, we're going to say set loading to true and set error to null, right? Oops, sorry, it is export default, not export delete. Yeah, so set loading and set error by default values, this will be true and this will be null. Then inside this, I'm going to have a try catch block for handling our errors and all. Inside the try block, I'm going to say const response equals await callback, whatever this callback is. And let's say if you want to provide it with some extra arguments, I'm going to take this args from over here and provide it inside of this args. Then I'll say set data to whatever the response that we get from it. So I'll say response and set error to be null. But what if we do get any error over here? Then I'll say set error to be error. Now after this set error, I'm going to be saying toast.error error.message. Make sure to import it from Sonar, right? And after this, I'll say finally and set the loading to false. Cool. Now in the end, we just need to return all of these things. So data, loading, error, function that can be called, and the set data is optional if you want to return this or not. If you want to manually set some response, you can use it later on. Okay, let's go back. And now right here, how do we take this set user role function? Now you can see this takes this callback as an input, right? That is the server action as an input. So right here, right below over here, I'm going to say use fetch. Let's import it from our hooks folder. Inside of this, I'm going to give set user role server action, right? Import that as well. Const, it will provide us a bunch of different things like data, function, loading, right? If you want, you can take error as well. But since we are handling the errors right here, it will just show us the toast directly. And also to configure this toast, what you have to do, go to your layout.js file, and right here, you have to add the toaster component from Shadcn UI. Make sure to import it from Sonar and give it rich colors so that it shows different colors for different types of toasts. Okay, let's rename this function to be submit user role. And when we are calling this accordingly, we can show the loading and stuff as well. So using this, we can write a function for submitting the patient role, right? So I'll say const handle patient selection. And this will be an asynchronous function, obviously. Inside of this, I'll first of all check if it's already loading, right? If it's already submitting, then we're going to return, right? Otherwise, we will provide the data back to the API in form of form data, right? If you notice, we have written it just like this. We're providing the form data. And inside this form data, I'm going to set the role key, right? So I'll say form data dot append, and I'll say role. And the reason why I've taken form data over here, because obviously we're going to be sending the form data in while we're submitting doctor's role as well. So this will be compatible here as well. So I'll just provide the role to be patient. And then after this, we can simply say await submit user role, this function that we are taking over here, and we can just provide it the form data. Now, what will happen after this is when this is triggered, it will trigger the loading to be true. So we also need to show the loading over here, right? So over here in the button, let's just take a curly braces over here. I'll just put it in a string. And I'm going to say if loading is true, then I'm going to show the loader icon just like this from Lucid React. And I'll say or show this text. So import this loader2 icon with height width to be 4 and animate spin. This is our Tailwind CSS class. And I'll say, let's just say processing ... let me just take this inside of a fragment just like this. Okay. Also, we want to disable this button when there's loading going on. So I'm going to say disabled equals loading. And when we click on this card, so over here in this card, I'm going to be adding an on click. So I'll say on click will be in callback function. And I'll say if it's not loading and handle patient selection, right? If it's not loading, we're going to trigger this handle patient selection function that we have created. Now it is loading. That's fine. But when the data is populated, I want to show that, yeah, the role has been selected, right? So I'm going to say use effect over here. And if you don't know what use effect is, basically takes a callback and a dependency array over here. If the dependency array changes, if it's empty first of all, it will trigger when the component loads. If anything inside of it is there, like for example, in this case, I'm going to put the data. If data changes, then this will be triggered. So I'm going to check if data has something and data dot success has something. If it's true, I mean, let's just put the conditional chaining over here as well. Then what we're going to do, I'm going to say router dot push to data dot redirect. So we're sending the slash doctors page, right? So we need to also initialize this router over here. So I'll say const router equals use router. Make sure to import from next/navigation. So this will push us to that particular page. If you want, you can also show the toast message. So I'll say toast.success role selected, something like this. Cool, then I guess let's go on and try it out. What do you say? If I just choose doctor, you will see, I guess it will, oh sorry, we have not added the on click over here. So for the doctor, I'm going to say if loading is not true and set step will be doctor form, right? Then it's going to push us to the next step. So if I just try to click on it again, see doctor form, right? Let me just refresh the page again. And let's try out the API call that we've written for the patient. So if I click on join as patient, you can see processing and role selected, and it should push us now to /doctors page. Amazing. Let's check out our database. So here's our user, and yes, the role selected is patient. Let me just put it back to unassigned, else it will not allow us. Let's just try out the redirection as well. If I try to go to onboarding page, it should just automatically push me to /doctors page. Oh, redirect is not defined. Where is it not defined? Let's see, inside of onboard. Is this where it's not defined? No, it's actually right here inside of our layout.jsx. So make sure to import it from next/navigation. And now if I try to go on this page again, see, now it's redirecting us to /doctors. It's good to test out the features that you have just built. It helps us to, catch bugs early. So, okay, let's go back over here on this page. And by the way, let's just disable this continue as doctor step as well when we are loading. So it will be disabled. Cool. Let's go on and work on this doctor form now. So first of all, let me just copy this card because it's going to be a similar format. So instead of these fragments right here, I'm going to paste this card and this icon. Let me wrap this whole thing like this title and description in this div. Let me just say class name to be margin bottom of 6, because below this is where we are going to be creating our form, right? So I'll just put a form tag over here. Let's remove this on click, and here let's just keep this border only, no hover and stuff, because this is not going to be clickable, and only padding top to be 6. So let me just remove this. This can be, the title can be complete your doctor profile, and let me just put that title to be 2XL, font to be bold, and for the card description, this is just going to be please provide your professional details for verification. Let me remove this margin bottom. Let's see how it looks. Let me just change the status back to unassigned so that we can work on it. And now if I go back and try to go to onboarding page. Okay, now if I click on join as doctor, you can see we have the title and the description. Now inside of this form, we're gonna have 4 things, right? The specialty, experience, credential, and description. So first of all, for the specialties, we have all of these set, we have taken almost all types of categories over here. So let's just keep them as a static inside of our app. So what you can do, you can just, get this data from my GitHub repository. So over here in the lib in data.js, actually this specialties.js, this is where I've kept this JSON. So just copy it up, and inside of lib, let's create a new file called specialties.js and paste this right here. So simply it's just different categories with different icons, right? This will be used in multiple places in our specialties page as well, where we will list all the doctor's specialty. If you want, you can keep this as part of your backend as well, like you can create APIs and stuff. But just to keep things simple, I have kept it as a static data right here because it covers almost all types of categories. So now inside of this form, the first div will be for the specialty, and for this form, I'm just gonna give this a class name of space y to be 6 so that it has some gap between all of these divs that it has. So inside this div, first of all, I'm going to take the label that I have installed from Shadcn UI. So label, make sure to import from /components right here, and medical specialty. And this will be for a select icon, right? So I'm going to say HTML for specialty, and let's give this the class name of space y to be 2. Now let's take a select from Shadcn UI. So if I go back to Shadcn UI, right here, we have this select component, which looks something like this, right? So we need this. Let's copy this up and paste it right here. I'm gonna import select trigger, select value, select content, and select item. Let's keep the trigger ID has specialty so it can connect with it. Select value right here can have the placeholder of select your specialty, and inside of this we are going to have different specialty items with respect to what we have taken right here, right? So we're going to do map over here. So I'm going to say specialties dot map. Make sure to import it from over there, and inside of it I'm going to take each and every specialty. So let's say spec, I'll say return, and return this select item right here. Right, let's change a few things. So first of all, we need some key since we're doing map over here. So I'll take the spec.name, value, spec.name, and some class name, flex, item center, and gap to be 2 because they're going to be an icon and the name for it. So I'm just going to put the spec.icon over here and spec.name. Let's see how this looks. Just make sure that you have imported all of these things. So notice it looks something like this. Obviously, we have to style this a little bit. I think let's just take this class name and put a div over here, and we can just put this like this class name inside of this div, and it should be fine. Yes, now it's fine. Cool then. And also to set the value in the set, like select, we're gonna say on value change. It will give us the current value that has been selected, and I'll say set value, the one that we have taken from right here, and I'm gonna say for the specialty field and select the value, and value will obviously be the selected this specialty value right here, right? From right here that we are watching. So this is the role of watch and set value over here, because this set like select component is third-party component, right? From Shadcn UI. That's why we have to do these things. And also we have to handle the error as well. So below this select, I'm going to use the errors that we have taken from React hook form, and I'll say specialty. If this has any error, then I'm going to display a p tag. So just like this, and I'm going to render errors dot specialty. Oops, as errors dot specialty dot message. Let's give this some class name over here as well of text small, font medium, and text red 500 with margin top of 1. All right. Next will be for the years of experience. So I'll just copy this div over here and paste it below it. This one is going to be years of experience and HTML for experience. Let's remove the select. We're not going to be needing the select over here. But for the error, it's going to be for the experience. Now below, like between this, we're going to be showing an input tag from Shadcn UI. So import it from @/components. Inside of this, I'll put the ID as experience. The type will be number. Placeholder can be like something, we can give an example over here. So example 5. And now to connect this field with our use form, we're going to be using register. As I showed you, we've taken this register, right? And we need to tell it what field this is going to represent. So it's going to be for the experience. So you can see it will give us all of the suggestions right here, right? So we can choose experience, and we can say value as number to be true. So it takes the input as a number. Let's go back and see. Yes, something like this. Okay, now next we have the credential documents. Then after this, we will input the link to credentials. So let me just copy this and paste this again. It will be very similar to this one. Let's call it link to credential documents and credential URL. Let's copy and paste this over here as well. Type is going to be URL. Placeholder, you can probably give something like an example.com link. In the register, this will be URL. So let's remove this, and I'm going to say credential URL. Over here, we can say credential URL, and we can just add a small message like provide link to your medical degree or certification. Let's see. Yes. Then after this, very similar to the above, we're going to have the description of your services. Again, HTML for description. This time we're going to have the text area because we want the larger input, right? So instead of input, we can use text area. Again, this will also come from Shadcn UI, so make sure to import it. You can add some placeholder like describe your expertise. Rows is going to be 4. This is customizable, and register description. Like everything is same. And again, for the error as well, description. So let's see if I click on over here. Yes, looks good. Let's add a button over here for submitting our form. So right below this div, I'm going to have a button. This will be for back. And let's take another button over here. This will be submit for verification. And actually, for this button, I'm going to be taking similar to this, like loading, right? So over here, I'm going to say if loading is true, show the loading. Instead of processing, I'm going to say submitting. And right here, I'll say submit for verification. This button will be of type submit. Class name will be similar to what we have done above, and disabled when loading is going on. For this back button right here, it's going to be pretty straightforward type button because we don't want it to submit the form, right? Variant outline. On click, it will set the step back to choose role. Class name will be border emerald 900 with 30 opacity, and it will be disabled when loading. So let's see, what do we have here? Let's refresh this. Let's click on this, and yes, if I click on back, it goes back. Okay, let's give this some styling. Padding top to be 2, display flex, items to be center, and justify between, so that we have these just right there. All right, so now let's work on the submission of this form. So over here in the form, I'm going to say on submit, and we will use that handle submit that we have taken from right here, right? So, but this takes a callback over here as well, or a function. Let's just call it on doctor submit, right? Obviously this does not exist, so let's create it right here. Const on doctor submit. This will be an asynchronous function. Let's bring it over here. Async. So inside of this function, I'm going to be taking the data, right? So it will provide us the data automatically from this handle submit, right? So inside of it, first of all, again, if it's loading, I'm going to return. Otherwise, I'm going to create a new form data over here. Then inside of this, I'm going to append a bunch of different things, like for example, role, specialty. I'm going to take it from data.specialty, experience, credential URL, description, etc. right? And then simply, just like above, I'm going to submit it, right? Something like this. So yeah, I think that should be enough. Let's go on and try it out. I'm going to click on over here. Let's select my specialty. Let's say general medicine. Experience, I'm going to put 3. Let's put any random URL for now. Description, I provide very good tactics to tackle your fevers, whatever, right? You can write it anything over here. Let's click on submit for verification. Okay, this says this is required, but I've already provided it. What's wrong? Let's see, what did we write wrong over here? So I've taken watch here, that's fine. We're providing the value, on value change, it's taking the value and providing to the specialty. I think now it's correct. I think I made the spelling mistake. Anyways, now I think it will work. Let's try it out again. General medicine. It's not getting selected. What's wrong? I think I've written specialty over here. Let's make it specialty instead of a specialty. Let's try again. Yes, now we're able to select it. Say 3 years and some random link and click on submit for verification. Submitting. Let's see. So role selected. Awesome. It should now route us to /doctor/verification. Yes, just like this. Let's check out our database now. So if I refresh the page, they should have selected the role and added the doctor information. So let's see. Yeah, the role is doctor. And after this, we have yes, general medicine, experience, credential URL, and description. Amazing. And you can see verification status is pending. Great, then let's go and build this verification page so that we can show the user or the doctor that they are currently in the verification phase. So over here, I'm going to be creating another folder for doctor, and I'll create a new folder for verification. Now inside this doctor, I'm going to create a new file for layout.js or JSX, whatever, AFCE doctor dashboard layout, right? And simply over here, we can set the metadata to doctor dashboard with the name of our app and some description. Okay, so over here, we'll be taking children, obviously, because we want to render everything inside of the page.jsx file. Over here, let's render them right here. Now, one thing that I want to do, I want to create a reusable page header component, because if I show you inside of my deployed app, in multiple places inside of our app, we will have this sort of UI, a title with an icon and the back to home button right here. If I go to a certain doctor, you can see over here as well, we can see this similar UI, right? So this is something that I will be using multiple places. So let's go on and create this UI first so that we can use it in multiple places. So inside of my components folder, I'm going to create a new file called page-header.jsx, RAFCE, page header. And this will take a few things inside of the props. First is going to be the icon that will be displayed, the title that will be displayed, the backlink when we click on back button where it is supposed to go, and the back label, right? By default, it's back to home. Now inside this dev, first of all, we're going to have the link tag for going to back, right? So I'll have link and I'll import it from next/link and a button from ./UI. with this arrow left icon from Lucid React, right? So this will enable us to go back. And actually in this div, I'm going to give this some class name of display flex column, justify between, and some gap of 5 between them, which with margin bot of 8. Okay, so it's pretty simple. Now below this link right here, I'm going to have our div, display flex items and gap to be 2 between them, right? Simply we're going to have an icon. If an icon is provided, then we're going to say react.clone element an icon, so that we can provide the class name, right? Because this is not a component that we can render using the angled brackets, and give it the text emerald 400, and the h1 will be the title simply. So how do we use it? Let's take it, and if I go back over here in the layout, I'll import page header, import it from just like this. And let's say if I want to provide the icon of stethoscope, I can provide it like this. I can say title equals doctor dash board. For this div, I'm going to give the class name of container mx auto, padding horizontal of 4 and padding vertical of 8. Let's see. Oh yeah, we won't see anything because we have not added the page.jsx. So instead of the verification, I'm going to add page.jsx. RAFCE, let's say verification page. Save it and go back. Yeah, there we go. It looks awesome. We have this back button over here with this title and the icon. It's fully customizable. So now we don't have to write that code again and again to create this UI right here. All right, now with the respect to current situation, let's build this verification page. Right, so first of all, we will need the information of the user. So I'm going to be taking this get current user server action that we have created, and this will be an asynchronous component. Sorry, I mean server component, not asynchronous component. And I'll check if user is already verified, right? Verification status is equals to verified by the admin. Then we're gonna redirect them. So import it from next/navigation. So obviously our doctor is not verified, so we will remain over here. We will check if they are rejected or not. So I'll say const is rejected equals user.verification is equals to rejected. This will be true then. All right. If none of them is true, we're gonna show the pending state. Otherwise, we're gonna show the rejected state, right, with respect to this variable. So first of all, for this div, I'm gonna take the class name of container as usual, mx auto, some padding horizontal of 4, padding vertical of 12, just like every time. Then inside of this, I'm gonna say this will have a certain fixed width, max width of 2xl and mx auto, so it's in the very middle. And then we will take the card component over here. So let's take the card component over here from Shadcn UI, paste it. We won't be needing the card footer. For this card, I think, yes, just remove this. For this card, I need border emerald 900 with 20 opacity, and card header will keep everything in the center, so text center. Let's just show first an icon over here with respect to if user is rejected or not. So I'm gonna have a div. Inside of this, I'm gonna check is rejected. Is rejected is true. Then I'm gonna show the X circle icon. Let's import from Lucid React. Else I'll show clipboard check icon. So let me show you over here. Also make sure to import all of these card components. So yeah, something like this. Currently it's in pending state, so it's showing clipboard check icon. With respect to that, we will also show the color. So over here in the class name, I'm going to say mx auto, padding to be 4. And if is rejected is true, then I'm going to show background red 900 with 20 opacity. Else I'm going to show background amber 900 with 20 opacity. Rounded will be full, margin bottom will be 4, and width will be fit. So this is basically the background for this, something like this. Similarly, we will display the title as well with respect to if they are rejected or not. If they are rejected, verification declined, else verification in progress. Same for the card description over here as well. If rejected, unfortunately, your application needs revision. Else, thank you for submitting your application. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Below this, we can show the card content related to what user needs to do next, right? So over here, let me just remove this. I'll say is rejected. If this is the case, then I will show something over here inside of our div. Let's just take our div only, div. Else I'll show another div. All right. Now if they are rejected, I'm gonna show the alert circle icon with height 5, width 5, text at 400, margin right to be 3, margin top to be 0.5, and flex shrink to be 0. And below it, we can just provide them some text over here, right? This is not really important. It's just some static content that you can add and customize according to you. That our administrative team has reviewed your application, found it to not meet our current requirements, blah, 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 what they can do to improve it, some paragraph tag, right? Simple enough. For this div, I can just give class name of background red 900, some border red 900, because they are rejected, right? So I will show mostly things as red, rounded large, padding to be 4, margin bottom to be 6, flex and items to be start. But if they are in pending state, right? So we're going to show something else. We're going to say alert circle with, again, amber color. In the paragraph, you can just simply say your profile is currently under review, blah, blah, blah. See, something like this. Let's provide this div some class name, like same as this one. So I'll just copy this, paste it right here. Instead of red, it will be amber. So let's see again. Yes, something like this. It looks much better. Let's show more details below it, like what they can do now. So after this, I'm going to have a paragraph. If they're rejected, you can update your doctor profile and resubmit for verification. Otherwise, while you wait, you can familiarize yourself with our platform or reach out to our support team. Okay, then let's just show some CTA over here. So inside that div, I'll have a class name of display flex column. In the bigger screen, flex is going to be row. For the buttons, some gap of 4 between them and justify to be center. Now inside this div, we're simply going to be showing a button which will say return to home, right? Meanwhile, they are waiting for their application to be completed. Now, one thing that I've missed over here that I have intentionally left is the ability to resubmit the application, right? If it is rejected. So what you can do, probably you can, when the application is rejected, you can allow them to edit their form, right? So this is an assignment which you can, perform after completing this project. Just try to learn different things first, then you can try to do this assignment first. And if you're not able to do it, just let me know in the comments down below. It's very simple, right? Or probably you can make use of ChatGPT as well. So let's see how this looks. There we go. Something like this, right? This looks awesome. Wait, I cannot see the button over here. Oh, it's because I've imported link from Lucid React. Make sure to import your link from next/link. And yes, now we can see return to home button right here. Probably you can give it background emerald 900, something like this. Okay, so we have successfully completed our verification page as well. Now, let's first go on and work on our admin page so that we can approve the doctor's application, and which will result in them being listed inside of our platform. Is there a lot of space over here? Let's just remove this padding Y12 here, right? Now it looks better. Okay, cool. So first of all, to work on our admin page, let's go on and create the server actions for it. So I'm going to create admin.js server action file. I'll say use server. And first of all, I'll just create a server action which verifies if the user is admin or not, right? So first of all, I'm going to check if user is logged in. So make sure to import this auth from Clerk to check if user is logged in. After that, we will check if user is actually admin or not. So I'll say try catch block. Again, it will be very similar to what we have done already. So we're going to take the user information from our DB. So db.user.find unique. You already know all of these things. And return user.role equals admin, right? We're going to check over here if user is admin or not. Otherwise, we can simply throw the error just like this. And by the way, this is how our admin page is going to be looking like if you don't remember. We have this page header that we had created. We have two tabs over here. One which is going to be verifying doctors for pending verification. Another is going to be for managing the doctors, right? If you want to suspend some doctor, if you want to search them, etc. So, okay, let's start and continue writing our server actions. So first of all, to get all the pending doctors, I'm going to write get pending doctors function. First of all, I'm going to check is the user that is logged in admin or not. So I'm going to make use of this verify admin function or server action. So I'll say await verify admin, and this provides us true or false. If it's not true, then we're going to throw the error. Okay. Otherwise, I'm going to do a try catch block over here, and I'm going to call our database. Const pending doctors equals await db.user.find many. So this time I'm finding many records from our database where the role will be doctor and the verification status is going to be pending, right? Then after this, order by, we can order it by ascending, descending, whatever, right? So I'll say created at date is going to be descending. D is going to be small over here. Okay, so this should give us all of the doctors over here, and I'm going to return the doctors array with this pending doctors. And then in the end, I'll say in the catch, throw new error, fetch, like fail to fetch pending doctors. Then after that, we also need to get the verified doctors. So I'm going to write that server action over here. Like it'll be very similar to this one. So let me actually just copy everything that is inside of over here and paste it. The only change will be instead of pending, I'll say verified and I'll say ascending order of creation. And let's rename it to verified doctors. Instead of pending here, I'll say verified doctors. Then we need to write a function to update the doctor's status, right? Like if they're in pending state, we need to either reject or verify them. So update doctor status, and this will provide us with the form data. Now inside this form data, we'll get two things. One, the doctor ID, and second, the status of like the status that we want to make of that particular doctor. So again, first of all, I'm going to check if this user is admin or not. We need to add these checks in every single one of these so that no one can access our application, right? And then I'm going to take out the doctor ID and status from this form data that we have been provided from the front end. And then I'm going to check if this is legit or not. So I'll say if doctor ID is not present or status is not verified or rejected, then I'm going to throw the error invalid input. Okay. Then I'm going to have a try catch block where I'm going to update the user, right? So I'm going to say db.user.update where ID is doctor ID and data is whatever the status that you want to keep it. Then I'll say revalidate path. I want to refetch the admin data. And then I'm going to return the success to be true. In the error, I'll just throw the error that failed to update doctor status. Now, similarly, we are going to have one more functionality, right? Over here, we can suspend the doctor. So if I just click on it and approve a doctor, go to doctors here. And if I click on suspend, we can also suspend the doctors from over here, right? So let's create a separate function. So actually you can like merge both of these logics in one single function, but just to keep things clear for you guys, for probably some of you might be beginners as well, right? So I wanted to keep separate functions for both of these just to keep it clear. So update doctor active status. You know, when you write functions again and again, you get better idea, but I would highly recommend you guys to, you know, merge both of these. So yeah, we are verifying for the admin. Then I'm going to say if doctor ID is present, and this will give us this suspend key as well. Like if suspend is true, then we're supposed to suspend the doctor. Okay, now let's check if doctor ID is not present. I'm going to throw the error. Then in the try catch block, I'll say if suspend is true, then keep it back to pending, else verified. Then again, exactly the same. I'm going to update the doctor status to this, right? And after this, I will revalidate admin and return success to be true. And then I'm going to throw the error, fail to update doctor status. Awesome. So these are all the server action that we will be using for now. Let's just go on and create our admin page. So over here, I'm going to create a new folder called admin. Inside this, I'll say layout.js file. So I'm going to say RAFCE admin layout. Let's give this page some metadata like admin settings, MediMeet, and manage doctors, patients, and platform settings. Now we need to actually again check if this is the admin who's trying to access this, right? So I'm going to take this verify admin function that we had created like server action. Let's make this an asynchronous component, and I'm going to check if not is admin, then I'll redirect them, right? So redirect, make sure to import it from next/navigation to /onboarding. Right, and from there they can be routed to wherever, like if they're patient to doctor's page, if they're doctor to their own dashboard. Inside this div, first of all, for this div, I'll have class name of container, margin horizontal to be auto, padding horizontal to be 4, and padding vertical to be 8. Right, and then inside of it, I'll use that page header component that we had created, the reusable page header component, and here I'll give the icon to be shield check and the title to be admin settings. Okay, now after this, we are going to be using a tabs component. So if you notice, these are basically tabs over here, right? And we have a separate component in Shadcn UI for using tabs. So right over here, you can see something like this, right? So we are going to be making use of this. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. Now this tabs content is something that we will keep inside of our page file. So over here, I'll just say children, and I'll take this children from right here, and let's just create a page.js .jsx file as well, RAFCE admin page. For now, I'll just keep it like this, or rather, let me just take both of these tabs from over here, and I'm gonna paste them right here for now, right? Let's just make sure to import it, and over here as well, let's just import this tabs list, tabs trigger, and let's see how this looks currently. So I'll go to /admin, and I don't think this user is admin, right? So we should rather like create some other admin account. So I've logged in with another user over here, and actually, let's see. Yep, there they are. Let's just make this user an admin so that we are now able to access /admin page. Yes, you can see admin dashboard and all of these things that we have just created. If I click on password or account, you can see it changes accordingly, right? So let's improve the UI now. So tabs trigger is basically these buttons right here, account and password, that have been kept over here by default. But here I'm gonna keep like pending verification and the list of doctors, right? So pending verification and doctors. And actually I'll say I'll have an icon over here for alert circle. Make sure to import from Lucid React, and then pending verification with some height and width for it. Same for doctors over here. I'll keep a user's icon with doctors. Make sure to import it from Lucid React. Let's style this a little bit. First of all, both of them is going to be having value. This one is going to be having a value pending. This one is going to be having a value of doctors. And for this tab right here, I'm going to be saying display grid column 1 in smaller screens, and in the bigger screens, I'm saying grid columns 4, because this part right here, this tab, if you notice, it was left and right inside of our admin panel. Let me just show you again. See, these are admin panel, right? So this takes 1 space and this takes 3 space in the bigger screens, right? In smaller screens, they'll be top to bottom. So that's why we've kept grid columns 4. So when it comes to this to-do list, I'm going to be saying in the bigger screens, column span to be 1. That is, just take 1 space of this grid columns 4, right? Background muted 30, some border around it, some height of 14. In the medium screens, it will be height of 28. Display flex. In smaller screens, it will be flex row. In bigger screens, flex column. Just for all of these, width full, some padding. In bigger screens, there will be less padding. Rounded medium around the side, right? Space Y to be 2 between them. And in the smaller screens, it will be horizontal, so space X to be 2. And space X will be 0 in the bigger screens, right? So let's see how this looks over here. Yes, something like this. It looks as follows. And so over here, you can see in the tabs content, the value has been changed. So for now, I'll just keep this pending, and I'll keep this doctors over here, and I'll just say pending and doctors. So now if you go on and change this, so I think, yeah, we have to give this style as well, right? So over here, for children, I'll just wrap it in a div. And for this div, I'm going to give the class name of, in the medium screens, this will have column span to be 3. So yeah, now you can see it. Yeah, if you change the tabs, it will change accordingly. Let's style this a little bit more. For this tabs trigger, I'm going to be saying display flex to be 1, so it takes all of the available space. In the bigger screens, display flex, items to be center, and justify to be start. And some horizontal padding and some vertical padding as well. Same styling for this one as well. So if we go back, notice it looks much better now. Great, then let's go inside of our page.jsx file and let's fetch our data first. So we need to get 2 things like pending doctors and verified doctors. And since it's a server action, let's just use promise.all, since we're going to be needing both of them right here. And again, things like this promise.all and everything, like I've covered in my front-end interview preparation course. If you do not have good amount of knowledge of JavaScript, I would highly recommend you to check that out. But anyways, promise.all make sure that both of your API calls get resolved. So get pending doctors, comma, get verified doctors. After this has been resolved, it will return us an array, right? Something like this. Here, I'm going to be taking both of these datas out. And now for both of them, I'm going to be creating components, right? So for example, for pending doctors right here, first of all, let me just put it in a fragment instead of a div. And the class name is going to be some border none and padding to be 0. Same for the doctors as well. Oh, and by the way, this is the promise, right? So make sure to put await over here, and this will be an asynchronous component. Okay, nothing changed. I guess we need to provide some default value to these tabs. So by default, the pending tab will be open. right, when the page loads. Okay, so now we're going to be creating two components over here. One is going to be for the pending doctors, where we'll provide this pending doctors data.doctors, and another will be for the verified doctors, right? Obviously these don't exist yet, so I'm going to be creating a new folder, underscore components. So notice I'm using underscore because I don't want this to be created as a new route. So I'll say pending dash doctors.jsx and verified dash doctors.jsx. RAFCE pending doctors. Same thing, I'll paste it right here. Instead of this, I'll say verified doctors. Okay, let's go back over here and import both of these components, and let's see if anything changed or not. Yes, nothing changed. So cool. Then let's go inside of pending doctors first, and I'm going to receive the data. So I'll receive the doctors prop right here. Now when it comes to this pending verification, like if I just suspend this doctor again, when we click on view details, we will see this modal over here, right? Or you can say dialog from Shadcn UI. So we need to take a state over here which will keep track of the currently selected doctor, right? So I'm going to take a selected doctor state over here, and let's import useState and make sure to make this a client component by saying use client. By default, this will be null, that is no doctor is selected. Now we need our API over here as well that we created. So this update doctor status API, and since we already have created this use fetch hook, we're going to be making use of that, right? So we're going to import use fetch hook, and this update doctor status, we're going to provide it to it, and it will return us loading data function just like we've already created. And I'm going to rename this function to submit status update. Okay, now inside of this div, I'm going to be taking a card component from Shadcn UI. So let's take from here this card component. I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. Let's keep the title as pending doctor verification and the description to be review and approve doctor applications. Let's give it some styling, light background muted 20 and some border emerald 900. For card title, I'm gonna be saying text Excel, font bold and text to be white. So let's see. Make sure to import all of these things. I forgot to do that, and remove the card footer. Let's see. Yes, something like this. This is what we wanted. Inside of the card content right here is where we're going to be rendering this data. Sorry, not this data of doctors, pending doctors, right? So I'm going to be saying doctors.length is equals to 0. Then I'm going to be rendering a div over here with a message. Oops, should be small d for the div, and then I'm going to be rendering all the doctors over here if the length is not 0, right? So over here first in this div, I'll just say no pending verification requests at this time. But I think we do have one pending verification request in our database, right? So if you see, this is the doctor, and yes, verification status is pending. Okay, now inside this div, I'm going to give the class name of space y to be 4, and then let's take the doctors array, and I'm going to do dot map over here. Let's take out each and every doctor, and then inside of this, I'll take the card component again. So, but this time we'll just gonna be needing card and then the card content. This card can have a key of doctor.id and some class name of background, like background to page background color, border emerald 900, on hover emerald 700, and transition all. This card content is going to be having some padding of 4, and then inside of it, we're going to be rendering the details related to that doctor. So let's take a div over here. Inside this, I'm going to take another div, which will contain 3 things: the icon, the name, and the details of the doctors. So for the icon, I'll take a div with user icon. Make sure to import it from Lucid React. Class name is going to be height to be 5, width to be 5, text emerald 400. This div is going to be having background muted 20, rounded full, and some padding to be 2. Okay, then we're going to have another div for the name and the specialty and stuff, right? So for the name, I'll just render doctor.name over here. Inside the p tag, I'm going to render doctor specialty, doctor experience, and like experience and whatever the years of experience is there, right? So let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's style this even better. So for the parent div, I'm going to be saying display flex, flex to be column. In the bigger screens, flex is going to be row, because we're going to be showing some badges and stuff below it as well, right? Items to be center, justify between, and gap to be 4 between them. Here we're gonna have another div after this, which will contain two things. One, the badge, that is the pending badge. So I'm gonna be adding this badge right here with background amber 900 and some border amber 900 with text amber 400. And we will also have a button over here with variant outline, size small, class border emerald 900, which will say view details to see, like to open the modal of the details related to that particular doctor. Now, when someone clicks on this button, we want to trigger that dialog, right? So for that, over here, I'm going to be creating a function, const handle view details. And all this will do is this will set selected doctor to that particular doctor that we'll be providing from there, right? So let's take this and right here, I'm going to say on click handle view details to be this doctor. Okay, that's fine. Now, below it, below this card right here is where we're going to be adding our dialog, right? So if selected doctor is true, then inside of this, let's just take the dialog from Shadcn UI. So this dialog right here, if I click on it, you can see this dialog appears, or you can say the modal appears. So let's just copy it up and I'll paste it right here. Now, how do we decide if this is open or not? So for this, I'm going to say open and select doctor. So if select doctor has something inside of it, then this will be opened. Also, we're going to be creating a function over here called handle close dialog, which will be triggered when we click on the cross button or, outside of the modal, and simply it will set selected doctor to null, right? So I'll just take it and over here, I'm going to say on open change to be this handle close dialog. Let's try it out if it works. Badge is not defined. Okay, we need to import this badge and all of these things related to the dialog as well. So let me just do that real quick. All right, I've imported them. Let's check it out now. There we go. If I click on view details, you can see this modal opens up. Also, I think there's some gap that is needed between these. So yeah, over here in this div, I'm going to give them some class name or display flex, items to be center, gap to be 2, self, end, so that they are on the very end. And in the bigger screens, self to be auto, right? So something like this. So if I click on view details, you can see the dialog pops up. Let's, add the details inside of the dialog. First of all, for the title and the description right here, I'm going to be saying doctor verification details and dialog. Description will say review the doctor's information carefully before making a decision. I'm going to give title some styles like text Excel, font bold, and text to be white. Okay. Now below this is going to be very simple. Like we're just going to be providing them some basic details about the doctor, like name, email, application date, etc., etc. Right? So I'm just going to bring in that code real quick. You can structure this according to you. So this is the code. So notice this is the parent div right here. Inside of this, I've kept another div with full name and the name of the doctor, email, the email of the doctor, and application date. The application date with this format from date-fns, just like I showed you earlier, right? It will be in the PPP format. So what is this? Just click on it over here and it will tell you. So just go to format options and just search over here PPP and it will tell you that this is the type of date, right? So you can decide according to you what format you want to display this in, right? Okay. Now below this, I want to keep a separator. So we will be importing them from our components folder because this will come from Shadcn UI. We have installed it earlier. It will have background emerald 900/20 opacity. Let's just first see how it looks currently. If I click on view details, something like this. Let's just style this. So dialog content, I'm gonna say max width to be 3XL. So something like this. Now it looks much better. Now below it, we're gonna be displaying more details inside this div in a grid format. So if you see inside of our deploy div, if I click on view details, we are displaying some professional information, service description, etc., right? View credentials and all. So right here, let's first give this the class name of grid column 1 in smaller screens, grid columns 2 in the bigger screens, gap vertical to be 4 and gap horizontal to be 6. So notice inside of this, I'll just keep details like specialty with selected doctor.specialty, years of experience, select doctor, like selected doctor.years of experience. Below this, let's keep the link for the doctor, like for the degree and stuff. So this thing, I'm going to say H4 credentials, and then I'm going to have an A tag because this is going to be an external link, right? I'm not using link tag because this is not inside of our Next.js app. Target _ blank so that it opens up in a new tab. And I've kept this credential URL over here, right? And some class name of text emerald 400. This is a basic styling over here, right? Don't think that I'm just copy and pasting code over here. The only reason that I'm copying and pasting this code because this is very easy, right? You should be able to make this on your own. What you need to learn from this video is the logical part and how to think on how to build an app, right? But these things, rendering these static things, is something that you should customize on your own, right? Even if I'm telling you this over here, you should take a step on your own to implement your own design, probably, right? So that this is more personal to you. Let's see how it looks currently. I'll go to my app and yes, something like this. Now below it, I'm gonna keep another separator. I'll say separator, and I'll just, copy this separator from over here and paste it right here. And below it, we're gonna be rendering the service description. And by the way, I forgot to add the title over here. So before this specialty, we're gonna be saying an icon of this medal and personal information. And then we can open another div over here and we will wrap this whole thing inside of it. And after this separator, we're gonna render our service description. So service description is basically will be selected doctor.description. So let's just import it from Lucid React and check it out again. Yes, something like this. This looks a little bit weird. I think I closed the div somewhere, like wrong div somewhere. Let's see. I think over here, this should be on this div right here, because that is going to be great, right? Specialty, years of experience and all. Yeah, and then let's have some gap below it. So right here, I'm gonna say space Y to be 4, something like this. Yes, now it looks better. Now below our service description right here, I'm gonna show the loading whenever we are, rejecting or approving the doctor. So this loading comes from right here, right from this API call, whenever we will invoke it. And by the way, this bar loader comes from React spinners. So install npm install react -spinners. I'll show you what this is in just a moment. Let me just install it first. Oh, by the way, this should have --legacy -peer -deps. There we go. Let's just keep this true for now and I'll show you what this does. Make sure to import it just like this, bar loader from React spinners. Let's check it out. See, something like this. This is how your loading is going to be looking like. So let me just revert it back to loading. And then below it, we're going to be having the dialog footer for displaying the buttons. So dialog footer, make sure to import it. And then inside of it, we're going to be having 2 buttons. One is going to be reject, other is going to be approve. Make sure to import this icon X and check. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's give this some class name. Display flex. In the bigger screens, justify between. There we go. It looks good. Let's add the functionality. When we click on it, what happens? So I'm going to say for reject, we'll create a function called handle update status. It will send the doctor ID and the status, right? For this one, this will be the doctor, the doctor ID and the verified status. So let's just copy it and create this function. So right here on the top, actually, I'll just write it over here, const handle update status. This will be an asynchronous status because we're going to be invoking this submit status right here, right? So first of all, I need to check if loading is going on, then return. Otherwise, create a form data, new form data, and append doctor ID and status inside of it, both of these fields. And then we will finally invoke this function with these fields. So form data. And let's take this doctor ID and status from over here. All right, and yeah, I think that should do it. Also, we're gonna be making use of this data to see the success message, right? So after this, I'll have a use effect over here. Let's import it. And if the data changes, then I'll check if data has something inside of it and success is true, then invoke handle close dialog, close the dialog, right? If you want, you can probably show some toast over here as well. So if I click on it and click on approve, it will show the loading indicator right here, and that is done. And over here, it should appear in the verified doctors, which we will be building next. So, but first, let's just verify inside of our database. I'll just refresh it. There we go. The doctor has been verified. Amazing. Let's go on and render them right here in the doctors section. All right, now let's go to the verified -doctors component. And here as well, we're going to be having a card component. So let me just copy this card component and paste it right here. Let's get rid of this card footer. And first of all, for the card, I'm going to give them some style, like background muted 20, border emerald 900 with 20 opacity. Inside the header, let's have a div right here. Another div which will contain both of my title and description. Let's just say manage doctors, view and manage all verified doctors, right? Simple title and description over here. The other div that I'm going to have is for searching the doctors, right? So let's just first create a state right here for search, like containing the search input, and also let's make it a client component. So use client. We're going to have another state over here which will decide which doctor is going to be suspended. Also, let's just take our use fetch along with update doctor active status over here, this server action right here that we created, right? So also when there is something inside of the search term, we will filter it out from our list of doctors. So we will take the doctors list over here, doctors, and then I'm going to say filter doctors equals doctors dot filter. I'll take the search term, convert it to lowercase, and I'll search from name, specialty, and the email, right? And then we'll get the filter doctors, which we will be rendering over here. Now inside this div, as we were doing, let's just have a class name of relative, width to be full, medium screens, width to be 64, right? Below this, we're gonna have the search icon and the input from Shadcn UI. Value will be search term, and on change, we will change this search term right here. Let's see how this looks. Okay, yeah, over there. Okay, use fetch is not defined. Let's import use fetch. There we go, something like this. Let's just provide with them with some spacing. So I'm going to provide them a class name of display flex, flex column, flex row in the bigger screens, and item center justify between, gap to be 4 between them, right? So just like this. So they will be side to side in the bigger screens. Now over here in the card content, we have this filtered doctors over here, right? So first of all, I'm going to say if filtered doctors dot length is equals to 0, then I'm going to go inside of it and I'm going to see if the user is searching something. If there is a search term, then I'm going to say no doctors match your search criteria. But if overall there is no doctors, then I'm going to say no verified doctors available, right? Then else I'm going to have a div right here. And then inside of it, let's just render all of our filtered doctors. And we can take this right here from this pending doctors, right? So let's just take this up until here, oops, from here to here, and we will make the changes accordingly. So just paste it. If you want, you can just create it a separate component altogether. That is a good practice to keep it separate. So I'll take the filtered doctors over here and I'll say class name to be space y of 4. Okay, then over here, let's see, it's pending badge. Instead of this, I'm gonna say active badge with border emerald and background emerald as well. And instead of view details, I'm gonna say suspend, right? If the loading is going on or target doctor is equals to the current doctor ID, then I'm gonna show the loader, right? Else I'm gonna show the ban icon for the suspend. Okay, and on click, I'm gonna call it say handle status change, something like this. Let's change these colors to be border red, and on hover border red 900. Let's see, there we go, something like this. Let's actually keep the icon over here. So for this div right here, I'm gonna say display flex item center and gap to be 3. So yes, something like this. And yeah, I think let's go on and create this handle status change function on the top right here, and this will be very similar to what we have done over here with this handle update status. It's sort of very similar, but the only reason that I'm showcasing you in this way so that you guys can learn. So a lot of beginners might have difficulty learning things like this, right? But when you do something again and again, it's easier to learn this way, right? Again, if you are a little bit experienced developer, you know how to optimize things, right? So probably you can optimize these components as well to use a common server action, just like I explained earlier, right? Now, first of all, before performing this action, I want to confirm from the user that window.confirm, are you sure you want to suspend this doctor? And actually, we don't need status this time. If they say yes, that is confirmed. Oh, sorry, if they do not confirm and loading is true, then return. But if that is not the case, then I'm going to say const form data. I'll take the doctor ID and the suspend is going to be true. If you remember in the server action, we had the suspend, right? So we are sending the true over here. I'm going to say set target doctor to this doctor right here, so that this can show the loading indicator over there. Let's see, I think this will work. If I click on suspend, one error, handle status change is not defined. Okay, so yeah, of course, I need to make the name same as handle status change. So I'll just do that and now it should work. Also for this data, right, we're going to use the use effect just like we did earlier. So use effect, make sure to import it, if data.success is true and target doctor is there, then I'm going to show toast.success. Make sure to import it. Suspended this doctor successfully, right? And set target doctor to null. Let's see. Also over here, I noticed it should be doctor. And over here, it should be doctor.id. And yeah, I think now it should work. If I click on suspend, yes. Okay, I'm going to suspend it, suspending it. Suspended Piyush successfully. And if I come on over here, we have the doctors again over here, right? So what the other thing that you can do over here is sort of an assignment for you. Instead of just bringing them back to pending, what you can do, you can probably reject these doctors, and then there's going to be a separate section over here of the rejected doctors that you can reinstate again, right? Something like this. So try to think about it. If you want, you can implement it over here as well. Cool then. Now that we are done with our admin dashboard for now, we might come back to it later. Let's go on and work on our doctors listing, right? So /doctors page, that is this page, which will show us all of the specialties. And we click on a specialty, it will show the name of the doctor, right? So, okay, I'll go back. If I click on find doctors, it should take me to /doctors. Yes, let's work on it. So I'll just create a, yeah, we already have this doctors over here, right? Let's just create a new file for layout.js, RAFCE. I'll say doctors layout. This will take the children, and simply instead of this, I'm gonna be saying some container mx auto padding horizontal and padding vertical. And inside of this, I'll provide with the max width of 6xl and render the children right here. Now over here, like, let's ignore the specialty for now. I'll create a page.jsx right here, and over here we're going to be rendering all of the specialities. So RAFCE specialities page, and we're going to be rendering all of the specialities from right here. So we already have them here, right? Specialities.js, right? So we're going to be making use of this. So inside of this, let's make it a fragment. I'll have first div right here, where we'll render the title, and the another div, which the other div will contain all the specialities. Okay, so for the first div, I'll just have an h1 called find your doctor and browse by specialty or view all available healthcare providers. Let's give this div some class name of display flex to be column, items center, justify center, and margin bottom to be 8, says there's some gap between the cards, and this text to be center, right? Let's see. There we go. Find your doctors and the paragraph tag as well. Now below this, inside of this div, first of all, we're going to be displaying the grids of all the specialities, right? So I'm going to give this the class name of display grid columns 2 in smaller screens, in medium screens 3, large screens 4, right? And gap of 4 between them. Then I'm going to render the specialities dot map. Over here, I will take each and every specialty, and inside of this, I'm going to be having a link tag, because this will take us to the specific specialty page, right? So I'll have href, which will take me to /doctors / the particular specialty, right? So over here, I'll say specialty dot name. Let's give this the key of specialty dot name. Inside this link, we're going to be having a card component from Shadcn UI, and then inside of this, we're going to have card content. Make sure they are imported just like this. After that, I'm going to be having a div, which will contain another div which contains our icon. So specialty dot icon, and then below it, let's have an h3, which will render specialty dot name. Let's see how this looks currently. Yep, something like this. Let's just give this some styles. So for the card, I'm going to be saying hover, border emerald 700, transition all, so that, you know, we can see some hover transition, border emerald 900 with 20 opacity, and height to be full with cursor pointer. You can see when I hover on it, we can see some border right here. For the card content, let's provide it with some padding of 6, display flex column, items to be center, justify center, so that everything is in the very middle, all of these things, text center, and height to be full. When it comes to specialty icon, we're going to provide a round circle around it, right? So width 12, height 12, rounded full. For the circle, background emerald 900, display flex, item center, justify center, so it's in the very middle, with margin bottom to be 4. So there's some gap between this and the name. And for the name, I'm going to just say class name of font medium and text to be white. Let's see, something like this. Awesome, this looks good. Probably we can just make this find your doctor to be gradient title. It'll look better. Yes, something like this. It looks much better. Let's just make it in the bigger screens, text to be 4XL. Let me remove this text white from over here. Yes, something like this. It looks great. If I click on over here or over here, it should take me to that particular page. Like for example, see, general medicine, right? So a specialty page, we have seen this while we were discussing the routing, right? So if I go inside of the specialty page.jsx over here, let's just render our page header. So I'm going to say page header, and with respect to that, we're going to show the header. So the title will simply be the specialty, and I'll take out this space. So this %20 represents a space, right? So I'll take it out, split it from it, and join it with a real space. Then I'll say backlink takes us to the /doctors page, and back label is going to be all specialties. So let's see something like this. You see, when you click on this, it will take us to the all specialties page, general medicine. Okay, so we need to fetch all the doctors related to general medicine, right? So why don't we go on and create the server action for it? So I'm going to create a new file, doctors-listings or listing.js, and this will be very straightforward. Let me just bring it in real quick. This won't be complex at all, right? So see, all we are doing over here is we first of all importing our DB, right? And then inside of it, get doctor by specialty. We're just providing the specialty over here. I'm saying fetch all the doctors like db.user.findMany, where role is doctor, verified state, like verification status is verified, specialty is the provided specialty, and order them by the ascending order, and then return the error, right? Very simple enough, very straightforward. And then we are throwing the error over here, right? Let's go back and render them right here. So first of all, this will be a client component, right? Like, sorry, server component, right? So I'm going to first check if the specialty is not present, then redirect them to the doctors page, like redirect them back. So import from next/navigation. Now let's make use of that server action over here. So I'm going to say get doctors by specialty and provide the specialty to it. It will give us the doctors and the error if there's any. If there's any error, we're gonna display the error fetching doctors and error. But if there's not, then below it, actually let me just give this class name of space y to be 5, and then below it I'll say if doctors is there and doctors dot length is more than 0 question mark, then we're gonna do something. Otherwise we're gonna display some error. The error that we will display over here is no doctors available, and there are currently no verified doctors in this specialty. Please check back later or choose another specialty. But over here I'm gonna display a dev. Inside this we will be rendering the doctors, right? So first of all, this will have the class name of display grid. In smaller screens, grid columns 1, and in the medium screens, grid columns 2, and gap of 6 between them. Inside of this, I'm gonna render doctors.map, and then I'll take each and every doctor, and let's just create a component for rendering these doctors, right? So I'll create a doctor card component. Probably something like this is what I was recommending when we were creating the admin dashboard, right? You can have a doctor card which can be used in multiple places. So there we used doctor cards, but that was like a horizontal, right? Horizontal card. But here we want to display this in a grid format. So this will be a little bit different. Let's give this the key, doctor ID, and the doctor information. Obviously this does not exist yet, so let's create it. So I'll create the doctor-card.jsx. Inside this, I'll say RAFCE doctor card. I'll say doctor, we'll take it. And then here, we're gonna have a card component. Inside this, I'll have a card content component. Card will simply have the class name border emerald 900, on hover border emerald 700, transition all, just like we've been doing. Inside the card content, we are going to first of all be displaying the image of the doctors, if it's been provided. So inside this div, let's first display our div just like this. I'm going to check if doctor.image URL is present, then show the image tag with src doctor.image URL and alt tag doctor.name with class name width and height of 12, rounded full, and object cover, right? If not, we're just going to be showcasing the user icon over here. So let's see. It says no doctor available. I think the issue is right here. So specialty, I think we need to just do the same thing that we did over here, so that it does not take that %20 in account. And yes, now I think we might get it. Let's refresh it. Yes, now we don't have that message, but we can't see anything. Probably we need to return something. Let's see. We are displaying the image. Let's see over here in the specialty page. So yeah, we need to save this, I guess. And let's see. Yes, we can see the photo of the doctor. In this case, it's me. Then below this div right here, again, simple enough. We're just going to be displaying the information related to the doctor, right? So inside of another div, I'm going to be displaying things like a badge that is doctor is verified with the star icon over here, right? The name of the doctor, specialty, experience, description. Again, highly recommended to try to go on and create your own UI over here so that it's more customized to you. Then at the very bottom of the description, I'm gonna be having a button tag, like button component from Shadcn UI with link inside of it, which will take us to /doctors/specialty/ the doctor ID with the calendar icon over here so that we can go on and book a slot with this particular doctor. Let's see. There we go. Something like this. I think we need some padding on the top right here. So for this div, I'm gonna say class name of display flex, items to be start, not center, and some gap of 4. Right here, I'm gonna give the class name of padding top to be 4, let's say. Yes, now it looks good. If I click on view profile and book, it should take us to /doctor/specialty/doctor ID. Amazing. So this is where we will display all of the chosen slots for the doctor, the more details about that doctor and credential details and everything, right? But before that, let's go on and work on our doctor dashboard. And over here we have the appointments, the upcoming appointments, which we will work on later on when we have created the book appointment functionality, right? But right now the main thing over here is to set the current availability for the doctor, right? The daily working hours. Like if you can choose over here, and I can choose something like 11 a.m. to let's say 6 p.m. and click on save availability, and you can add it, right? And you can notice I have kept this minimal right over here. If you want to get more in-depth information on how you can set the availability, day-wise availability, add the off days, etc., I would recommend you guys try to go and check out my Calendly clone project tutorial. In that I have explained in depth how you can add availability just like all of the other appointment booking app do, right? But in this, main focus was to implementing the video call and all of these things, right? So that's why I've kept it minimal. But if you want to add more in-depth feature for the availability, again you can go and check out my Calendly clone video. So okay, let's get started. So over here in the actions, I'm going to be creating a new file for doctor.js, and here I'm going to be writing the server action for getting my availability slots and setting my availability slots. So the very first one will be set availability slots, and this will get some data in form of the form data, right? Now first of all, we need to check if our user is logged in or not. So I'm gonna again do the same thing. I'll take it from the auth, from Clerk Next.js server, and also make sure this is use server. I'll take the user ID and check if they're authorized or not. Then I'm gonna have a try catch block. And then first of all, I'll fetch the doctor who has logged in currently, right? So I'll say const doctor equals await db.user.find unique. And inside of it, I'll say where clerk user ID to be user ID, and the role is going to be of doctor, right? So this will find the doctor who is currently logged in. Now, if this doctor does not exist inside of our database, I'm going to simply throw the error. Doctor not found. Now let's get the start and end time for these availability slots that we are supposed to set in our backend. And if you go on to our Prisma schema right here, you will notice we have the availabilities array over here, right? So I've designed it in such a way that you can add more features over here, like for a particular slot, available, unavailable. Probably you can add some, key over here, which represents the day, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? And you can set the status to available or unavailable, but we're not going to go much deep into that over here. So here, we're just going to be setting the generic start time and end time for the doctor, right? So I'm going to say form data.get start time and form data.get end time. This is the value that we are supposed to set inside of our database. Now let's check some validations over here real quick. First of all, I'll check if start time and end time is not present, then we'll throw the error start time and end time are required. If start time is more than end time, then again we will throw the error start time must be before end time. Now let's check to see if doctor already has any slot, right? If they do, we will delete them and we will create the new slots with this. So I'm going to say existing slots equals await db.availability.find many, and I'll say where doctor ID is this doctor ID, right? So we'll check the availability over here. Now I'm going to check if existing slots dot length is more than 0. If that is the case, we will take all of the slots which does not have any appointment, right? So I'm going to say slots with no appointments, and keep in mind, I am implementing this in such a way that you can add more slots inside of our DB, right? Right now it's just a generic whole time frame like working hours for the doctor, but you can modify this later on. So it will get the slots where the doctor does not have any appointments, and then I'll check. If slots with no appointment or length is more than 0, then we will delete all of them by doing db.availability.delete many, right? Where ID of each slot is this, right? For all of these arrays, I'm going to say slots with no appointments dot map, and I'll take each and every slot ID and I'm going to delete them. All right. Then after this, let's create the brand new slot inside of our backend. So I'm going to say, and actually this should be outside of over here. I'll say new slot equals await db.availability.create. Make sure that you have imported the DB, right? And inside the data, I'm going to say doctor ID for which we are supposed to create this availability, start time, new date, start time, end time, new date, end time, and the status will be available by default, right? Then in the end, simply revalidate the /doctor page. We will refetch all of the data inside of over there and return success true with the new slot. Then in the catch, we will throw the error if there's any error, like failed to set availability with the error message. Okay, so this will allow us to set the availability slots. Now after this, let's create the function to get all of the availability slots, right? So I'm going to say get doctor availability. Again, first of all, we will check if user is logged in or not. After this, I'll have a try catch block where again, I'm going to be checking if doctor exists with this user ID. So I'm going to say const doctor await db.user find unique. Okay, after this, let's find all of the availability slots for the doctor. So I'll say const availability slots equals await db.availability.find many, where doctor ID is this and order by the start time, right? In the ascending order. So after that, we're going to simply return the slots. That is the availability slots, right? Simple enough. And in the catch, I'm going to throw the error of throw new error, failed to fetch availability slots, error.message, right? These are very straightforward. Up until this point in this tutorial, I'm pretty sure you would have gotten a good amount of idea on how you can go on and create server actions in Next.js. All right, then let's go and create the UI for it. So over here in our app, main, and in doctor, we have this layout.js file, right? That's fine. Let's create a page.jsx over here. Currently, we just had this verification page, right? But over here in the page.jsx is where the actual dashboard is going to be. So RAFCE doctor dashboard. All right, let's first check if this is actually the doctor or not. So I'm going to take our get current user function that we had created earlier. Make sure this is an asynchronous component. And I'll check if the role is not doctor, that is user.role is not equals to doctor, then we will redirect them to the onboarding page. And by the way, inside of this server actions over here, we're going to be creating one more server action over here. I mean, we're not going to be creating it right now. I'll just keep it dummy. So I'll just copy this right here and I'll just say get doctor appointments, right? For now, I'll just return like empty array from over here. But this is going to be helpful to fetch all of the doctor's appointments over here, right? We will work on this very soon when we have created the booking functionality. So over here in the page.js, we're going to be taking both of these functions out, like getting the doctor's appointments and getting the doctor's availability over here, because we're going to be having tab component here, right? So if you notice this tab component right here. So I'm going to say promise.all, and inside of this, I'm going to be providing both of these server actions. Let me just fetch both of these, and whatever data that we will get over here, we will receive it inside of this array. This one for this and this one for this. Also, let me just check over here as well. If the user is not verified, they should be routed to this verification page, right? So I'm going to say if user.verification status is not equals to verified, just send them to this page right here. All right, then now over here, we're going to be creating tabs, and this is going to be very similar to the admin page that we have created over here in the layout. So we've created these tabs over here, right? Let me just copy these tabs and I'm going to be pasting them just like this. let's make the change accordingly. By default, we can probably keep the appointments page over here, and instead of this div is where I'm going to be keeping our tab content, right? So tabs, content, first one is going to be having value appointments, and the other one is going to be displaying the availability, right? So appointments we're going to be keeping empty by default. I'm just going to say to do, right? Let's give these some class name of border none and padding to be 0. And right here, let's create that tabs trigger. So this first one will be for the appointments. So everything remains the same, just this appointments changes. And over here, and I'm going to add the calendar icon right here. For this one as well, this will be availability. I'll say availability over here. Instead of users, I'll have the clock icon from Lucid React. Let's see how this looks currently. So I'll go to my app right here. Okay, so tabs, we need to import all of these. Let me just import it real quick. Tabs trigger, and let's see. Yes, I think I've imported all of them. There we go, something like this, right? Let's just write anything inside of over here. Let's say availability and see. Yes, we can see both of them right here. Now, first of all, obviously we have to work on the availability. So let's create a new components folder over here, underscore components. I'll say appointment settings .jsx, RAFCE appointment settings. Over here, I'll say it will take all of the slots that it's supposed to display right here, right? Or one slot in our case right now, right? So let me just take this, and right here, I'm going to be rendering it. And this, let me just import it. So make sure that this is called the same thing. Yeah, availability setting. I named it appointment settings. Let's make sure this is availability settings and import it just like this. And we'll provide it the availability data dot slots right here. So let's see how this looks. Okay, that's fine. Let's go on and inside this component and start working. Now over here, we're going to be using React hook form again, but this time I'll show you how you can use it without Zord, because this is very like single value form, right? So let me show you, if you don't want to use Zord, how you can use this as well. So I'll say use form, and also let me just make this a client component. So use client. Inside of this form, we can give the default values, which are going to be start time and end time. And by the way, we already have most of the validation set up in the backend, right? So we don't need to worry about that as well. So let's take out register, handle submit just like before, and the form state with the errors from inside of it if there's any errors. Let's get our set availability slots function as well using useFetch. So let me import this, and I'm gonna import useFetch as well, and it gives me this loading function and data. Also, we're gonna be having a state which will allow us to show or hide the form, right? So show form and set show form, make sure to import it from useState, right? If I show you in our deployed app, see, if we click on over here, the form shows up. When we cancel it, form gets hidden, right? All right, then instead of this, I'm going to be taking a card component from Shadcn UI. So let's just copy it up real quick and paste it. I'm going to remove the card footer. For the card title and description, I'm just going to simply be saying availability settings with text Excel, font bold, text white, display flex, and items to be center. And I'm going to have a clock icon over here with height and width to be 5, margin right 2, text emerald 400. Same with the card description, set your daily availability for patient appointments. Let me just import all of these things real quick. Okay, let's go on and check it out. Here in the availability tab, yes, you can see something like this. We have to style our card a little bit as well. Let's just say border emerald 900 with 20 opacity. Now inside of this card content over here, I'm gonna say if not show form, that is show form is not true, then we're gonna render something over here. Else we're gonna be rendering the form, right? Where we will be having the ability to set the time or the availability. So obviously we don't have any current availability, so I'm not gonna work on this first. Let's work on our form first. I'll just give it class name of space y to be 4. Some border emerald 900, rounded medium, padding to be 4. And inside of it, first of all, let's just have an h3, which will say set daily availability. Let's see how this looks. I don't think we can see it over here. Let's just make this true by default until we are working on it. Okay. Or actually, we will have these two buttons right here, right? Cancel and set availability. So make sure to add these, or to add this set availability time button as well, so that we can see the form. So let's actually do that instead of just hard coding it over here. So instead of in this fragment, I'm gonna have a button component for now on click, which will do set show form to true, class name width full background emerald 600, on hover background emerald 700, and over here inside of it I'm gonna have a plus icon, plus representing if you want to add something, class name to be height 4, width 4, and margin right to be 2, and we're gonna have set availability time over here. So let's see if I click on set availability time. Yes, it shows us our form. Also, let's make sure that this is full over here, right? It's just currently not full. So over here, I'm gonna wrap these inside of a div, right? So just like this, and I'm gonna give this a class name of, in the medium screens, column span 3, right? Just like we did in the admin panel page, like admin dashboard page. So now if you see, yes, it's taking the full space over here. All right, so over here in the form, below this H3, I'm gonna be having a div. Inside this div, I'm gonna have another div with the label of start time, and this will be for an element with the ID of start time, right? So after this, let me just import from components. After this, I'm gonna be having an input, right? So I'll say input, make sure to import it from Shadcn UI. It will have the ID start time, type time, and we will be using the register that comes from React hook form. And this, we will give it the start time field. It has end time and start time. And notice, when you don't use Zord, this is how you add the validations over here. So if user has not provided it, I'm gonna say start time is required. And you can actually add a bunch of different validations over here as well, right? So I just wanted to show you how you can add validations or define a schema without using Zord as well, because this is a very simple example, isn't it? So okay, then after this, let's just show the error just like we showed earlier in the previous form that we created. So I'll say errors.start time, and I'm going to show the paragraph tag over here. Okay, I'm going to take this div and I'm going to paste it right below it, and this will be for the end time. So I'll edit this to say end time for over here in the error as well. Here I'm gonna say end time is required, and yeah, I think this should do it. Let's go on and check it out. If I click on over here, yes, we can see the start time and end time. Now let's just style these. Let's give this div a display grid column 1 smaller screens, in bigger screens grid columns 2, and gap to be 4. For this div right here, I'll have class name of space y to be 2. So let's see, yes, something like this. Now below this form right here, let's just have a div where we are going to be showing the cancel button and the save button, right? So over here, I'm gonna have a button which will say cancel, cancel, and another button which will say save availability. Now simply this button will be of type button so that it does not submit our form. Variant to be outline. On click, we're gonna set show form to false again. Disabled to be loading so that when our slots are being saved, it does not be clickable, and class name border emerald 900. Similar to that, over here in the save availability, I'm going to say type submit, disabled loading, and class name to be background emerald 600. On hover, background emerald will be 700. Let's add the loading over here as well. So if it's loading, we're going to show this loader too, just like before, and show saving. Right, and now this thing is optional actually after this form. If you want to show some message to user explaining on how this works, you can add it over here. So something like this, probably like how availability works. You can add some description over here, setting your daily availability allows patient to book appointments, blah, 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 right? So let's import this alert circle and have a look. If I click on over here, yes, this is our form. Let's just style these buttons a little bit. Over here in this div, I'll say class name of display flex, justify to be end, space x to be 3 between them, and padding top to be 2, right? So something like this. This looks good. If I click on cancel, it goes back over here. So now, yeah, let's just write the logic for submitting our form now, right? So I'll say on submit to be handle submit from a React hook form. And inside of this, I'm going to be creating an on submit function. So I'll go on top over here. I'll say const on submit. I'll create this function. This will be an asynchronous function since we'll be calling our API over here. So first of all, I'm going to check if the loading is going on, then return it, right? Otherwise, we're going to be creating a new form data to be sent to this server action. Now, after this, we need to get the start and end date, right? So I'll take the data over here and let me just show you. If I just console log this currently over here, let's see what do we get when we submit the form. So I'll just inspect inside of our console. If I just choose some random time over here, right, and click on save availability, you can see we get the start time and end time. Start time and end time just like this, right? Let's but format it in the way that we want it to be. So I'm going to say const start time and end time, and we need to create the local date from this time, right? Because we don't want when we can store it inside of our database, it should get converted in some other time zone, right? So for that, we will be creating a function over here on top of it called this create local date from time, right? So basically what this will do, it will take this time string that we are providing over here for start and end time. It will split it from over here, as you may have already seen. It looks something like this, right? It will get the hour and the minute. It will get today's date, and it will say const date equals new date. And with respect to the today's date, it will store it inside of our database, right? And then later on when we want to fetch it, we're just going to get the hours and the minutes, right? So yeah, that looks good. And let's just add a validation over here as well. If start time is more than end time, then we're gonna throw the error, like we're gonna throw a toast error. End time must be after start time. Now I'm gonna say form data dot append start time with the start time value to ISO string, and same with the end date. And then we can call that server action submit slots, right, with the form data. All right. And after this is submitted, we can use the use effect to show the toast, right? So I'm going to have a use effect over here. Let's make sure to import it. And I'll say if data changes, I'll say if data is there and data.success is there, set show form to be false and toast.success to be this availability slots updated successfully. All right, cool. Then let's just try to go on and do this. I'm going to go on over here. Availability, set availability time. Let's say from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. maybe. Set availability. Okay, availability slots updated successfully. Let's see our database inside of Neon console. I'll see the availability, and there we go. We have these availabilities right here. Awesome. Now let's go on and display them right here when the form is not visible. So over here, right, I'm gonna be having a div with the h3 of current availability. Let's have a class name of margin bottom to be 6 so that we have some gap between button and this div. Then after this, I'm going to check if slots are there. So slots dot length is equals to 0. If that is the case, we don't have any slots over here. Then we can just show like any message over here. You haven't set any availability slots yet. Add your availability to start accepting appointments. Otherwise, we're going to be displaying a div over here. Okay, now inside of this div, we're going to be mapping through the slots, right? And again, I'm mentioning this multiple times that in our app, there's just one slot that's going to be added. It's actually not a slot. It's going to be a working hours of the doctors, and we will be generating slots later on with respect to that. But you can probably extend this functionality according to you by watching my Calendly clone video. So over here inside this, I'm going to have a div, and this div will contain another div which will be a clock icon. So just like we've been displaying icons up until now in the circular format, circle around it, right? So import this clock. I think it's already imported. And after this, we will have a div over here with the p tag which will display our time, right? So it will display the inside of curly braces slot dot start time dash slot dot end time. Let's give this p tag class name text white, font to be medium, and actually we can remove this div. It's not needed. For this div right here, first of all, I'm going to give the key of slot.id. Make sure to return this over here, return, and then I'll give it a class name of displayFlex, items to be center, some padding around it, rounded medium, background muted to be 20, some border emerald 900, right? Let's see. And actually this will give us error because we need to format the time right now. So if I just comment it out and show you for the slot, I'm just going to console log the slot right here, and notice we get something like this for the start time and end time, right? We get this object. So we need to format this object. So I'm going to be creating a function over here. Let's call it format time string for this end time over here as well. And it will be something like this. So over here, I'm going to be saying format type string equals, it will take the date string and it's going to take this format function from date-fns, and we will say new date and provide with this date time string, and we will format it in this format right here. Okay, I think now it should be rendering. Yes, something like this. You see? Great, then let's just try it out again. Let's try to change these slots. I'll just choose any random slots over here for now. This is the start time and this is the end time. Save availability. There we go. It is changed. Amazing. So we have successfully created our doctor dashboard. We will come back for that earnings tab and this appointments tab over here. All right, next, now let's create the logic for booking the slots with doctors, right? So let's say if I choose any of the category, click on view profile and book. And over here, just like this, we have the doctor information. Now we can click on this book appointment button over here and you can see all of the slots that doctor has made available, right? Now you can click on any of the slot, click on continue, enter your medical concern, which is optional. And then you can click on confirm booking to book the slot with that particular doctor, right? Okay. So let's first go on and create all of the server actions for this. So over here in the actions, I'm going to be creating a new file called appointments.js. Now to book an appointment, we're going to be making the use of Vonage, right? To book basically the video call as well. And for that, we're going to be needing a session ID. So we have to install a couple of packages over here. So I'll say npm install at vonage/auth to, verify us using application ID and the private key, the one you might remember we have saved over here in the .env, right? And the other one is vonage/server-sdk. And this one will help us to generate the session ID for the user, right? And also later on helping in generating the token before we join the call, right? So, okay, I'm just gonna say --legacy-peer-deps and press enter. All right, it's installed. Now, first of all, let's just write the server action to get the doctor's information using the doctor ID, right? So I'll say try catch block here. I'll say const doctor equals await db. Make sure to import it dot user dot find unique. Instead of it, I'll say where doctor ID is this doctor ID. Role is going to be doctor and verification status should be verified. If we do not find them, we're going to throw new error, else we're going to return simply the doctor information. And then in the catch, we're going to throw the error, right? Throw new error. We're going to be needing another server action, which will be for getting the available time slots of the doctor. So I'm going to say export async function, get available time slots. We will get the doctor ID over here. And again, we're going to be doing the same thing. Let me just copy this up and paste it right here. And after this, we're going to fetch the availability for the doctor. So I'm going to say availability equals await db.availability.find first, right? Because even though we can add more availabilities, but in the current implementation, we can only get the working hours of the doctor. That is, I'm getting first availability that is found, right? Where doctor ID is this and status will be available. After this, let's check if availability is not found. I'm going to throw the error. Okay. All right. Now let's get the availability for the doctor for next 4 days, right? So I'm going to say const now equals new date. I'm going to get the today. And I'll say const days now and add days. This comes from, date-fns. It's basically every day that we are defining over here. So I'll say day 1, day 2, day 3. So these are all combined 4 days, right? We also need to get the existing appointment for the doctor to, remove those slots that are already booked. So I'll say const last day equals end of the day. That is the 4th day over here, right? Let's import date-fns. This basically returns us the time for the end of the day for that day, right? And then after this, we're going to fetch the existing appointments by saying const existing appointments equals await db.appointment.find many, where doctor ID is this, status is scheduled, and start time less than or equal to this last day, right? If anything is there, then we're going to remove those slots. Okay, now finally we can, populate our object. So I'll say const available slot by day. Let's do a for loop over here. I'll say day of days, like all of these days right here for each day. We're going to populate the slots. So first of all, let's just populate date string. So I'll say const date string format for each particular day. I'll take this format right here of the date. Then after this, I'll say available slots by day. And with respect to this day string, I'm going to store the value inside of my array. Like for each day, inside of this object, we're going to store the slots inside of this array, right? Okay. So let's just take for this availability, the start time and the end time. So I'll say availability start to be availability.start time and to be availability.end time, right? Now, since the day that is stored inside of our database, is the day where, when doctor changes their slots. So we need to, remove that day and add the day according to our current date, right? So I'm going to be saying availability start dot set full year, and I'm going to set the year, month, and date for that particular start time. Same for the end time as well, right? So after this, or now, so for each day, we're going to be taking the current time and the end time for that date, and we're going to be generating all of the slots between them. So I'm going to say while is before imported from date-fns. I'll say add minutes. So we're assuming that each call is going to be for around 30 minutes, right? So I'll say current to 30 minutes, right? Current time to the 30 minutes, right? Comma, end. And make sure that this falls before this end time, right? So that's why I type in is before over here. Or I'm going to say add minutes, make sure to import it. Current, comma, 30 is equals to end. That is, it is the last slot, right? So instead of it, I'm going to take each and every slot. So const next equals add minutes current, comma, 30. Also, we need to check if the current slot has been passed. So I'm going to say if it is before than now, then I'll say current is equals to the next slot that we've taken over here, right? Then after this, we're going to be calculating the overlapping slots with respect to our appointments. So I'll say const overlaps equals existing appointments dot sum. Instead of it, I'll take each and every appointment, and then I'll say for each appointment, I'll take the start and the end time, and then I'm going to check a few things. So if the current slot is more than the start time and less than the end time, then we will return it. If the next slot is more than start time or less than or equal to end time, then we'll return it. Or if the current slot is less than the start time or more than the end time, then we will return it. That is, all of these three conditions, if any of these happen, we will not consider that particular slots, right? So after this, I'm going to be taking this overlaps. So I'll say if there are no overlaps, so overlaps, then we can finally push inside of this current date, right? So over here, I'm going to say available slots by day of day string dot push to be the start time and time. We will add a formatted slot for this and the day, right? The current day. And again, you can check these formats in this date-fns format function. Then finally, after this, I'll say current is equals to next, so that we go to the next iteration. Then after this while is done, we will format our response so that UI can easily display it. So I'll say const result equals object dot entries. I'll take this object right here, convert it into an array by doing object dot entries. I'll say dot map. I'll take each and every date and the slot, and then we'll return an array from it, right? For each array, like for each object inside this array, I'm going to return date, display date, and all of the slots, right? So this will be easier for us to render inside of our UI. Then simply in the end, we can return this result. Otherwise, we can throw the error that failed to fetch available time slots. Okay, yeah, I think this looks good. This was quite a long server action, but yeah, we've done it. So after this, let's work on the booking logic. So I'll say export async function book appointment. Now, what are all the things that we will be getting inside of it? We will get the doctor ID, start time, end time, and the patient description for that particular slot, right? So first of all, we need to check if patient is logged in or not, or the user is logged in or not who is trying to book. So I'll say I'll take the auth. We've already done it multiple times, right? So if not, I'll throw unauthorized. Else I'll take the try catch block over here. Then let's get the detail about the patient who is trying to book it. So I'll say const patient equals await db.user.find unique, clerk user ID is user ID, and role should be patient, right? Only then return it. If not found, then I'll say patient not found. Now we need to take out the data from this form data right here. So I'm going to say doctor ID, form data.get doctor ID. I'll take out start time, end time, and the patient description that was entered in the form. After that, let's validate the input. I'm going to say if either of these is not present, then doctor, start time, and end time are required, right? Okay. Now we need to check if the doctor exists or not. So again, same thing, just like we did in previous server action. Const doctor equals await db.user.find unique, where ID equals doctor ID, role doctor, and verification status verified. If not, we'll throw the error. Now we also need to check if patient can pay for this appointment, right? If they have the credits in their account. So I'll say if patient.credits is less than 2, then I'll throw the error insufficient credits to book an appointment. Otherwise, we need to check if the requested time slot is available or not. So I'll say const overlapping appointment, we need to check if there's any other appointment available. I mean, it won't be available since we are not showing the slots anyway, but still these checks are important, just in case any malicious user does something and just figures out something inside of our application. So I'll say appointment.find unique. Sometimes people can use Postman and all those things, right? So we don't want that to happen. So over here, I'll say where. So inside of the appointment table, we need to find to see the other slot. We will say doctor ID is this and status should be scheduled, right? So I'm going to say or, that is whatever that I write inside of this, any of that can be true and this will be executed, right? So first of all, the first option is that new appointment starts during an existing appointment, right? In the middle of the existing appointment. So I'll check start time is should be less than that start time, and end time should be greater than that start time, right? We need to check if that appointment ends during that appointment, right? Our appointment's end time does not overlaps any other appointment. So I'll say start time is less than the end time for all of the appointments and end time is greater than the end time, right? And then after this, we will check to see if it's completely overlapping, right? So I'll say start time is greater than or equal to this, or end time is less than or equal to this end time, right? So all of these three conditions, if these are met and we have an overlapping appointment right here. So after this, if we have an overlapping appointment, then we'll throw the error, this time slot is already booked. Otherwise, after this, we will create a new video session using Vonage Video API. So I'll say const session ID equals await create video session. And this function obviously does not exist. So I will be creating it after over here. Async function create video session. So inside of this is where we'll be writing the logic for creating this session ID, but don't worry about it right now. We'll come back to this very soon. Now, after we have the session ID for that particular session, I'll say const result equals await db dot, and I'll say transaction, so that we can perform multiple API calls over here. If any of one fails, then the whole transaction will fail, right? So I'll say tx, and inside of it, first of all, what are all the things that we need to take care of? Let's discuss. When an appointment is booked, the credits are deducted from patient and it is added to the doctor's account. And then we need to add the whole information inside of our database, right? So these two things will happen over here. So I'm going to say await deduct credits for appointment. Now, obviously, this server action also does not exist, which we will be creating right here in the credits.js. Let me just say export async function deduct credits for appointment. So this is what we'll be using. Let's just write it just like this for now. Again, we will come back to that, and I've imported it over here. After this, if success is not true, I'll throw new error to be this error right here, or fail to deduct credits, right? Then after this, let's create the appointment with this video session ID. So I'm going to be saying const appointment equals await tx.appointment.create, and we will provide the data over here. Patient ID, doctor ID. You can just refer to the schema that you have created. Start time, end time, patient description, status to be scheduled, and video session ID. And then right here, I'm going to be returning the appointment for that particular transaction, right? And then in the end, I'm going to say refresh all of the data inside of the appointments page. So /appointments page. And then after that, we can return to the front end that our session has been booked, right? So success to be true, appointment to be result.appointment. And in the error, I'm going to simply throw the error, failed to book appointment. Now let's work on generating our video session ID over here, right? So to initialize Vonage inside of our application, and by the way, I think I have not used this overlapping appointment. Yeah, I think now it's fine. I think it was spelling mistake. L should be small. Alright then, now to initialize Vonage inside of our application, let's go on the top over here. And first of all, we will get the user credentials. So I'll say const credentials equals new auth, and we will be importing it from @vonage/auth that we installed. And this will be taking two things. One is the application ID that we have taken in the .env. So if you remember this thing right here, I'll just copy it and I'll say process.env. this, and then after it, the private key, which will be Vonage private key. So process.env Vonage private key. Let's take these credentials and initialize our Vonage object. So I'll say const Vonage equals new Vonage. Inside this, we'll provide the credentials and the object or configuration if you want to provide it any over here, just like this. So I'll just keep it empty for now. Okay, let's take this and go inside of over here, create video session. So I'll say const session equals await, and I'll make use of Vonage dot video dot create session. So if you see, it provides us a bunch of different functions over here for you to perform. But what we are interested in is create session, and inside of it, we will say media mode to be routed. So this media mode routed over here basically means that all the traffic goes through Vonage's server, right? It routes through Vonage's server. So I'll say return session dot session ID is what we need over here, right? So let's wrap it inside of a try catch block. I'll take both of these lines and put it right here in the catch. I'll say throw new error, failed to create video session. Awesome. Okay, and yeah, there was one more remaining, right? Deduct credits for appointment. So let's write this function first. And this will be getting the user ID or the patient ID and the doctor ID, right? And inside of it now, I'll have a try catch block first. Let's get the information for both of these users. So I'll say const user await db.user.find unique for this user ID and this doctor ID. After this, we need to make sure that user has sufficient credits. So if user.credits are less than the appointment credit cost, which we have initialized over here is 2, then we'll throw the error insufficient credits to book an appointment. Okay. If doctor is not present, then I'll say throw new error, doctor not found. But if all of this is good, then we will finally make a couple of API calls over here, or you can say database calls over here. So I'll take the transactions, db.transaction, and inside of this, first of all, I'm going to create the transaction for deducting the patient's credits. So I'll say await tx.credit transaction. So this is the table, if you might remember over here in the schema Prisma, credit transaction table right here. Dot create, we are keeping tab of each and every transaction inside of our database. So I'll say user ID is this, amount to be -2 or minus appointment cost. The type is going to be appointment deduction. So if you remember, there can be 3 types: credit purchase when we purchase, or appointment deduction when it's deducted, or admin adjustment, like when admin is paying out to a doctor or something like that, right? So appointment deduction, and then there's going to be a description that credits deducted for appointment with this doctor. And I actually forgot to add this description over here. So let me just remove it for now. Then we need to create the transaction record for doctor. So after this, I'm going to say user ID is this, amount to be this, and type is going to be appointment deduction. Okay. Then after this, we will update the credit balance for both of these users, right? So let me just bring in real quick. So first of all, I'm going to say const updated user equals await.user.update, where user ID is this, and credits will be decreased by this amount. Same for the doctor as well, where doctor ID is this, and it will be increment this time instead of decrement, right? With this credits. In the end, we will return the updated user, and then after this, we will return success to be true and user to be result. In the catch block, let's return success to be false and error to be error.message, or you can also throw the error over here. And by the way, actually, we don't really need this transaction to be over here, because if you see inside of deduct credits, we are also doing the transaction, right? So it's going to be like nested. So it's better if I just remove it over here, just like this. And no need for the return. We're going to be using the same appointment over here. And yeah, I think that should do it. All right, so we have created all of the server actions that we are going to be needing to get started to create doctor's page. So inside of this app, inside of main, in the doctors, specialty, and over here is going to be where we'll be creating a new route for the ID. Now again, this will also be a dynamic route. So you can see we can also nest dynamic routes over here. And I'm going to be creating page.jsx over here. We also going to be needing a layout.jsx, or actually let's just say layout.js, RAFCE. Let's call it doctor profile layout. Over here, first of all, let's generate the metadata, right? So I'll say const, or actually export async function generate metadata. Now inside of it, we will be getting this ID that we have right here from our params, right? So let's receive it. So I'll say params, and then inside of it, I'm going to await the params, and I'm going to take out the ID from over here. So I'll say const ID. After this, we're going to fetch the doctor's information using our get doctor by ID server action that we had created. And then we will simply set our metadata, the title and the description. So title can be simply doctor, whatever the doctor's name is, dash medimeet, and the description about the doctor, that they have this much amount of experience and they are specialized in this. Okay, same thing we have to do over here as well, params, and let me just copy it. We need to fetch the doctor's information, right, to be sent to the page. So let's make an asynchronous component. We are also going to need to take out like children over here. And first of all, let me just check if doctor does not exist, we will redirect them to /doctors page. Otherwise, inside this, we're gonna be making use of that page header component that we had created. And let me just give this a class name of container that we always do, mx auto, padding horizontal to be 4 and padding vertical to be 8. For the page header, I'm going to give the title to be doctor, whatever the doctor's name is. Backlink is going to be /doctor/specialty page, and back label is going to be back to whatever the specialty was. Then below it, I'm going to render all of the children. That is the page component. So over here, I'm going to go to the page. I'll say RAFCE, doctor profile page. Let's see how this looks currently. So if I go onto our app and let's see, default export. Let me just refresh it. Did we not export it? We did. So yeah, something like this. This looks awesome. It shows back to general medicine over here and the name of the doctor. Let's work on creating this doctor profile page now. So first of all, in this page.jsx, we're going to be needing to fetch a couple of things. First of all, let's take the params over here. And again, we will take out the ID just like this. And this will also be an asynchronous component. And over here, I'm going to do a try catch block over here just to add some extra level of security right here. So before return, I'm going to be fetching like two things, getting the doctor by ID and the available time slot for that particular doctor with respect to the ID. So I'll do promise.all and get the response right here. Here we will return the doctor's profile page that we'll be writing. If this fails, then we will return probably error loading doctor profile and this error, and we will redirect them to back to doctor's page. So make sure to import this redirect over here. All right, let's work on creating the doctor profile component. So over here, I'll say doctor profile. Obviously, this does not exist. So I'm going to create a new folder underscore components. Here, I'm going to say new file doctor-profile.jsx, RAFCE doctor profile. And this will take the information about the doctor and the available days or the available slots, right? So over here, let's send it. I'll send doctor with doctor data dot doctor and available days to be slot days dot days, just like we've been returning from our backend, right? So let's see if we go to any particular doctor over here, we get any error. Okay, doctor by ID is not defined. Okay, we have not imported it. So let's import both of these things right here and check again. Okay, we get another error. In get available time slots, day is not defined. Okay, get available time slots. Okay, so yeah, over here we have to say const day of days. Okay, now we should not get this error. Yes, now everything is fine. We can see doctor profile being rendered over here. So let's go to this doctor profile component and start working on it. And by the way, one thing that I noticed over here, this is just too low, right? So I would remove this py to be 8 over here and probably this padding X as well, because I think we are providing this in this layout. Yes. So yeah, I don't think we need both of them over here. Yeah, now it's fine. Now notice one thing inside of our deployed app. We have two sections. One, this left section where we will be showing information about the doctor, and this right section, right, where we will be show like availability and stuff, and the form to basically book a slot with the doctor. When we click on this book appointment, notice it goes up and this remains fixed over here, right? This remains static, so that if you scroll, this will be scrollable, but this will be fixed, right? This is the UI that you may have seen on a lot of e-commerce website as well. Now over here, we can choose the form and we can continue, right? So yeah, we will have two sections. One will be for the left one and the other one will be for the right one. So for this parent div, I'm going to give this the class name of display grid. Grid columns 1 in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, I'm going to say grid columns 3 because this will take 1 column and this will take 2 columns. So here in this div, I'm going to say in the medium screen, column span 1. And for the right section, I'm going to say in medium screens, column span 2 and space wire to be 6 between whatever that we are going to be keeping inside of it. Now, another thing that I showed you is this one is going to be fixed, or you can say sticky, right? Not fixed. So in this div, I'm going to give this class name of in the medium screens, it will be sticky, position sticky. And in the medium screens, it will have top to be 24. Okay. Inside of it, now I'm going to take the card component along with the card content right here. Just like before, we're just going to give this border emerald 900. And since we are just taking card content over here, let's give it some padding of 6. Okay. Now let's display the doctor information. It's going to be very similar to what we've been doing up until now. So I'm going to take a div right here. Let me just close this. Inside this, first of all, we're going to display the user image. So inside of this div, I've taken an image tag with src doctor.image URL. All text will doctor.name, fill, and class name to be object.cover. Otherwise, we're just going to be showing a user icon if the profile pic is not present, imported from Lucid React, right? And this image is going to have width 32, height 32, rounded full, overflow hidden, and margin bottom to be 4, so that we can see a circle around it, right? For this div, I'm going to say class name of display flex and flex column, so that we can have more things below this image in the column, items to be center and text to be center, because those will be center aligned, right? So after this div, we're going to have two things. First is the doctor's name, so doctor.name, and doctor's specialty inside of a badge component in Shadcn UI, so make sure to import it. After this, we will mention the amount of experience the doctor has. So we're going to have a div with the medal icon and doctor.experience and years of experience, right? So if you see inside of our deployed app, so it gives us this error, hostname image.clerk.com is not configured. Okay, so we need to configure it inside of our nextconfig.js so that it knows that what image we are trying to render in Next.js, right? The source is verified. So over here in next.config, I'm going to say images, inside of it remote patterns, and then we will define the protocol to be HTTPS and hostname to be image.clerk.com so that it can render the images from Clerk. Now if I refresh this, there we go, now it's rendered. If it's still showing the error for you, maybe try restarting your app or your server. All right, now below it for the right section, I'm just gonna have a full card component right here. So let me just copy and paste it right here. Title and description are going to be about doctor, whatever the name is, professional background and expertise, and then we will describe more. So over here, you can probably mention the same thing like doctor.specialty. Sorry, it will be specialty. Now let's see. Yep, something like this. Then inside of the card content, we will first of all check if the total slots is more than 0, right? And where will we get this total slots from? We are going to be taking them over here. So const total slots equals available days dot reduce, and I'll count the number of days over here. So I'll take total and 1 day, and let me just take it inside of a bracket, and the initial value will be 0 by default. And over here I'm going to say total plus day dot slots dot length. Now it will show us all of the slots right here. So I'm going to say total slots, if more than 0 question mark, then we can render something over here. Otherwise we're going to render a message that no slots available, right? So over here in this div. So first of all, for this fragment, we're going to render two things. First is the slot picker. If the slot is selected, then we will show the appointment form, right? So we will create the components for these. So over here, I'm going to create a new file, slot-picker.jsx. And the other one will be appointment-form.jsx. AFCE appointment form. And over here in the slot picker are AFCE slot picker. Okay, let's go back over here. Now to show these, we're going to be creating a state over here to display both of them according to that. And in the left section, we're going to be having a button, book appointment button. When we click on it, we will show it, right? So below this div in the left section, I'm going to have a button which will say book appointment. This will have the class name of width full, background emerald 600 on hover, background emerald 700, margin top to be 4. So let's take a couple of states over here on the top. And by the way, let's make this a client component since we're going to be using the hooks. So use client, and right here, I'm going to say show booking if it's true or false, or selected slot, right? So this will define if we want to show the slots or not. And if the slot is selected, we want to show the form after that. I am also going to be taking a function called handle slot select over here, which will receive a slot and will populate this state with that, right? Okay. So coming back to this button, I'm going to say if show booking is true, then we will say hide booking and a chevron up, like chevron up arrow icon over here. Otherwise, chevron down arrow icon over here with book appointment. Now, when we click on it on click, we will initiate a function called toggle booking. So let's create this. So right here, const toggle booking, and whatever the value of set show booking is, I'm going to invert it. So set show booking and invert it. If it's false, it's going to be true, else false, right? So I'm going to say if it's false, if show booking is false, then we'll scroll down to the booking section, right? So I'm going to say document.get element by ID booking section, scroll into view, and behavior is going to be smooth. So it smoothly scrolls down. So now where will this booking section be? It will be in this right section below this card component, right? And actually, so I'll just include this card content over there only. Over here, what we can say, we can just display how many slots are available to book. So first of all, in this card content, we can just display the description of the doctor. So doctor.description, simply, it's just, very simple. That's why I'm just bringing in this code real quick, this static HTML or JSX. And then I'm going to have a separator right here, separator component from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import it. And then after this, I'm going to be having a div right here, where first of all, I'll show the title to be availability, just like this. So I'm going to be showing title availability with the icon clock. And then below it, if the number of slots is more than 0, then I'm going to be showing this many time slots available for booking over next 4 days, right? So let's take this calendar, import this alert from Shadcn UI, alert circle icon, alert description. If not, we will show no available slots for next 4 days. Cool. Now below this card, I'm going to say show booking. If show booking is true, then we will show that booking section. So I'm going to say ID is equals to booking dash section, right? We will scroll down to this. Now inside of this, I'm going to be taking a card again. So let's just go to Shadcn UI and copy it. And I think, yeah, use state is not defined. We're getting this error. So make sure to define use state. And right here, I'm going to paste it, the card component. Remove the card footer from here. The title and description will simply be book an appointment, start a time slot, and provide details for your consultation. Okay. Again, for the card, I'll just have border emerald 900 to be 20. Now inside of this card content over here, again, I'm going to say total slots. If it's more than 0, then we're going to display slot picker and the appointment form. Otherwise, I'm going to show a div over here, which will again simply say no available slots. This doctor does not have any available appointment slots for next 4 days. Please check back later or try another doctor, right? I think we generally don't need to add this over here because we already have this one, right? But I've added it so that a user can interact with the UI and, open the slots and stuff. So let's see how this looks. Button is not defined. Let me just import this button real quick right here. So see, I'm going to say book appointment, and yes, scroll down, and let me just provide some styling over here as well. In the availability, where is it? Right here. So for this div, I'm going to give the class name of space y to be 4. And over here as well, I'm going to say class name space y to be 6. And now let's see. There we go. Something like this. If I click on book appointment, you see it scrolls down right here to book an appointment section. Okay, let's continue then. Over here, we will be importing both of those components that we had created. First of all, I'm going to say if not selected slot, if selected slot is empty, then I'm going to show the slot picker component that we created, and this will take the days equals available days, and on selected slot, what will happen, we will just update the state, right? So you may remember we created this handle slot select function right here, right? So that's what we're going to do. After this, I'm going to say if slot is selected, so select slot is true, and I'll show the appointment form right here. Now what is this going to take? It's going to take the doctor ID, the selected slot, on back, set selected slot will be null, and on complete, we will trigger this handle booking complete function, which is simply is going to route us, right? So let me just create it over here, const handle booking complete. let's initialize our use router over here. Make sure to import from /navigation, and inside of it, I'll say router dot push, and I'll say /appointments to the appointments page of user, right? Okay, let's first work on the slot picker then. So we'll be taking the days and on select slot over here. So over here, first of all, I'm gonna take a local state for the selected slot. So I'm gonna initialize right here. And by the way, over here, if you notice, we're gonna be using these tabs over here, right? So let's grab the tabs component from here from Shadcn UI. And we will also have a state for active tab, right? And we want to select the first tab by default. So we are saying first day with the slots, right? And what this will essentially do is it will say days.find. And if it has slots, the first day has the slots, then we'll simply return it, right? So it will be selected automatically right here. Let's have a function over here for selecting the slot. So I'll say handle slot selection and set selected slot to be the slot whatever it's selected. And let's have another function, confirm selection. If the slot is selected, then we will trigger this onSet select slot function. Okay, we're ready. Let's work on the UI. Let's just give all of these tabs some gap between them. And we have this set active tab and active tab state over here, right? So in the tabs right here, I'm gonna say default value will be active tab, that is the first day. On value change, we will trigger set active tab and change the current active tab, right? Now let's render all of our tabs trigger right here, right? So I'll say days.map, and inside of it, I'm gonna move this, this one. And inside this tabs trigger, now over here in the tabs trigger, I'm gonna say key equals day.date. I'll take the day over here. Value will be day.date. It will be disabled if we have no slots present over here. And the class name, if we don't have any slots, will be opacity 50, cursor not allowed. Make sure to import use state here and make this use client. Also import tabs and stuff, tabs content, tabs trigger. And let's return this from over here so that we can see it. Inside of this tabs trigger, I'm simply going to be having a div which will show that particular date, day.date. Make sure to import format from date-fns. So it will display the date and the day after it. So let's see. Yes, something like this. This is what we wanted. And after this, we will display the number of slots on that day, right? So I'm going to say day.slots.length. If it's more than 0, then I'm going to say day.slots.length with some green background and text. For this tabs list, I'm going to say width to be full, justify start, overflow x auto. So it takes the whole width, right? So let's see. Yes, something like this. Maybe we can remove this overflow x auto so it does not show these arrows over here. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. Now after this, with respect to the date selected, we will show the the slots over here on the bottom. So inside the tabs content, we're just gonna have one tabs content, and above it, I'm gonna render the days. So days.map for each and every day. I'm gonna be rendering this tabs content. With respect to the trigger selected, like trigger clicked on, we will show the tabs content. So first of all, I'm gonna say key will be day.date. Value will be day.date and class name top to be 4. And I'm going to check if this has any slots or not. So day.slot.length is more than 0. Then actually let's first render if it's 0, right? Then I'm going to display a grid with some error message. Otherwise, I'm going to display another div where I'm going to show all of that slots. So for the error message first, I'm going to say no slots available for this day. Otherwise, inside of this div, I'm gonna give the class name of space y to be 3, and then let's have an h3 called day.displayDate, and then we can map through it. So for each day, we are now going to be rendering the slots. So day.slots.map, and inside of it, I'm gonna be having a card component. So card, and inside of this, I'm gonna have card content. Now notice what I'm gonna do. So for this card, I'm going to say key is going to be slot.start time. Class name is going to be border emerald 900, cursor pointer and transition all. That's fine. But if this slot is selected, then I'm going to have a border emerald 600 around it and background emerald 900. And on hover, border emerald will be 700. For the card content, I'm simply going to give this class name of some padding, display flex, items to be center, and then inside of it, let's just render our slot. So let's just render a icon first clock icon from Lucid React. And if it is the selected slot, then obviously I'll make it emerald, else text muted, right? And then in the span tag, I'm going to render my time slot. So format is already imported. So slot.start time and this format right here, right? And again, if it's selected, I'm going to show text to be white. So let me show you. So we're getting this error over here, probably because we have not taken this slot right here. Yeah, now it's fine. You can see we have all of these slots right here and we can select them as well. Great then. Let's give it some styling so that they appear in a grid. So over here, I'm going to wrap this whole thing inside of a div, right? So I'll take the closing div and over here, I'm going to put it right here, right? So for this div, I'm going to give class name of display grid columns to be 2. In the bigger screens or in the medium screens, you can say grid columns to be 3. And in the medium screens, grid columns is going to be 4 with some gap of 2 between them. Let's see now. Yes, something like this. This is what we wanted. When we click on it, we will trigger this function to select the slot. Now let's work on our button final, like below this tabs right here. I'm going to have a div which will continue and take us to the form, right? So over here, I'll say button to be continue with icon chevron right. Let's import it. And when we click on it, it should trigger this confirm selection, which will trigger this on select slot, right? After this, we will say it'll be disabled if the slot is not selected, and class name will be background emerald 600 and hover background emerald 700. Let's check it out. If I click on it and select a slot, let's just style this as well. So I'll just give this class name display flex and I'll say justify end, so it's in the very end on the right side. Yes. Now if I select on it and click on continue, on select slot is not a function. Let's see what's wrong. We are providing on select slot from over here, right? On selected slot. Okay, so it should be on select slot. Now it should be fine. If I click on continue, yes, now we can see the appointment form. Okay, let's go on and work on appointment form now then. Now inside this appointment form, if you see inside of our deployed app, what will we need? If I click on continue, we just need this description box right here, right? That's all. So let's just take a state over here to input our description, right? Let's take use state and on the top, I'm going to say use client. Also, let's take our props. So over here, I'm going to say doctor ID, slot, on back and on complete. And also we're going to be needing the server action that we created for booking the appointment. So this book appointment server action, import it. I'll import use fetch. And this will provide us loading data and submit booking. Cool. Now over here, let's make it a form, right? Inside this form, I'm going to take a div where I'm going to be rendering the details related to our slot, right? So it's going to be very easy. So let me just bring it in real quick. So for this div, I'm going to be saying something like this. So notice this is the one. So I'm going to say background muted to 20, padding to be 4. Again, if you want, you can just put your own style over here. Border emerald to like 900 with opacity 20, space y to be 3. Inside this div, I'm going to be having the day, like the time of the slot. So using this format from date-fns and also with this calendar icon and this format with the date and the day, right? After this, we're going to be taking the clock icon and show the formatted slot that we are sending from the backend. And we're going to show the credit card icon and I'm going to show how much cost it will be for the user to book it. Let's see. So if I go to my app, what is this? Cannot resolve FS. I think we forgot to do this. So over here, yeah, I think I need to do use server. Maybe that's why this error is being thrown. Yeah, that's fine now. If I click on book appointment, if I select a slot, yes, we can see these details right here. Below it, we want to render, where did it go? Yeah, we want to render that description, right? Let's just have some gap between them. So in the form, I'm going to say space y to be 6. And after this div, I'm going to have another div with the label, describe your medical concern, and I'll keep it optional. And I'm going to have HTML for the description. Now let's have the input over here. I'm going to be using the text area from Shadcn UI. So I'll say text area, ID to be description, placeholder, whatever placeholder that you want to keep over here, value to be description of this state. On change, we're going to set this state and class name, BG background, border emerald 900 and height to be 32. Below this, if you want to show any information like this information will be shared with the doctor before your appointment, right? Okay. For this div, I'm going to give the class name of space y to be 2. Let's check it out. Yes, something like this. We can see the description and that label over here as well. Now, below this, we're going to have 2 buttons, which will say confirm booking and change time slot, or basically to go back. So let's just render them over here as well. So below this div, I'm going to have another div where the first button will be change time slot with arrow left. And it will simply have this on back that we're getting from over here. It'll be disabled when the booking is going on, right? So loading. Type will be button so it does not submit our form. Variant will be outline. Class name, border emerald. After this, we're going to have another button for submitting our form. So I'll have a button which will say type submit, disabled when loading is going on. Class name, background emerald 600, on hover, background emerald 700. If the loading is going on, we're going to show the loader 2 with booking. Otherwise, we're going to check confirm booking, right? Now let's write the logic for submitting this form. Let me just first add styles for this div. It will display flex, justify center, and padding top to be 2. Okay. Now I'll go back right here in the form and I'll say on submit, and I'll create this handle submit function right here. So const handle submit, just like this. And here, this will be an asynchronous function, and we will take the event from the form, right? And I'll just say e.prevent default so it does not refreshes our page. Now after this, let's take the form data and provide it all of the values. So inside of the form data, as we already discussed, we're going to be needing like doctor ID, start time, end time, and the description. So we already have all of those things. So doctor ID, start time, end time, and the description from right here. Right. And after this, we're going to be making the call to our backend. So I'm going to say this submit booking, right? So await submit booking to be form data. Now let's take this data and show the toast over here, just like we've been doing using use effect. So use effect, let's import it. If data is there and data.success is there, then show the toast imported from Sonar. Toast.success, appointment booked successfully. And I'm going to trigger this on complete as well that we are sending from right here. This on complete, which will trigger handle booking complete and will push us to /appointments page. And yeah, I think this should do it. Let's check it out. If I click on book appointment, select a slot, let's say this slot or this slot, continue. Button is not defined. Okay, let me just make sure I have imported all of these things. Button, and yeah, I think these things are imported. Let's try it out again. Yes, now we can see these 2 buttons over here. We can go back, we can change the slot, come back again. Amazing. We can write anything over here, test, and click on confirm booking, and it is booking. Failed to book appointment, patient not found. Okay, what is this? Let's see inside of our appointments right here in the book appointments. Oh, probably because I am logged in as a doctor, right? Yes. Let me sign it out. Let me sign up as a dummy user. So let's just say jack at example.com, and I'm going to enter some password. There we go. We are in. Let's click on get started. We need to select join as patient. Role selected. Okay, let's select a category over here and a doctor, book appointment, and let's choose any slot over here. I'll say test and click on confirm booking. Now this should work, hopefully. We get a big description over here. Appointments were unique at least. So it says where needs one of the ID. I think over here in the book appointments, I guess we didn't provide something. Okay, so over here in the book appointments, we have written find unique. It should be find first, not find unique, because unique requirement requires some unique value, right? Like ID or email, something like that. But this is not unique for this particular table. So let's try it again now. I'm going to click on confirm booking. Okay, so now TX is not defined. Okay, so yeah, it's because we removed that transaction after creating this, right? So maybe that's why. So yeah, we need to say DB over here. Okay, hopefully now it will work. Okay, now moment of truth. Let's click on confirm booking. There we go. Appointment booked successfully. Amazing. And it routed us to /appointments, which obviously does not exist. Let's see inside of our database. So here in the appointments table, we have this appointment. Amazing. And we have the video session ID as well. Awesome. This will be used to generate video session token so that user and the doctor or patient and the doctor can join the video call. Great. So you know what? Why don't we go on now and work on rendering the appointments for both doctors and the patient. So this my appointments page, and actually if I log in as a doctor over here, in this doctor dashboard, we will have this appointments tab over here, right? We will display the same component for both of them, like in the appointments of patient and appointments of doctor, so that they can join the video call from over here. So let's work on the appointment card now. And we also going to be working on this logic. So again, if I just try to log in as a doctor, so you can see we have these appointments, right? So we can complete any appointment, we can click on view details, we can add some note for an appointment over here. We can also cancel the appointment as a doctor. Patient can also cancel the appointment, by the way, right? So yeah, we need to create server actions for all of these things from over here. So let me just close all of these things and go inside of the actions doctor.js, and this is where we will be creating this get doctor's appointment server action along with the other server action for canceling, adding notes, marking appointment as completed. And also inside of the appointments.js, we will be writing the function for generating the video call token. Now, first of all, we have to obviously verify if the user is logged in or not. So we're going to do the same thing that we've already done. Then after this, I'll have a try catch block. And this, first of all, we will fetch the doctor's information. So just like before, I'm going to say const doctor await db.user.findUnique, where clerk user ID is this and role should be doctor. Then if the doctor is not there, throw new error, doctor not found. Right now, finally, to fetch all of the doctor's appointment, I'll say const appointments equals await db.appointment.find many. And then inside of it right here, I'll say where doctor ID is this and status should be scheduled, right? It should not completed or cancelled. We only want scheduled over here. Then after this, where we also want to include the patient's information. So I'll say patient to be true. And then we will sort them in the ascending order, right? In the ascending order of the start time. Then in the end, finally, we are going to be returning all of the appointments. If there's any error, we're going to throw the error, fail to fetch appointments. So this will help us to get all of the doctor's appointment. Now, a couple of more things, as I already showed you in our deployed app. If you click on view details, we have a bunch of different options over here, right? We can mark this as complete. We can cancel the appointment, right? We can add notes over here. So if I say test notes, I'm going to click on save notes. And there we go. It is saved successfully. Test notes right here. Right. So let's create all of these server actions as well. So right below this, I'm going to say cancel appointment. And this will get the form data, and the form data will contain basically the appointment ID, right? So again, first of all, let me just take this and I'm going to say if user is not logged in, throw the error, else the try catch block. Now inside the try catch block, now one thing over here, this cancel appointment server action can be used both by doctor and the patient, right? So we're going to have to make it generic. So let's fetch the user details, whether it's the doctor who's logged in or whether it's the patient who's logged in. So I'll say const user await db.user.findUnique, same thing, right? If user not present, throw new error. After this, let's take out the appointment ID from the form data. So I'm going to say const appointment ID equals form data dot get appointment ID. If there is no appointment ID, we're going to throw the error. After this, we're going to fetch the appointment, right? So appointment equals await db dot appointment dot find unique. And then inside of it, I'll say where to be ID is appointment ID. And I also want to include patient and doctor both information, right? So patient to be true and doctor to be true. So this will basically fetch the patient and doctor information with respect to their ID that is present inside of the table. So if you notice in the appointment table, you have this patient ID and doctor ID connected to user table, right? So this is how it will fetch it. Okay, let's check this appointment and check if it is present or not. So after this, I'll say if appointment is not present, throw new error. Now we need to verify if the user who's trying to cancel is he or she the patient or the doctor who is part of this appointment, right? So I'm going to say if appointment.doctor ID is not equal to the logged in user ID or appointment.patient ID is not equal to logged in user ID. If either of this is not true, then throw new error. You are not authorized to cancel this appointment. Then after that, we will perform multiple operations over here, right? Like if you cancel a call, it will give you your credits back, right? So you spend 2 credits to book an appointment and you will get both of those credits back. And the doctor, in the doctor's account, we will reduce those credits, right? The doctor no longer owns those credits. So we will use the transaction as I showed you. So await db dot $transaction inside of it async, and I'll take each and every transaction right here. And inside of it, first of all, we need to update the appointment to cancel, right? So let me just bring in these queries real quick. It's pretty easy. So await tx.appointment.update, where ID is this and data status to be cancelled, right? So first transaction will be this. Second one will be to refund the patient. So I'm going to say await tx.credit_transaction.create. We will create a new credit transaction over here for the patient, right? That is patient got the refund. So user ID is this patient, amount to be 2, type appointment deduction, and description, which you can remove, right? Again, I forgot to remove this description because we are not using these. Similarly for the doctor as well. So below it, await tx.credit_transaction.create and -2, right? Appointment deduction. Okay. After this, we will update the patient's credit balance and the doctor's credit balance, right? So we'll make 2 calls over here. First of all, tx.user.update, where ID is this, and data credits to be increment by 2. And in the case of doctors, it will be decrement by 2, right? So yeah, these are all the things that we need to do to cancel our transaction. And now in the end, I'm going to say if the user who is logged in, so user.role is equals to doctor, then we need to send them to /doctor page. Else, if the user.role is patient, then we need to send them to the appointments page. And then we will return success to be true. Oops, success to be true. Great. And let's just throw the error, failed to cancel appointment. All right, so that was cancel appointment. Let's work on adding the appointment notes. So you know what, let me just let me just shrink this, duplicate this get doctor appointment function. It will be majorly similar to this one. So I'll just duplicate it, and right here, again, first we will check if user is logged in or not. Let's call it add appointment notes, and I'll take form data over here. Then we will check the doctor's login status. That's fine. Then after this, let's remove this. We're gonna get 2 things over here from our form data. First, the appointment ID and the notes, right? So we'll take both of them out from our form data. And after that, we will verify that the appointments belong to this user, right? So I'm gonna say after this, const appointment equals await db.appointment.find unique, where ID is this and doctor ID should be this. If the appointment is not found, we're gonna throw the error appointment not found. Then finally, in the end, let's update the appointment with the notes that doctor has added, right? So const updated appointment equals await db.appointment.update, where ID is this and data will be the notes, right? So we have updated it. And finally, in the end, we will refetch the data in the doctor's page, right? So I'll say revalidate path to be /doctor and return success to be true and the updated appointment. If there's any error, we're gonna throw the error failed to update notes with error message. Okay, this looks good. Let's work on the mark appointment to be completed. Let me just copy it up and paste it right here again. Let me just remove this from this function and let's call this mark appointment completed. You'll get some form data. Again, these things will remain the same. We're fetching the doctor, verifying it, and now we're getting the appointment ID. If the appointment ID not present, throw new error appointment ID is required. Then we'll fetch the appointment, and let's also include the patient's information, and we'll check if appointment not found, throw the error the appointment not found. Now after this, we need to check if appointment is currently scheduled. So I'll say if appointment.status is not equals to scheduled, right? So we can throw the error only scheduled appointments can be marked as completed. Okay, now we also need to check if the end time has passed or not. If it's before the end time, we cannot mark it as completed. So we'll take both of those things over here. First of all, now what is the current time and the appointment end time, right? So we'll take that over here, and then we can check if now is less than the appointment end time, then we can throw the error cannot mark appointment as completed before the scheduled end time. And after this, we can finally update our appointment to be completed. So I'll say const updated appointment equals await db.appointment.update, where ID is this and data should be status completed, right? And then finally in the end, We're going to do the same thing, that is revalidate our doctor's page and return success to be true and the updated appointment. And if there's any error, we're going to throw the error, fail to mark appointment as completed. Cool then. So these are all the things that we will be needing for now. Now, one more thing, we need to generate the video call token as well, right? When user wants to join a video call, like either doctor or the patient. So let's write that function over here in the appointments.js. We're going to be creating this server action, generate video token, right? Now, what will this do? Let me just show you real quick first. So over here in our doctor's dashboard, we have this call scheduled right now, right? So if I click on join video call from over here, see, it took me to the video call, but I have currently, turned it off. Let me just turn off the mic as well. But notice it requires three things. One is this session ID, another is this appointment ID, and third is this token right here, right? So these are the three things, and this token is what we will be generating inside of this generate video token function, which is very important to join a video call. Cool then. And also we will be creating all of this UI as well very soon, right? So let's just continue over here in the video, like generate video token. First of all, obviously we need to check if user is logged in or not, just like before. And then I'm gonna say try catch block. Let's check if user exists inside of our database or not. So this thing as well. And then after this, we will be sending the appointment ID right here, right? So I'm going to take it out. Then I'm going to find this appointment. So I'll say const appointment, await db.appointment.find unique. We've already done all of these things, right? Then we will throw the error if the appointment does not exist. So after all of this verification is done, after that, we're going to verify if the user who's trying to join is part of this call or not, right? So it should be either patient or the doctor. So I'll say appointment.doctor ID if it's not equal to user ID, or and patient ID is not equal to user ID, then you are not authorized to join this call. Okay. Also, we need to check if it's scheduled or not. So I'll say appointment.status is not equal to scheduled, then this appointment is not currently scheduled, right? So user cannot join it. We also need to verify that the appointment is within the valid time range. So I'll take the current time and the appointment time, the appointment start time, right? And then we'll calculate the time difference over here. If time difference is more than 30 minutes, then we won't allow them to join, right? So I'll say time difference equals appointment time minus now is like divided by 60 into 1000, which will return us the difference in the minutes. If it's more than 30, then we will not allow them to join, right? We won't show them the video call button. So I'll say if time difference is more than 30, I'll say throw new error. This call will be available 30 minutes before the scheduled time. Okay. Now we have to generate the token for this video session, and we cannot allow them to join whenever they like for this video call, right? Because it can be the case when the call is over, after 2 hours, someone tries to use the same link again. We have to make sure that token is expired by then, right? To avoid use of unnecessary resources. So I'm going to be taking two things over here. First is the appointment end time, when it's ending. So appointment.end time, new date, and then we will calculate the expiration time. So I'll say math.floor appointment.end time divided by 1000 plus 60 into 60. That is 1 hour after the call is ended. So we will get two things over here, the end time and the expiration time. And then we can prepare the data for the user who is going to be joining the call. So I'll say connection data equals json.stringify user name, role, and user ID. Right? So after this, we will call the Vonage function for joining the video call. So Vonage, and this Vonage is this, if you remember, the Vonage object that we took earlier. And I'll say Vonage dot video dot generate client token. And then inside of it, I'll say appointment dot video session ID, right? We're going to be needing the session ID and the details, like the role is publisher who is starting this up. So keep in mind one thing. If either of these people join first, we will generate the token once and we will not generate it again and again, right? Because the video token once generated, anyone can join through that video token. So we will store that token inside of our database. So if you remember, inside of our Prisma schema, we have this video session token, right? This will store the tokens for our video call. So the role is publisher. That is both doctor and patient can publish the streams. And the expiration time will be this expiration time. Data will be this connection data about the user. Okay. After this, we can update our database to store this token, right? So let me just take it. So const token equals this. and we can say db.appointment.update, where ID is appointment ID and data is this video session token, this token right here, right? So we will store it, and then finally we will return success to be true, video session ID, and the token that we have generated. If there's any error, we're gonna say fail to generate video token error dot message. All right, that was a lot of server actions over here, right? But yeah, we are done. Let's go on and start working on our UI, and this is one of the most important parts of our app. The video call is something that drives our app, right? So cool, then let's go to doctor and components. We're going to be creating a new component right here, appointment dash list dot JSX, RAFCE, doctor appointments list. And we can take this and go to page dot JSX over here, and I'm going to provide the doctor appointments list component. Make sure to import it, and we will provide it with this appointments data, right? We will get all of the appointments. If you remember, this is the function that we, sorry, not this. Yeah, this is the one. This is the function that we created right now, right? So we'll get this appointments data, and I'll say appointments equals appointments data dot appointments, otherwise empty. Let's go inside this doctor appointments list, and let's receive these appointments right here. Now inside of this div right here, actually instead of this div, I'm going to be taking the card component from Shadcn UI. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. I'm going to remove the card description and the card footer, and for the card title, I'll just say calendar icon from Lucid React and upcoming appointments. Let me just import all of these things real quick. Cool, let's have a look. Yes, upcoming appointments. For this card, let me just give it border emerald 900, 20 opacity. Now inside this card content, we're going to be creating a component, like separate component for appointment card, and it will be used over here in this upcoming appointments, as well as the patient's appointments page. So over here, I'm going to check if appointments dot length, length is more than 0, then we're going to render a div over here. Otherwise, we're going to render another div. Now in this first div is where we will be rendering all of our appointments, right? So we'll mapping through the appointments, etc. And we'll render all the appointment cards. So class name will be space y to be 4. But in this other div, since no appointments will be present, we're just going to be rendering no upcoming appointments. You don't have any scheduled appointments yet. Make sure to set your availability to allow patients to book, right? Let's import this calendar icon. It's already imported. Let's see. Yeah, it won't show anything since we don't have inside of like anything inside of it, right? So inside of it, I'll take the appointments dot map appointment. I'll take each and every appointment, and inside of this appointment card. So we obviously need to create this component. So let's just create it here in the common components. So I'll say appoint card dot JSX RAFCE. I'll say appointment card, and this will take a few things with respect to if the patient is calling the card or if the doctor is calling the card. First of all, it will take the appointment information, right? So appointment, then the user role, right? If it's a patient or a doctor, with respect to that, we will show the things inside of it, and refetch appointments. So this function will allow us to refresh the appointments in that particular page. All right, cool then. So let's go back over here. Make sure to, let me just write it like this and import it over here. And you know what? We actually won't need this refetch appointments over here, because inside of our server action, let's see. So when we cancel the appointment, we are revalidating just like this. Okay. When it comes to add appointment notes, we are revalidating over here as well. And when it comes to mark appointment complete, we are also revalidating. Okay. Then I don't think we would need the third thing, right? So over here, we're just going to be sending the appointment and the user role. Cool. Now inside of it, let's just try to render something. So I'll just take the appointment and I'll say appointment dot start time. And let's see what do we get over here. Okay, so we have this error. Let's see. So instead of this, let me just console log the appointment over here to see if we are getting anything inside of over here. So we are seeing this appointment card render, but if we go to console, we have this object. Yes, we are seeing this. Oh, my bad. So start time would be an object, right? That's why it was not rendering. If I just say ID over here, so I'll just say appointment dot ID, we should see that. Yes, we can see the ID right here. Cool then, so it's working. So let's get inside of this appointment card now and start building it. Now, first of all, we're gonna be needing a couple of states over here, right? So if you noticed, inside of our deployed app right here, when you click on view details, we have this pop-up, right? So we will be creating this dialog as well. And for managing this, we are going to be needing a state. So I'm going to say open or set open, right? Then there's going to be an action, which can either be cancel, notes, video, or complete, whatever, right? So there are going to be four types of actions over here. There's also going to be a state which will store our notes the doctor will give to the patient. And then let's just, have all of the server actions that we have created right here. First of all, let me just import use state and also make this component a client component. So use client. Then after this, I'm going to be importing all of my server actions using the use fetch hook. So there's going to be 4, right? First one will be for cancel appointment. So import it, use fetch. I'm going to take loading, rename it to cancel loading, function to submit cancel data to cancel data. Same with our add appointment note function with these, generate video token with these, and mark appointment completed, right? So I've imported them beforehand so that later on we don't have to import them one by one, right? So after this, we're going to be taking a few details over here, like the details about the other party. That is, if the other party is patient or if the other party is the doctor, right? So currently I'll check if the current user's role is doctor, then I'll get the information about patient, else I'll get the information about the doctor, right? So we have the information about the other party. Let's get the label about them and the icon as well. So other party label, if we are doctor, they will be patient, else doctor. And if we are doctor, we're going to show the user icon, right? Like if we are doctor, they are patient, right? So we will be showing the user icon. And for us, we'll be showing stethoscope. Cool, then so we have all of this information. Let's go on and render it right here in the div. So instead of this div right here, I'm going to be taking the card component. So it'll be simple enough. I'll take a card just like this, make sure to import it. And I'll take card content just like that. Now inside of this, I'm going to take a div. Inside this div, I'm going to take another div and I'll have the icon for the other party. In this case, they are patient. And in another div, I'm going to be taking the other things like the name, the email, etc. Right? So I can have an H3 first. If user's role is doctor, we can just render the patient name. Otherwise, we can render doctor, whatever the name is. Right? After this, we can render the email if you want, if the user role is doctor, right? Otherwise, if the user role is patient, we're going to render the specialty for the particular doctor, right? Then we can render the appointment start time and end time. So first of all, let's just render the calendar icon and format date time function. So this is the custom function that we'll be creating and we'll input the start time. So let me show you. If I go on over here, const format date time, inside this simply, this will be taking the date string and we will format this date string in this format right here, right? First of all, the date and the time. Otherwise, we'll return the invalid date right here. Make sure to import format from date-fns. So currently it looks something like this. We will style it, don't worry. And after this, we can finally show the start time and end time. So inside this div, we'll have a clock icon with this format time function, which we will also create. It'll say start time and end time. So let's create this function real quick. So right here, I'm just going to be returning the time from over here. So I'll say return format and I'll just give this format of this thing, right? Hours and minutes, right? So let's go on and see. Yes, something like this. Let's style this. So first of all, for this div, I'm going to say class name display flex, flex column. In the medium screens, flex row. In the small screens, flex column. Justify between and gap to be 4. For this div right here, I'm going to say class name of display flex, items to be start and gap to be 3 between all of these, right? And now after this div right here, inside of the parent div, we're going to be showing the appointment statuses and stuff, right? So I'll just have a div right here. First of all, let's see how this looks currently. So something like this. So inside of this div, I'll say class name of display flex, flex column, gap to be 2, self end. So it's in the very end. And in the medium screens, it will be in the start. So self to be start. And then inside of this div, first of all, I'm going to be showing the badge related to the appointment, like if it's scheduled or whatever, right? So I'm going to be having this badge component from Shadcn UI. and variant to be outline. And over here, we will show the colors and borders accordingly, right? So if the appointment status is completed, then it will be border emerald and text emerald. If it's cancelled, then it will be red. Otherwise, it will be yellow, right? If it's scheduled right now. Let's see, something like this, right? And by the way, for this card content, I'm gonna say padding to be 4. And for this card right here, I'll say border emerald 900, on hover border emerald 700, and transition all for the hover. So let's see, yes, something like that. Apart from this badge, we're gonna be having 2 more things. So over here, we're gonna say mark as completed and view details button, right, to open that dialog. So first of all, first div is going to be a button which will say complete. So we need to actually check if the user can mark this as complete or not, right? So let's create a function actually, which I'll say can mark completed. And if we call it, and if it is true, then obviously we will show this button, right? So let's take this and go right here, and notice, I'll just bring it in. So can mark completed, it will say if user role is not equal to doctor, or if it's not scheduled, then we'll return false. Obviously only doctor can mark this as completed. Otherwise we'll check const now and the appointment end time. So we have already added this check inside of our server action, if you remember, right? So we have both of these times, and if we check if now is more than the end time, only then we can mark this as completed, right? So okay, let's have the size of this button to be small and a class name to be background 600, and on hover background emerald 700. Let's see, yeah, something like this. Let's see if I have given, yeah, I think I have given styling to this. Now when we click on this button, we need a function to be triggered. So I'll create a function const handle mark complete, complete, and inside of it we will be showing, like we will be calling this thing, this submit mark completed. And we also have this complete loading over here, right, while this is being marked as complete. So first of all, inside this, I'm gonna check if complete loading is true, then return, right? We will not move forward, and this will be an asynchronous function. So we'll be making an API call. Now then I'm gonna ask if window.confirm, are you sure you want to mark this appointment as completed? This action cannot be undone. If user says yes, then we'll perform the following action. We'll initialize a new form data.append, and we will add the appointment ID, and we will call this submit mark completed function. And then after this, after we have got something inside this complete data right here, I'm going to trigger the toast, and I'm going to show appointment marked as completed, right? So just like what we have done already, and we will set open to false just in case the dialog is opened, right? So we'll take this handle mark complete and go over here to our button, and I'll say on click to be handle mark completed. I think I misspelled it, so handle mark completed, yes. And we will also disable it if the loading is going on. We can also show the loading inside of it. So I'll say if complete loading is going on, then show the loader too. Otherwise we will show the check circle with this complete, right? So let's see, yep, something like this. Great, then let's go back, and below this button right here, we will have another button. So right here, we're gonna have this button, view details, which will open the dialog, right? So size small, variant outline, class named border emerald 900, and on click, we will change this set open state that I showed you earlier to be true, right? Now, finally, let's go on and create our dialog. So right below this card right here, let me just wrap this whole thing inside of a fragment. So it's like this. I'll take this closing fragment and paste it right here, and over here we'll be creating our appointment details dialog. Let's get the dialog component from Shadcn UI. So over here, this dialog right here, if we click on it, it opens up a dialog like this. Just copy it up and paste it right here. Let's provide the states first. So open, and on open change we'll get set open. Let's try it out inside of our app. Okay, we have not imported dialog, so make sure to import from /UI for all of these one by one. All right, so I've imported all of them. Let's check it out now. If I click on view details, yes. And why is this schedule looking like this? Let's see. So this badge. So over here, I think I'll add self start. Let me just add it over here and here as well. So now if we see, yes, something like this. This is what we wanted. Let's check these smaller screens. So yes, this looks good, pretty good. Also, let's just give some gap between both of these. So over here, I'll say class name to display flex, gap to be 2, margin top to be 2, and flex wrap. So now, yes, we have some gap between these. Looks good. Let's remove this open trigger from this dialog. We won't be needing any trigger since we have a different trigger for this. Let's add the dialog title and description. So for both of these, title will be simply appointment details with text Excel, font bold, and text to be white. This for description, we will say for appointment.state is scheduled, manage your upcoming appointment, else we'll say view appointment information, right? We can also view it after it is done. So let's see if I click on over here. Yes, something like this. Now below it, below the header. And by the way, if you want, you can make this dialog a completely separate component on its own. It'll probably look more clean. Now below it, I'm gonna have another div, and now over here we can just show the other party's information. So I'm just gonna bring it in. It's pretty easy. So notice, first of all, in this div, I'm gonna be having an H4 with the other party label, the name, right? The icon, the role, or the email if it's a patient, right? And the specialty if the other party is a doctor, right? Just like we showed in the card, when we click on view details, we will show it just like this over here. Okay, again, same thing, we will be showing the appointment time. So below this div, I'm gonna say H4 to be scheduled time. Then I'll show a calendar icon to show the start time. We'll just use the same function, and then a format time to show when the call starts and when it ends, right? Below it, we're gonna show the status again, just like we showed in the card component. So H4 status badge. We've already written this code right here. So just like this so far, and also the patient's description after it. So after this div, we will be rendering the appointment.patient description if it's present, if they have added it. Then I'm gonna render the appointment.patient description. And also if user role is doctor, then I'll show patient description. Else, if it's a patient themselves, then I'll say your description. So something like this, right? And for this one, we will just have the background muted of 20. Let me just, give it some styling. Also this div will not close here. It will close here. So for this div right here, I'm gonna give, so right here for this div, I'll just say class name to be space y to be 4 and padding y to be 4. So like this. Now it's more separated with each other, like from each other. Now after this, we're gonna be showing the button to join the video call. So I'm gonna say if appointment dot status is equals to scheduled, and inside of this, we're gonna be showing the video consultation button. So let's have a div right here with the class name of space y to be 2, and then inside of it, I'm going to show the H4 of video consultation. Then we will have the button right here which will decide if the call is ready to be joined or not, right? So over here in the button, if you notice on the top, we have this generate video token, right? So we have this token loading, submit token request, which we will be invoking when we want to, generate the token. Let me provide some space between these and the token data. So we need to decide if we want to allow user to join the video call or not, right? If the appointment is active or not. So we're going to be creating a function right here. Let's say is appointment active. Inside of this, we'll take the current time, the appointment start time, and the appointment end time, right? If the now is less than 30 minutes before the appointment start time, then we will not show it, right? So over here you can say appointment time dot get time minus now dot get time. If it's less than or equal to 30 minutes, and we're converting it into minutes, right? If that is the case, then we will allow it. And now is less than appointment time, then we'll allow it. Or now is more than appointment time and less than appointment end time, right? Then we can allow it. Okay. Let's have another function over here to join the video call, like to generate the token. So I'll just create simply handle join video call, which we will invoke when we click on that join video call button. So it will set action to video, const form data to new form data, and just supply appointment ID, and we will trigger this function right here, right? And after this is done, we will get some response from over here from our token data, right? So over here below it, I'll just invoke the use effect, and inside of this use effect, I'll check. So if the token data, if the token data changes or the appointment ID changes, then inside of it, we will get some response from our backend, right? So if I show you inside of this generate video token function, what were we returning? We were returning video session ID, the token, and the third thing that we will require is this, if you remember, the application ID I showed you in the video call page, right? So we will need all of those things to generate the video call link. So I'm going to say if token data dot success, if this is true, I'll just say conditional chaining over here. Then inside of this, I'm going to say, like, I need to first take the router, right? So let's just initialize the router over here. Const router equals use router from next/navigation. And then I'll go back down over here and I'll say router dot push to /video call page, which obviously does not exist. We will be creating it very soon. And we will provide first the session ID. So token data dot video session ID, the generated token. So token data dot token, and the appointment ID, which is the appointment dot ID. And sorry, I was wrong. This will be the appointment ID, not this application ID. This application ID will be useful later on when we try to join the video call, right? I got confused there for a second. But yeah, these are the three things that we will require over here. This appointment ID will help us to fetch some data inside of the video call page, right? Okay, let's take all of this data, is appointment active and handle video, like handle join video call, and let's continue working on this button right over here, right? So first of all, over here, I'm gonna say class name width full background emerald 600 on hover background emerald 700, and it will be disabled if this is not true. Action should be equals to video or token is loading. If either of these is true, then we will keep the button as disabled. And inside of this, and also by the way, we are on click triggering this handle join video call that we just created. And inside of this, I'm gonna say token loading is true and action to be video. Then I'll say preparing video call and show this loader to icon. Otherwise, I'll show this video icon from Lucid React. And if we are eligible to join the video call, then we'll show join video call. If not, we'll show video call will be available 30 minutes before. So let's see. If I click on view details, you can see we are not available. Like this is not available to join right now because the time is not, like time is passed basically right now. Okay, now below it, let's add the logic for adding the doctor notes. So right below this div, I'm gonna have another div with the class name of space y to be 2. And then inside of it, first we're gonna have a div over here, inside of which we can show the h4 doctor notes, and we will also show over here the button to edit the notes, right? And below it, we will have the text area where we will render the actual notes. So after this h4, I'm gonna say if user role is equals to doctor and the action is not equals to notes and the appointment dot status is not equals to cancelled, right? Then we will render a button right here. So over here, I'll say button component. And now inside of this button component, simply we're gonna have variant ghost size to be small. On click, we will set action to notes and class name height to be 7, text emerald 400, on hover 300, and background emerald 900 as well. We will have this edit icon alongside it with height and width of 3.5, and appointment notes, appointment.notes, if it's active, like if it's there anything, we will say edit, otherwise we'll say add. So let's see, yes, we have add over here. Right now it's gone since we clicked on it, and set action is notes now. So first of all, for this div, I'm going to give class name of display flex, item center, justify between, so that they are on far ends. If I just refresh this page, yeah, something like this. And below this, we can show the box for the notes. So over here, below this div, I'm going to say if user role is doctor and action is equals to notes, question mark, we're going to show a div with the text box inside of it, text area, along with the cancel and save notes button. Otherwise, we can show it empty and I'll say no notes added, right? So something like this. I'll have a div. I'll say if appointment.notes exist, then I'll show the notes. If not, I'll say no notes added yet. So let's see. Yeah, something like this. No notes added yet. So let's see. Inside of this div, let's just give this class name of space y to be 3. And then inside of it, I'll say text area. Let's import this text area. value is going to be notes. So if you remember this set notes state we have taken right here, right? So we're going to change it. So by default, it will have this value of notes. Otherwise, on change, I'm going to set this state. We're going to have placeholder, enter your clinical notes, class name, BG background, border emerald 900 to be 20, and minimum height to be 100 pixels. So let's see. If I click on add over here, you can see we can enter our notes right here. Okay. Now after this, we need to submit this as well. So we need to add the buttons for that. So inside this div, first of all, let's just give this the class name of display flex, justify n and space x to be 2. And inside of this, I'll have a button, type button, variant outline, size to be small, and on click, we will set the action to null and set notes to whatever they were earlier, right? Or if they were not there, we will just keep them empty. And we'll disable when this notes are loading, right? When we trigger this submit notes function very soon, right? And class name border emerald 900. So this is a cancel button, right? And after this, we will have this save notes button as well. So something like this, right? Size small, on click, handle save notes. Obviously, this function does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. It will be disabled when notes are loading. Class name background emerald 600. On hover, background emerald will be 700. If the notes are loading, we'll show the loader along with saving. Otherwise, we'll say save notes. So let's create this handle save notes function on the top. This component has gotten too long. So I would highly recommend you guys to, make it short, probably make the dialog at least a separate component. So async, and simply inside of it, just like before, if it's loading, if the notes are loading and user role is not doctor, then it'll return. Otherwise, we will create a form data with the appointment ID and the current note. And we will trigger this submit notes function from over here, and we will submit the notes. Now we'll take the notes data and we'll show the toast after this has been submitted. So I'll say use effect notes data.success, toast.success, notes saved successfully. Set action to null. Now, the only thing remaining right now is cancel, right? So first, let me just see this notes if it's working or not. So if I click on add, and I'll say test note, save notes, it's saving, and yes, it is saved. Awesome. The only thing remaining now is the cancel logic. So let me just, create the function for it real quick, and then we can probably go on and start creating the UI. So it's going to be very similar to this thing right here. Where is it? Handle mark completed, right? So I'll just copy it, and actually I'll just copy both of these things right here, and I'll just paste them over here. Now let's see, what do we need to change? We need to change obviously the name of the function, handle cancel appointment, and we will have the cancel loading, right? So cancel loading from up here, window confirm. I'm going to ask the user, so I'll update the message. Are you sure you want to cancel this appointment? This action cannot be undone. Then we will simply populate our form data and trigger submit cancel, right? After this, over here, instead of complete data, I'll say cancel data. If it's true, then I'll say appointment canceled successfully. Yeah, I think that should do it. Let's take this and go to the very bottom over here near the notes, and below this div now, let's have a dialog footer for all the footer related stuff, all the buttons, right? I'll say class name, display flex, flex column, reverse. In the bigger screens, flex row, justify between, and space x to be 2 between them, right? So inside of this, you can show whatever buttons you want, like you can show the mark as complete button, cancel button, etc., right? I think complete button we are already showing over here, right? So there's no point of showing it right here. So I'll just have the cancel button. So I'll say appointment.status is equals to scheduled. Then we'll show a button, variant outline, on click, handle cancel appointment, the function that we just created over here, disabled when the cancel is loading. And inside of this, if it's loading, then we'll show canceling. Otherwise, we can show cancel appointment. Make sure to have this X icon. Let's see if I click on view details. Yes, you can see it right here. And also let's have a close button probably if you want to close our modal, or rather, I think we already have this X, right? So we don't need that button over here. So yeah, this looks good actually. And we are done with our appointment card. Now we can use the same appointment card in the patient's appointment screen as well. So let me just log out and log in as patient real quick. There we go, I am in. Let's go to my appointments. And obviously we won't see anything. So we would need to write the server action for this and then render it inside of our front end. So let's quickly go to over here, and I'll create a new file, patient.js, and This is going to be very straightforward. I would highly recommend you guys to create it first, then follow what I'm doing here. So inside this, first of all, obviously we need to check if user is logged in or not. So I'll take the auth from right here, and I'll just remove this. Let's just say use server. Then below it, I'll have a try catch block where I'll fetch the user information. So I'll say const user await db.user.find unique with this user ID, and role should be patient. If user is not present, we're going to say patient not found. Right after this, we need to fetch all of the appointments right here. So I'm going to be saying const appointments equals await db.appointment.find many. We need to find as many appointments that user has, this patient has, where patient is like patient ID is this user ID, and include the doctor's information as well. And we need to select the ID, name, specialty, URL. By the way, over here, we are just getting the ID of the patient. That's all the information that we need right here. Right. So similarly, that's what we're doing over here. Include the doctor's information, just select the ID, name, specialty, and the image URL, because this is what we will be needing to render inside of our card, right? And order by start time to be ascending. And just return in the end all of the appointments that we will be receiving right here, right? In the catch, if there's any error, we're going to return the error, failed to fetch appointments. Okay, let's create the appointments page right here. So I'll create a new folder, appointments. Inside this, I'll say page.jsx. I'll say RAFCE, patient appointments page. Right here, let's get the current user. So I'll say user equals await get current user. This will be an asynchronous function, and I'll just check. If user is not present or user role is not equal to patient, then just redirect them to the onboarding page. Right. Otherwise, let's just get the patient's appointment using the server action that we have created. So import it right here. So this one, and we'll get the appointments, and if there's any error right here, right? Okay. Now, first thing, this is going to be very simple. Like we're just going to be rendering all of the appointments using that appointment card that we just now created. So let's just give this the class name of MX Auto, padding horizontal to be 4, and we don't need padding vertical actually. Inside of this, I'll just have the page header component that we have created, the common component. I'll say icon to be calendar, title my appointments, backlink will take us to the doctors page, and back label will be find doctors. So let's see, there we go, something like this. And I think we should keep that padding Y over here. So say padding Y to be 8. Yeah, I think this is better. And now below this page header, we will have the card component. So let's just get our card component from Shadcn UI, and I'll paste it, and I'll just display the card title, your scheduled appointments, with the text Excel, font bold, text white, display flex, and items to be center, right? So let's just make sure to import all this card, and we won't be needing card footer right here. And for the card right here, I'm going to give class name border emerald 900. Yep, something like this. Below it, we will display all of our appointments. And actually, I don't think we need this your scheduled appointments right here. So we can actually get rid of this card header. I made this twice. We can just display the card content right over here itself. Now, inside of this card content, I'm going to be saying if there's any error right here, then I'll be displaying a div with the error. Otherwise, I'll be displaying div, which will render all of my appointment cards. Right, so I'll say if there's any error, I'll just render the error, and also give this card content class name of padding top to be 4. So if we go back and see, oh, it has given us the error, failed to fetch appointments. Let's see what's the error in the terminal. I don't think there's any error. What's wrong? Let's just say inside of it, error will be failed to fetch appointments plus error dot message, so that we can see what the error is right here, right? So let's go back and see. DB is not defined. Okay, so we have not imported DB right here. So now it should not give us any error. Yeah, now it's fine. Then after this, inside of this right here, what I'll do, I'll just render. I'll just check, first of all, if appointments.length is more than 0, then we will render the appointments. Otherwise, I'm going to render this div that you do not have any appointments, right? No appointment scheduled. Let's import this calendar, and you don't have any appointments yet. Browse our doctors and book your first consultation. Okay. So over here, you can see we are importing this appointment card. We're just providing key, appointment, and the user role patient. That's all. And now if we see, yes, we can see our appointment being rendered right here. We have this gap over here. Why is it? Oh, it's because this is the appointment card inside of another card content. What if I remove this card altogether? Yeah, I think now it's much better. Yep, now it's much better. Let's make this smaller, just like this. Yes, now it's fine. It's responsive as well. If I click on view details, we can see my description that I've added. We can also see the test note that doctor has added. We can also cancel the appointment from right here. Let's try to cancel the appointment. Okay, it's canceling. And there we go. It is cancelled and it's labeled cancel right here. Awesome. And you can see we have gotten the refund as well. 2 credits inside of our account. Amazing. So all of these features that we have just created have been tested out right now. Awesome. So we have successfully created all of the features inside of our app basically. The only thing remaining right now is the video call feature with a doctor, right? So cool then. Let's go on and create that video call page. So over here, I'm going to create a new folder called video-call. Inside of this, I'm going to be having a page.jsx file, fce video call page. And you might remember this will get all of those params, session ID and all of those things, right? So if I show you again, let's just try to go on and book another appointment with a doctor. So here I am on the doctor's page. Let's click on book appointment. Let's choose the nearest slot. Continue. I'll say I am feeling dizzy. Confirm booking. And there we go. Our appointment booked successfully. If I click on view details, yeah, obviously it's not time yet. So you know what? Let me just open the doctor's profile. I think I'll need to update the doctor's availability because it should be, let's say 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Save availability. Okay. Let's go back to the patient profile and let's try to book another appointment with the same doctor. So book appointment. I'll choose the 2 p.m. slot. This is under the 30 minutes. So I'll continue. Feeling dizzy again. Click on confirm booking. Failed to book appointments. Oh, we have spent all of our credits. Let's just buy more credits. If I click on over here, or we haven't actually purchased any plan. Let's get premium plan. Pay with test card. There we go. We are on premium plan now. Let's go back to doctor's page and now I'll click on book appointment 2 p.m. and now I'm going to click on confirm booking. Let's see. All right, appointment booked successfully and we are on the my appointments page. If I click on view details now, yes, this one. So it's at 2 p.m. right? Now we can click on join video call and preparing video call. It's generating the token because we are joining it for the very first time. And it's taken us to this page, which obviously it will give us the error because we have not written anything inside of it. But you can see we have got this session ID over here. Let's see. Yes, we have the token as well. And we have the appointment ID. If you go and check inside of your database for that particular appointment, you will see you will have the token generated inside of your database, right? So, okay, let's go back to the code inside of this video call page. So we have not saved it. That's why it was not showing me anything. Now it should show me, yes, video call page, just like this. So here we need to take out our search params. So params from my URL. So I'll take out the session ID and the token from the search params, and this will be an asynchronous server component. And over here, we will be rendering a video call component, which we will be creating right here. So new folder underscore components, and we'll be providing it our session ID and the token, right? So over here inside of it, I'll create a new file, video-call.jsx. RAFCE, oops, yes, video call. And this will take the session ID and the token. Now let's see how our video call generally looks like. So if I go to my deployed app over here, so notice inside of this page, we have this camera icon to turn on camera or micro, like to turn on camera, mic icon to turn on mic. We need to verify if our stream is connected or not, right? If our Vonage script has been loaded or not, if currently we are loading our video consultation just like this, connecting, right? So we need the states for managing all of these things inside of our application. So I'm going to be creating a few states over here just like this. Let's first make it a client component. So use client. Let's import use state. So first of all, is loading, set loading. It's going to show us loading while our session is initializing, right? Script loaded. So we'll be using Vonage script, which will enable us to, do the video call. So let me show you over here in the return. Instead of this, I'll have fragments on over here. I'll take this script tag from next/script and it'll be loading this script from Vonage, right? So make sure to write it just like this. And once the script is loaded, we will set the script to be loaded, right? So we will have a function over here, handle script loaded, right? Which we will trigger on load, where we will set the loading to false, right? By default, it is true. And over here, we'll set it to false. And if there's any error, we're going to show the toast error, right? Failed to load video call script, and set is loading to false. Now over here in the handle script load, we are setting the script loaded to be true, and we are checking for the OT object or the open talk object from Vonage inside of our window, right? Because after loading it, it will be available inside of our window. If it's not available, we're gonna throw the error, right? Otherwise, we will initialize the video session once the script is loaded over here in this function. We'll come back to this very soon. But first, for the other states right here, this is connected to check if we are connected to the video session. Is video enabled or is audio enabled? This is self-explanatory. If our video is on or off, or if our audio is on or off, right? Now for this initialize session, we will be having a function right here. We will come back to this very soon. I'll just create it as empty for now. And we will come back to this because this is the most important function of this component. Now to store our Vonage session, we will not store them inside of our use state, right? Because if our component renders, we might lose this information. So we will be using useRef hook to persist this Vonage session object, right? So this is where we will be storing the information for Vonage session. And we will also have a publisher ref to store the publisher object or our object of our video stream, right? Let's just also initialize the router. After we cut the video call, right, we know to route the user to other page. So import from next/navigation. I'll just keep it over here for now. So you might be wondering, what is this publisher ref, right? What information will be storing about us? So it will basically be if our video is on or off, or if our audio is on or off, right? Also, if we have left the call, then we will, trigger a function called destroy or disconnect, something like this, right? So I'll show you all of these things in just a moment. But if you notice, we have the session ID, we have token, and we need one more thing, and that is the application ID, right? So application ID is going to be coming from right here from our .env, and we're just gonna take this, and over here, let's say below this, I'm gonna say const application ID is process.env next public Vonage application ID. Okay, so we have all of these three things, the main things that we will require right now. First of all, before doing this return, I'm gonna check if session ID, token ID, or app ID, if either of these three are missing, then we will return invalid video call, missing required parameters for this video call, and we'll have a button which will route us to the /appointments page. So we will be showing this back to appointments button. Okay. Otherwise, let's just write our code below this. Below this script right here, I'll have a div where we will be creating the UI for our video consultation. Let's give this div the class name of container mx auto, padding horizontal to be 4, padding vertical to be 8. And inside this, we will be rendering the h1 of video consultation and a paragraph tag which will show if we are connected or not. If it's loading, if the script is loading, we're gonna show connecting, else connection failed. Let's check it out. You can see it shows us connecting, and let's see. I forgot actually, it will keep showing connecting because we need to first initialize our session as well, right? So you know what? Let me just first go on. Let's go on and write this initialize session first, because this is something that is going to be driving our whole video call component, right? So first of all, inside of it, I'm gonna check if either of these three is not present, app ID, session ID, or token ID. If it's not present, then I'm gonna show the error, missing required video call, and we'll route them back to appointments page, right? After this, I'm gonna have a try catch block where we will initialize the session. So remember, we have this window.ot, and this will help us to get different functions from Vonage basically. And we will be storing all of those data inside this session ref right here, right? So instead of try, I'll say session ref.current will store window.ot.init session, and this will initialize our session using our application ID and the session ID, right? Now, after this is done, the very first step is when a stream is created, we need to listen if other participant has joined or not. So over here, I'll say session ref dot current dot on, and inside this I'll say stream created, right? So inside this we will get the event, and then we will subscribe to the new stream to display the other participants video, right? So over here I'm gonna say session ref dot current dot subscribe, and inside of it we will get the event dot stream which is coming to us. and we will render it inside of a div with certain ID, right? In our case, I'm gonna name it, let's say, subscriber. Oops, subscriber. This is the ID of the div where this video will be rendered. And then I'll give some options over here, like insert mode, append, width to be 100% and height to be 100%. After this object, we're gonna handle our errors. If there's any error, then toast.error, error connecting to other participants stream. Okay. Now after this, after we have successfully connected to our session, we will do something, right? So I'll say session ref.current.on, and over here we will trigger the session connected, and we will have a callback right here. Now when the session is connected, we will say set is connected to be true and set is loading to be false. And then below it, I'll take our publisher ref, that is our information and our video, and I will display my video inside of a certain div, right? So I'll say publisher ref dot current equals window dot ot or open talk dot init publisher, and inside this we will render it inside of a div with publisher id, right? And the insert mode will be replace, that is replace the existing content inside of the div. Width and height to be 100%. Publish audio will be is audio enabled state if it's true or false, and same with the publish video as well, right? So we will write the logic for enabling or disabling these as well. And after this, so comma, if there's any error, I'm gonna showcase that error right here, right? If there's any error, toast.error initializing your camera and microphone, else publisher initialize successfully, you should see your video now, right? If there's no error. Okay, then after this, what happens when we have disconnected, right? So I'll say session ref.current.on, the event is session disconnected. I'll simply set is connected to false, right, for this state. And then after that, we will finally connect to the main session, right? So I'll say session dot current dot connect. Inside this will take our token that we have generated. This is very important. And we'll check if there's any error right here, right? So for this callback, I'm going to write the error logic. So I'll say if there's any error, toast.error, error connecting to the video stream. Otherwise, I'm going to say if publisher ref.current has something inside of it, then we will start sending our stream, right? So I'll say session ref.current.publish, publisher ref.current. And if there's any error, we will handle those errors right here. Otherwise, we'll just console log session like stream published successfully, right? This should do it. We have initialized all of these session. Oops, this should be session ref, not session ID. So we have initialized this session ref object right here and our publisher ref object right here as well. If there's any error, I'm going to say toast.error failed to initialize video call and set loading to false. Let's see if our stream is connecting. I'll just refresh this. It's connecting. Let me open the console over here as well. Yes, it is connected now. Amazing. It's asking us the permission video and stuff. So I'll say allow this time, and you can see camera and microphone in use. Obviously we cannot see it because we are not rendering it right here, right? So let me just go back. And now to trigger our audio and video over here, we are going to be creating some functions. Let's just create all of these functions and then probably we can go on and render them on our UI. So after this, I'll say toggle video. So toggle video will nothing. It's just, we'll simply check if publisher ref.current has something, then it'll go inside of it and it will pick this publish video function and it'll provide the value of is video enabled, this state right here, right? So with respect to if it's true or false, we will provide our video to the other person and we will set is video enabled. Whatever it was, we will revert it. Same with our toggle audio as well. Exactly the same logic, but the state is changed, right? It will publish audio in this case. And what do we do if we want to end the video call? So end video call function over here. I'll first of all check if there's anything inside this publisher ref.current, we will destroy all of the data, right? So publisher ref.current.destroy, and we will make it null, right? And then we will also need to disconnect from this session. So we will use the session ref object. So session ref.current.disconnect, and this should disconnect from our session, and I'll push them to our appointments page just like this. Also, let's say if user does not explicitly ends the call, but they pushed back button or closes the browser, so we need to unmount as well, right? So I'll say on use effect, we'll use this return callback, if you remember, inside of the use effect, right? So this serves as the component dismounting function, right? So inside of this, if we have anything inside of publisher ref, we will destroy it and we will disconnect from the session, right? So yeah, all of these things are needed to set up our video call, and now we are ready to render them over here inside of our DOM. So below this div right here, I'm gonna say is loading if it's true and the script is not loaded. So not script loaded question mark. Then inside of this, we will render a div which will say loading video call components. Otherwise, we will say another div where we will show all of our, like we will show the actual video call with the other person. So first of all, when it's being loaded, I'm just simply going to say loading video call components with this loader to icon, right? So let's see. There we go, loading video call components. And as soon as it's finished, we should see that right here. So we have to write the logic for it now. So over here, I'll have class name of space y to be 6. And inside this div, we will have the grid where we show both of the users, right? So for the first div, so actually inside of this div, so for this div, this is the parent div, right? So this will have display grid. The smaller screen grid columns will be 1. In the bigger screens, MD grid columns will be 2 and some gap of 6 between them, right? So inside of this, and actually both of the divs are going to be having the class name of border emerald, 900, rounded large, overflow hidden. And inside this div, this will be us, right? So I'll show a div and I'll say you over here. And below it, I'll show my video. So I'll have a div. And we need to provide that publisher ID. If you remember, this is where we will be rendering our video. So I'll have ID to be publisher. Oops, publisher. And Vonage will inject our video stream right here, right? And the class name will be width full, height 300 pixel. On the medium screen's height will be 400 pixels. Background muted to be 30. Okay. But let's say if the script is not loaded so far. So inside this, I'm just going to say if script not loaded, I'll just show a user icon right here, right? So import from Lucid React. Okay. Similarly for the other one as well. So inside, like below this, I'm going to have another div. This will be for the other participants. This will just have the other participant title. This will have a div with ID subscriber in this case, right? This was the publisher. This is the subscriber where we will show the subscriber's video. If it's not connected or script not loaded, then again, we will show the user icon right here. All right. Now after this div is where we are going to be showing our video call control buttons. But let's first see how our video call looks currently. There we go. We can see our video right now. And below it is where we're going to be showing the buttons for turning off the video call or turning off the audio, etc. So let's just have a div right here with class name of display flex, justify to be center, and space X to be 4. Now inside this div, I'm gonna have a button variant outline. Size is going to be large. On click, we're gonna trigger the toggle video function that we had created right here, right? After this, for the class name, I'm gonna say rounded full, padding to be 4, height to be 14, width to be 14. If the video is enabled, we're going to show border emerald 900. Otherwise, we're going to show background red to be 900, right? And we want to disable it if we are not initialized yet, right? Publisher is not initialized yet. So I'll say disabled to be not publisher ref.current. Inside this button, I'll say if the video is enabled, show the video icon from Lucid React, else show video off icon. Now, similarly, below this button, we want to show the similar thing for the audio as well. So I'll show another button just like this with toggle audio function this time, and is audio enabled. And I'll show mic if the audio is enabled, mic off if audio is disabled. Now to end the video call, I'm going to show another button, variant destructive, that is red button, size large. Inside of on click, we're going to call this end call and similar classes as well, right? And then after this div, we're going to show some texts over here. Like if the camera is on, we'll show camera on, camera off, right? For the audio as well. And we can show when you're finished with your consultation, click the red button to end the call, right? Now, finally, let's go on and check it out. All right, this is connecting and amazing. We are connected. If I click on it, our video is off now. If I click on over here, our audio will be off. Let's try to join it as a doctor. Let me just open another incognito window. Okay. So So, okay, it's going to echo. I'll just turn the mic off for both of them. Okay, yeah, I've turned the mic off for both of them. But yeah, you can see we have the video call functionality working. Obviously, because I'm on the same device, it's pretty weird. But yeah, success, it is working. Let's move forward. Amazing. Then we have created all of our features inside of our app now. Now, the only thing remaining over here is this earnings tab right here, right? In the doctor dashboard, we have this earnings tab where we can click on request payout for all credits. And we can enter our PayPal. Let's say if I'm going to enter any example email, click on request payout and it will request the payout from the admin. And now we can go on to our admin dashboard. And over here, we can see we have this payouts tab. And we can click on view details over here and notice for every credit doctor earns, platform gets $10, right? And platform takes 2 USD as their platform fee, right? So if there are 12 credits that doctor is trying to cash out, they will be get paid 12 into 8, that is 96, right? So after we have paid the doctor, we can click on approve credits and we can click on confirm approval. And yeah, payout is done, right? So this is complete end-to-end marketplace. And this is your assignment for this video. Don't worry, let me just show you how you can do that. So even if you're not able to do it, don't worry. I have included the complete code for this in my GitHub repository as well. So first thing that you have to do is you have to go inside of your schema over here and you have to add this payouts table right here, right? Which will keep the track of all of the payouts for that particular doctor. So if you see, if I go to my in deployed app, see, it shows both of them have been processed. And this is where we will be rendering all of the data from this particular table, right? So add this table. And then after this, inside of main and actually inside of actions, I have this payout.js server action. We have written all of the logics for it. Inside of the admins.js, I have the approved payout, get pending payouts as well. And then inside of this main, instead of doctors, I have the components for doctor earnings. Same for the admin. Instead of components, I have pending payouts as well, right? So the complete code is included right here. If you want any reference to this on how you can go on and build this, you can refer to my code. And if you have any issues, just let me know in the comments down below. I'll try to bring in a second video to help you guys implement this, right? Awesome. Now finally, let's go on and deploy our app to Vercel. So what I'll do, I'll just go on and sign in to my GitHub. And now let's go on and create a new repository so that we can push our app to GitHub and then we can deploy it on Vercel. So I'll say Medi meet and click on create repository. Great, we have the repository. Now let's go back to our VS Code over here and let's initialize a new Git repository. So over here, I'll close my server. I'll say git init so that it initialize a new Git repository, and I'll say git add dot so that it adds all of these things and stages them right here. Then we will say git commit -m and give the message. Let's say preparing for deployment. Press enter. There we go. We have committed all of these changes. And now we need to add this remote origin. So just copy it up and paste it right here. Press enter. And now I'll say git push origin master. Let's make sure our private key is not getting pushed. So yeah, we have added this. So it won't be pushed. So let's press enter. And there we go. It is done. Awesome. Let's see if I refresh this page. Yes, we have all of our code right here. Amazing. Let's go to vercel.com and I'll click on add new project and I will select this GitHub repository MediMeet. Okay. Now we need to bring in all of these environment variables right here, right? So just copy all of these, copy, and inside of environment variables, paste them over here. Remove this first one. Yeah, all of them. And by the way, this private key will not be this. We will include the other private key over here. That is this. We are not going to be including path anymore. So let's just copy and paste it right here, just like this, right? And instead of build and output settings, in the install command, we will say npm install --legacy -peer -deps, right? And click on deploy. Let's see if it works or not. And by the way, I think I forgot to do something. Actually, before deploying, you have to do one more thing so that Prisma works properly. So over here in the package.json, we have to add one more script over here. So I'll say post install script, and it will be Prisma generate, so that it generates all of the models and stuff right here, right? So this is required. Let's just let me push it. I'll say post install script, and I'll commit it and publish it. If you don't work with this VS Code, you can just say git add dot commit and then git push origin master, right? Let's go back, and I think it would have failed or not. Let's wait. So yeah, you can see this is failed because we did not provide the Prisma configuration. Let's go back, and yeah, over here in the home page you can see this right here, but this would have failed. If you go back to a deployment, since we have pushed again, yes, you can see it has started building again, since on every commit it will start build again. So inside of the build logs, let's see if this works. My main concern is the Vonage private key, if it gets accepted or not. Let's see. So it's creating an optimized production build right here, and it is generating all of the static pages. Okay, this is good. Looks like everything will be fine. Let's wait. Okay, it has generated all the pages, and amazing, the deployment is completed. Awesome, let's check it out. If I click on it, it will take me to our website. Awesome. This is deployed. Let me just quickly go on and sign in, continue with Google, and we are currently on our dashboard now. Amazing. Let me just copy this. And also, by the way, if you want to change this domain right here, where did it go? So over here, just go click on over here, then click on settings and build and deployment. And actually not here, in the domains. Yeah, over here, you can see, you can change the current domain. So you can click on edit, or probably add domain over here, and you can just change your domain according to you, right? But I'll just use this one only. So medimeet-1.vercel app. So let's do one thing. I'll just open an incognito window and try to log in as a patient and try to book the call. So sign in. Okay, let's click on find doctors. I'll click on any one of the category, select the doctor, book appointment. I'll just book any appointment right now, confirm booking without any message right here, and let's see. Okay, we have the option to join the video call. If I click on it, it is loading the components and it should be connected. Yes, it is connected. Let me just never allow. I don't want to show you guys my face right now. You can close the camera, close the audio, and all of these things are working just fine. Amazing. All right, so now the next step for you guys is to prepare for the interview. Since you have created such an amazing project, I'm pretty sure a lot of companies will be impressed with this, right? So make sure to check out my front-end interview preparation course from the link in the description down below. And I've also mentioned the best coupon code running right now for us on this screen right here.